Any special notes, Nikki? I'm reading here.
No, but I did.
Good evening and welcome to our regular Tuesday meeting, this May 27th, 2025 at 5:30. Just a reminder to the audience to please turn off your cell phones as to not interrupt the meeting. We don't clap, we do happy hands. And Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Zernetskaya, would you like to, my microphone's extra. Would you like to lead us, would you like to read the land acknowledgement?
Sure, I'd be happy to. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tovengar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Curavanga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam, guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
I'll now call the roll. Councilmembers Wick,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Present.
Councilmember Raskin,
Here.
Councilmember Snell,
Here.
Councilmember Zernetskaya,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Here.
and Mayor Negrete.
Here.
We'll now ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act. Hearing none. Mayor, you have some agenda management?
Yeah, I would like to see if the council is amenable to suspending the rule that allots the 10 minutes. What rule number is that? 12J. To Rule 12J.
So moved.
So, I guess yeah. Motion made by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? If someone is here that does our AV, my mic is, okay. Seeing everyone was in favor of that, we're suspending that rule so we can have in-depth conversation about the budget.
We'll now move to general public input and comment on special agenda items. We have about 16 speakers, and at this time, the last speaker on the list is Walter Lamb. So anybody who signed up after Walter Lamb will be considered late.
Okay, great. So I'm going to call a few names and you can line up.
Actually, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
We have two minors here, so if we could move them to the beginning of the list.
Sure, do we know their names?
Yeah, Adam Perlitz and Daisy Mesa, and I think their parents are also with them, so they're not, okay. Teachers, I'm sorry, so, what are your names? Okay.
Yeah,
if
so
they
this
could-
is the Sister City crew. If we could have the Sister City crew come up and present. Are you guys all kind of using your 2 minutes or just speaking? Okay.
You go, and then, Daisy, are you gonna go first?
Good evening, everyone. Um, we had a presentation to present following the sister city relationship and homestay we did at Fujinomiya. I would like to share my experience at Fujinomiya and with my homestay family. I think it was a very important cultural exchange that we got to experience with not only staff but also students in itself. Some things I wanted to touch on was the language barrier that there was, or
I just wanted to make sure you talk into the mic so we I'll hear you, please.
sorry. The cultural exchange and homestaying family we did, such as like we did activities with Seirio High School, such as kendo, shodo, which are forms of martial arts, and calligraphy, Japanese calligraphy. Following that, we also got to stay with families at Fujinomiya, which lasted around roughly like 3-ish days. So we stayed with families. There was somewhat of a language barrier, so Google Translate was used at times. But for the most part, I think it was very important that we got to use our Japanese skills that Miss Korea taught us. I spoke more Japanese than English, in which the point where I went back with Miss Korea and our crew, I had difficulty speaking in English. Aside from that, I still stay in contact with my homestay family. I think it's very important to continue the sister city relationship, just as not only for me, but like future Samo High students and to strengthen our bonds with Santa Monica and Fujinomiya. I plan to continue my Japanese studies in college, so this trip has definitely impacted that. I have also decided to pursue international relations at UC Davis.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members, and assembled guests. Over this past spring break, I had the privilege to go to Japan on the Samo High Japan trip. And I had it was the best 2 weeks of my entire life. And when we arrived in Fujinomiya, I was a little nervous to stay with my host family, but they immediately made me feel very comfortable. I struggle speaking Japanese, so they spoke enough English for me to talk to them. I still keep in contact with my host mother. She sent me a birthday card the other week for my birthday, which I thought was really nice. I plan to go back very soon, in fact this summer, and visit her to catch up. And we spent the 2 days together. It was very fun. Saw a good amount of landmarks, went to 2 really nice waterfalls. She took me around to some of the food spots that she likes to eat at. I spent a lot of money, which was funny. Way too much money, but that's not important. I'd always wanted to go to Japan. I've been interested in the culture since I was about 10 years old and started learning about the history. And I felt that this was a very important thing for all students to do. And I am encouraging my sister, who's currently a freshman in high school, to take the Japanese class and go on the trip so she can experience it for herself, because she too is also interested in the culture in Japan. And I would like to thank my teacher for putting up with me in class and providing me with the opportunity to go to this beautiful country and spend these 2 weeks there, and especially with the time I spent with my host family.
Thank you.
Emily Korea.
Hi, I am Emily Korea, the teacher of these 2 wonderful kids. And there are actually 2 Japanese teachers at Santa Monica High School. And today, I also like to talk about our sister city relationship with Fujinomiya with Santa Monica City. The sister city relationship is an amazing relationship and offers our high school students particularly, those taking Japanese as a world language, with opportunities that go beyond traditional classroom learning. Projects such as our pen pal letter exchange, foster cultural understanding, global awareness, also provide our students with real-life opportunity to use the Japanese that they learn in the class. And also, as mentioned earlier, every 2 years, we take our students on a 2-week tour of Japan, the highlight of which is our weekend stay at our sister city in Fujinomiya. Our Fujinomiya counterparts are so amazing. Each and every time we ask, they arrange homestays for our kids. And this time we took 39 high school students with us, and each and every one got a separate homestay. As you heard the testimony earlier, it was amazing for each and every student. Not only were they able to use the language and culture that they learned about in the classroom, but honestly, they learned things that we could not even replicate in the classroom at all. So I really cherish the opportunity. It's amazing because they only stay with their homestay for 3 days, but after those 3 days, we have students crying with their host families as they say goodbye. This October, the Fujinomiya delegation will be visiting Santa Monica to celebrate the 50th anniversary of our friendship. While we were there, Mayor Negretti can attest to, they were amazing hosts. They unveiled.
Yeah. Thank you. Jeff Jarrow.
Hi, everybody. Jeff Jarrow, President of the Santa Monica Sister Cities Association. So you've heard a lot over the last few weeks. Last time I was here, we were going to present some pictures, and one of them just came in the mail from Fujinomiya. And this picture was a gift from Fujinomiya to Santa Monica. And city to city, the Mayor Sudo from Fujinomiya was presenting it to Lana Negretti on behalf of the cities. So I'll leave this here for a minute. And the other picture, this was presented to me from their sister city organization, right? A little separate from the city, but they sent us this. It says, Santa Monica Fujinomiya Sister City Partners celebrating 50-year anniversary, peace in the world, one person at a time. Kind of nice. And this was sister city to sister city, and I would like to present this to the city to hang up somewhere in City Hall. It would be really nice. And one of these days, we have a lot of trinkets collected over the years. We could put it somewhere in a nice place in this city so people know there's lots happening with sister cities. So the trip, there was 44 in Emily's group from the high school, and there were about 20 of us in the board and some other friends. So that was a big occasion. And for the dinner they threw for us, there had to be close to 300 people in the room. And it just, what a warm feeling to be there. And I hope we could extend that when they come here in October for a couple of days. They're funny, they'll fly in, have dinner, and go home the next day. And they've been doing that for years. So, but one of the nights, October 22nd to the 25th.
Perfect. I knew you wanted to do a picture. Is there anyone else from Sister Cities? Is it okay to do that now? Are you guys okay with that? Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, this one. You can't stand here? Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, you have a box.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, Mayor, I'll let you take over from Nick and
Okay.
the list now.
So now I'm going to call a few names up. Denise Barton, Jerry Rubin. Nope. Oh, sorry. Let me start over. Sorry about that. Greg Amato, Jacqueline Hinton, Justin Hinton, Margarita and Sylvia. Greg Amato.
Hello, council, my neighbors. My name's Greg Amato. I'm a city resident since 1975, and I've operated my business here since 1985. Bay Screens and Shades has been here since 1953. And we're here tonight to request that you reconsider a plan to move a bus stop to 3225 Pico, which is part of the East Pico Safety Project. The existing bus stop currently exists at 33rd and Pico on the north side of the street. I operate a business, Bay Shades, at 3225 and live upstairs in a 2-bedroom apartment. The bus would literally stop and start below and directly outside of my living room window. I've asked an attorney to review the paperwork, and he said, I do not see anything either in the technical report or the public input that necessitates relocating the bus stop from its current spot just east of your property. And there's one curious statement that the bus interferes with the crosswalk. I'm dubious that a bus actually encroaches the crosswalk. And another question is whether you're the only residents in front of the new stop. If that's the case, why would the city put this directly in front of your home, which I am? So in summary, we ask you reconsider keeping the bus stop where it is and not moving it to a new location, please. Thanks for your time and consideration. I'm part of the East Pico neighbors. By the way, and not to push anyone under the bus, I've been in touch with Shane Smith, Kyle Kozar in traffic, and Colleen Stoll in mobility, and they insist this is their best idea. When I asked for the details about the plans and design, only Friday the 23rd did I get an email telling me how to request the plans and the RFPs, which are due tomorrow, with construction beginning in November. They were kind and friendly enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Jacqueline Hinton.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, council members. My name is Jackie Hinton, and I am a 16-year resident in Santa Monica, owner of Good Body Pilates Studio, a Latina-owned small business on Pico Boulevard, and the new chair of the Pico Improvement Organization. I'm here with my neighbors to express urgent concern about the proposed relocation of the westbound blue bus stop to the front of our businesses at Pico and Urban Ave. We fully support efforts to improve safety, but this move, just 170 feet from the current location, would remove the only 3 parking spots in front of our businesses, which are critical for our elderly and injured clients. This includes Shirley, who is 95, requires a full-time caregiver, Patty, 76, with broken ankle and osteoporosis, Penny with fibromyalgia, Julia, who is going through menopause, has knee pain, wrist pain, and frozen shoulder. We also serve pregnant clients and those recovering from surgery. These spots are not a luxury. They are essential to their ability to receive care. Relocating the spot will also increase noise pollution and safety concerns, potentially forcing us to lock our doors during business hours and hurting our visibility to new clients. This change would directly threaten our viability. I've worked at Good Body Pilates since it opened in 2011 and bought the studio 2.5 years ago. We've been a pillar of this community ever since, recognized as Santa Monica's most loved Pilates studio and a Sustainable Quality Award winner in economic development. Despite the city's stated commitment to public engagement, neither Good Body Pilates, Bay Shades, or Interdental, the 3 businesses most affected, were informed. I spoke with Kyle Kozar and Colleen Stoll from who told me they were 100% into communication and that flyers were mailed and businesses visited, but no one of us received any notice. The relocation.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Justin Hinton.
Hey, everybody. Hello, council. My name is Justin Hinton. I'm the co-owner of Good Body Pilates Studio on Pico, right across from Trader Joe's. I'm here to express my concern over the proposed bus stop relocation to Pico and Urban Ave. We're proud to be Santa Monica's most loved Pilates studio. One of the major reasons that clients choose us, especially those with chronic pain or mobility issues, is the convenience of parking directly in front of our studio. Losing these 3 spaces to a new bus stop would seriously impact both our clients and our business. What's more troubling is that none of the directly affected businesses were notified about this change. We've only found out the other day from a neighbor. And there were no postcards, no phone calls, no emails, no nothing. I visited the current stop myself and personally took pictures and all that, and it looks like there is ample room for these buses to stop where they already are. We've worked hard to support this community as much as we can, and so please don't undercut that by removing vital parking for our clients that they really depend on. Thank you.
Thank you. Margarita?
Good evening, Council. We stand here together with our brothers and sisters in the MEA and ATA associations. We represent the supervisory team associates composed of dedicated professionals serving at the supervisory level across the city. We are writing to urge action to fairly compensate our members with wages that reflect the value of our contributions and the high cost of living in the region. We are deeply disappointed by the continued deterioration of employees' compensation. This trend began with persistent stagnation and has since worsened through the erosion of wage standards. Too often, our salaries are compared to cities with vastly different demographics, responsibilities, and economic conditions. Comparisons that do not accurately reflect the unique nature of our city that we so love. We are increasingly concerned by the direction negotiations have taken. While we appreciate the professionalism of the current negotiation team, there is a clear sense of urgency to reach a conclusion, yet little meaningful progress that has been made on salary increases. Additionally, the push to remove key elements from our MOU further undermines our ability to serve and support our teams effectively. We ask that you take a moment to pause and consider the workforce you have today and the workforce you want tomorrow. If you envision a future where dedicated, experienced employees continue to provide high-quality service to this community, then action must be taken now. Retention begins with recognition, and recognition must come through fair and competitive compensation. Salary equity adjustments are not merely financial, they are fundamental to building a just, resilient, and high-performing organization. We love this city. We are simply asking council to show their support for employees by offering wages that reflect.
Thank you, Margarita. Sylvia?
Good evening, Mayor Negretti, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, and council members. My name is Sylvia Moreno, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the City of Santa Monica Municipal Employees Association, MEA, 412 employees, the boots on the ground who work every day to keep Santa Monica running quietly and effectively. I work in the fire department as a hazardous materials specialist and have served the city for 11 years. MEA stands together with ATA and STA. I'm here to talk about our livelihood, our ability to continue living and working with dignity in the city we serve. We know the city faces tough decisions, but so do we. Our members are balancing rising rent, childcare, education costs, and basic daily expenses. We are working people, supporting families, caring for aging parents, and trying to stay rooted in this community. What we need from the city is a contract that reflects fairness, stability, and shared responsibility. That's why we're concerned about the direction the negotiations are taking, particularly the proposal for an unusually long contract term. In today's unpredictable economy, committing to a rigid, extended agreement puts our livelihood at risk. It limits the city's flexibility and reduces our ability to adapt as conditions change, economically, operationally, and structurally. MEA would like a fair and stable agreement, but stability doesn't come from locking people into outdated terms. It comes from maintaining the ability to respond together to changing circumstances. We're also concerned about efforts to scale back longstanding processes that help ensure fair, accurate, and competitive compensation. These mechanisms are essential for keeping job classifications in step with actual responsibilities and market conditions. They ensure transparency, civil service integrity, and support competitive pay structures. At a time when the city is focused on recruiting and retaining talent, limiting tools that help achieve those goals sends the wrong message. If we want a workforce that reflects the best of the city of Santa Monica, we must preserve the systems that support equity, fairness, and adaptability. We urge you to
Thank you, Sylvia. Alex?
Hi, good evening. My name is Alex Mendoza, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Bargaining Unit Administrative Team Associates, or ATA. Let me start by acknowledging that we know this to be true. The next 2 years will be financially difficult for the city. We are not blind to the physical challenges ahead. Revenues are tightened and demand on city service continue to grow. That's why our request is not for unchecked increases. We are just requesting for fair and equitable compensation. Over the past 5 years, city employees from our bargaining units have received an average cost of living increase of just 1.9% per year. This has occurred during a time of unprecedented inflation when housing, food, transportation, and healthcare costs has surged far beyond that pace. In real terms, our members have seen their wages erode and even continue to show up without failure for the people of this city. And I also note that in between 2020 and 2022, we accepted no COLA to accept the city during their financial difficulties. But let us not forget our workforce has carried us also through the COVID-19 pandemic, navigating through an entire new world of challenges. Most recently, we have stepped up during major emergencies, including the Palisades fire, and kept essential services going when many others could not. Several of our ATA members played key roles in the Emergency Operations Center. These during incidences, and members like myself even reported to the incident command post. Our members have demonstrated unwavering loyalty and professionalism under the most difficult of circumstances, and therefore we are asking for the following. First, grant management with the authority to implement a greater cost of living increase. This is about ensuring wages remain livable, not extravagant. I'd ask you to refer to the letter that we submitted earlier late last week regarding these increases. And second, we propose and establishes a regular 3-year compensation review process. Informed by economic indicators and regional labor data, this would create a structured, transparent way to assess and, when appropriate, adjust compensation to our members so that we remain fair. Third, we request that the city provide a higher signing bonus to the employees as part of this contract and negotiation. This is a one-time investment to acknowledge the value and commitment of our workforce who are previously accepted.
Thank you. I'm going to call a few more names. I have Judith Serlin, Denise Barton, Jerry Rubin, and Jason Gladstone.
Sorry. Hi. As you know, my name's Judith, and I'm from the Teamsters. And surprise, I'm going to talk about wages and benefits. You guys will be talking about vacancy rates. Again, I'm here to talk about wages and benefits. Teamsters received their first wage offer a couple weeks ago, and needless to say, the bargaining team wasn't happy. We suggested that an investment in Santa Monica is an investment in the workers in Santa Monica. Instead, Santa Monica invested in a piece of artwork. From what we were told, it's up at City Yards. It was about $250,000. It cost about $50,000 to install. And these dollar amounts equate to what would have been a 1% raise. It's obvious to workers they're not a priority. That's sad. I mean, when people feel like that about the city that they work for, that the city doesn't care about them. The city has a hard time recruiting custodial workers, and similar positions. Hotel workers just got a $30 minimum wage rate. I'm sure you read about it with the city of LA. We think and we believe, and as you heard from MEA, Teamsters, and you'll hear from the people who work in Santa Monica, wages and benefits should be a priority for the workers and for the city of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton.
Good evening. At the last City Council meeting on May 13, 2025, you took away the part of the City Council agenda that stated, "The City Council shall return from closed session at 7 p.m. Here I have to question if you realize why it was done. The Santa Monica City Council over the years, and all of you sitting up there now, have been extreme supporters of public transportation, right? Well, all public input was put at the beginning of the city council meetings instead of before the items themselves, and that the city council would come back from closed session at 7 p.m. to make it easier for people using public transportation to be able to participate at Santa Monica City Council meetings. So by your actions, you don't support people using public transportation, or are you discriminating against the disabled who are unable to drive? I mean, considering how unsafe you choose to keep the city. And here you can see your actions contradict the propaganda you spew. And since Memorial Day just passed, I have to ask again, would the city of Santa Monica's not doing proper upkeep of the fountain in front of City Hall dedicated to the Gold Star mothers be your way of showing respect or disrespect? I personally find it disrespectful to the Gold Star mothers and their children who died protecting freedom in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Mr. Rubin comes up, we have Jason Gladstone, then John Alley, Walter Lamb, and Zoe Muntener.
Thank you very, very much, Jerry Rubin. Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, police officers, fellow Santa Monicans. Just a couple things. One is I'm on the Urban Forest Task Force. I'm just speaking for myself, but we have a important meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. at the Santa Monica Main Library that we're going to get a presentation on the airport closure survey and on the Rec and Parks plan and a whole bunch of stuff. So I hope people feel like they could come out and participate. I also want to say I'm really looking forward to this year's July 4th celebration. And I know we promote independence, how important that is to our country. We need to promote interdependence now also. And I'm glad we're opening it up to the people from the Palisades and people. And it's just so important that we start looking for the good in people now rather than everything we could criticize. It doesn't mean we can't improve. Everybody wants to do that. But we could get a fresh new beginning, and I'm looking forward to that. I also just want to say right now briefly, my younger brother, Marty, who worked for years to help speak out against the airport pollution and safety issues and noise, is on his possibly last few days at a rehab center here in Santa Monica. He's been suffering for years from cancer, and even when I didn't know it. And, you know, I was disappointed he didn't come to my wife's memorial, but he couldn't, and I found out later. But he's a cool guy, and he used to speak here at the airport commission meetings, and maybe some of you remember him at the council meetings, and Karen Bass came to visit him.
Thank you, Jerry.
Anyhow, thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.
Wish him well and keep.
Jason Gladstone.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for seeing me today. My name is Jason Gladstone, and I'm an actor and I'm a pedicab driver since 2002, starting in New York City, and here since 2015. I'm here to speak about electric pedicabs being allowed on the Santa Monica bike path. Electric pedicabs are legal everywhere else in Santa Monica, including other bike paths, just not the beach bike path. Also, I must say that thousands of electric bikes, scooters, and four-wheel buggies on that bike path go up and down every single day, yet they do not get tickets. Why? Doesn't make sense to me. I'm licensed by the city of Santa Monica to operate here. I carry a rather expensive insurance policy, which is a requirement and requisite to do the job. And I pay taxes to the city. I show tourists a good time. I give them tours of Santa Monica Pier and in other points of interest as to the history of Santa Monica, our colorful history. Yet I get penalized for it because a pedicab with a motor is not allowed on that particular bike path. I really hope we can change this law and enforcement can focus on something a little more pressing and a little more serious. It should also be noticed that there hasn't been any accidents in the city involving motorized pedicabs, but there have been with non-motorized pedicabs. Why is that? Well, I can answer the question because we are over 4 feet wide, and when we have no motor, they're the slowest thing on the path. all the people behind us have to pass us to use the opposite lane and to go right into oncoming traffic. I think there's also an argument to be made that electric pedicabs are less dangerous because we go with the flow of traffic, not impeding it. A regular pedicab goes 9 miles per hour. With customers, I go 11 or 12, and I fail to see how that's more perilous, especially when statistics are suggestive that they're.
Thank you. John Alley?
Hi, I'm John Alley, co-founder of the Santa Monica Coalition. Many of you here tonight and those who watch later know public comment and reporting has been a point of contention. You on the dais and others in other departments have discouraged and altered facts and reports. Constituents have an ethical and constitutional right to be heard. The city has encouraged staff to remove my comments and those of many other constituents here in past meetings. Police reports are altered, descriptions of crimes are softened, and others besides myself have had their written comments and verbal comments erased. It's censorship. My public comment during the last council meeting was deleted altogether from City TV and YouTube. City staff insiders informed us some of you up there on the dais approved and consented to my comments being removed from the audio video. Tonight, I'm welcoming and encouraging everyone who has ever had their voice go unheard, reduced, removed, replaced with something perhaps more favorable from this council. Not heard, unable to attend these meetings, join us on X at the Santa Monica Coalition, where every voice will be heard on a weekly X space for public comment. We'll give everyone their right to make their comments public and heard on a much broader forum. You, all of us, will be heard throughout Santa Monica and beyond during these meetings on a weekly basis, anytime. I'd like to thank Mayor Negrete for following the Santa Monica Coalition, but point out that you didn't follow through on your promised action to install large and frequent warning signs along Santa Monica's beach, which is the most dangerous and now we find the dirtiest. Unsuspecting families and tourists deserve that courtesy health warning. You've got kids, I have kids, all of us have kids.
Thank you. Walter Lamb?
Thank you, Mayor Negrete, City Council members. I'm Walter Lamb, representing the Bynum Wetlands Land Trust. I was here about 5 weeks ago talking about a policy question that's come up that I think is important for everybody in the United States right now, which is how to respond to federal pressure to change wording of things like climate change, ocean acidification, environmental justice. And I just wanted to come back with some additional information. So I mentioned the policy question kind of surfaced at a meeting of the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission, but it's really now what we're trying to do is come up with some best practice framework that other agencies can use to make the best decisions trying to navigate that federal pressure. The additional information is that after the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission vote, we ultimately found that there was written guidance that the commission never received and directly contradicted the informal guidance. So again, best practice would be when the federal government puts pressure on an agency, get it in writing. Don't just because somebody said over the phone. Part of Project 2025, the way that the architects are trying to further that, and granted, they had a big head start on all of us, so I understand it can be hard to get up to speed, but they want for scientists to have difficulty speaking scientifically. So if they can get scientists just to change the jargon, that's part of what they're trying to do. The other thing they're trying to do is just sort of shatter the idea that we have, fact-based decision-making. So again, going back to that meeting, there was a lot of talk about, they don't have to follow the laws or there are no laws, and all that's incorrect. The reason that the written guidance that EPA provided, but no, it didn't provide anybody, but finalized, actually talks about climate change and ocean acidification isn't because they care about it. It's because legally they couldn't make the change. They were able to convince the Santa Monica Bay Restoration to make the change. That's part of how Project 2025 works. So that's all for now. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll keep talking about it.
Thank you. Zoe Montaner?
Madam Mayor, just a reminder that any speaker after Walter Lamb is considered late and under Rule 15E council would need to vote to be able to hear the speaker for 1 minute.
Okay, so do I have a motion to hear there's one more speaker after Ms. Montaner, Harvey Eder as well? Do you have a motion to hear?
I'll move to hear the late speakers.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Moved by Raskin, seconded by Snow. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And one opposed, Councilmember Hall. With that motion passing, Ms. Montaner, you have, is it 1 minute or 2? You have 1 minute.
I have 1 or 2?
1, so the rule is if you're late, you possibly have no opportunity to speak, but if it's passed, you get 1 minute to speak.
Okay. I thought that your motion was to give
To
me-
allow you to speak. So we have a deadline now, so if you don't have your chips in, but go ahead.
Okay.
2 minutes?
I brought some slides and I would like to.
Oh, wait, I think we need to restart her time. Are you beginning? There you go.
Yes. Please start my time. It's okay. Thank you. 2 weeks ago, the Charter for Compassion presented their conference, and the keynote address was from Jennifer Nato, the co-director of Compassion in Politics. As you can see, this quote, "Lying can no longer be dismissed as an unpleasant byproduct of political game. It must be seen for what it is, a virus that threatens to undermine what faith remains in the democratic process." I would have spoken more about if I had another meeting. I just want to bring to the attention of this body a Slack account from a political group that was mocking Mayor Negrete and myself. This political group has 2 mayors in it, which were contributing to the comments. This not only presented violations to the Brown Act, it also defended Don Hall, who deliberately violated the Brown Act. We need to do better.
Thank you. Harvey Eder. And just a reminder, Mr. Eder, you have 1 minute.
Hello, my name is Harvey Eder. Protest me in 1 minute, but I was evicted the 17th of last month by the sheriff. They drove my lock. They had no papers, nothing. I was put out on the street. Anyway, I've got big problems. I was supposed to have access to my stuff. I brought a shopping cart with a 15,000 page worker comp file, the only one I had a copy of. They threw everything out. I found this out from your homeless person, Mr. Leon. And they lied and said I had access to it. These are legal documents and stuff, litigating to make solar happen for air pollution and climate. These are threats. This is murder, and they're captured agencies, and that could go as far as y'all. Also, they're being sued by $114 million by Bonta. We wanted to buy out the building. We've got a tenants association fund. They got a half a dozen buildings here, and this is serious stuff. And we've brought this up before. We were robbed 3 times and tried to file criminally, and we told we couldn't buy. Said there was conflict of interest by the police that did that, and they got no help from the police.
Thank you. And that closes public comment in that section.
Correct. We'll now move on to special agenda items. Item 2A, proclamation for Pride Month.
So I'd like to call forward at this time Clove, and I'm going to say it right. Is it Galilee? Galilee, sorry. And I will let you introduce our special guest to read the original proclamation.
Good evening, Mayor Negrete, Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, and council members. My name is Clove Galilee. I work for the Office of Sustainability and the Environment, and I'm a member of Out in Santa Monica and serve on the Santa Monica Pride Planning Committee. We would like to take a moment to thank the City of Santa Monica and all of our Pride partners, many of whom are here tonight, Downtown Santa Monica, The Pier, Santa Monica Place, Santa Monica Travel and Tourism, and the Main Street Bid for their support of SAMO Pride 2025. And we hope the council is able to come to some of our many events that are planned for this year. Tonight, I am introducing the authors of this year's Pride Proclamation, the Crow's Storyectomy Family Pride Edition. This is an especially important year to amplify the lives of queer folks in our city and to give our most vulnerable communities a way to find their voice, step into the light, and share their story for social change. Nicole Blaine, owner and artistic director and a lifelong Santa Monica resident, opened The Crow at Bergamot Art Station in 2022. The Crow is a comedy club, educational center, and community third space committed to elevating the Santa Monica and Los Angeles comedy scene by amplifying marginalized voices that use stand-up, storytelling, music, and performance art to better the world. You might not be aware of this, but The Crow offers not only traditional comedy shows, but also G-rated comedy shows for kids, teens, and families, comedy birthday parties, corporate training, and team building using comedy and classes for adults and teens. Their kids' comedy camp for ages 7 to 12 is now open for enrollment for summer 25, and they truly have something for everyone. 3 years ago, Nicole Blaine launched Storyectomy, a free storytelling initiative devoted to sharing different perspectives to create community, foster empathy, and promote acceptance. Past iterations have focused on cancer, the unhoused community, and maternal mental health. Last year's Santa Monica Cultural Affairs funded Storyectomy's Family Pride Edition, which shared stories from our local queer community. The City of Santa Monica's Cultural Affairs is proud to sponsor a second season of Family Pride Storyectomy as part of Samo Pride 2025, and that will take place on June 21st at The Crow, and you really must come. It's quite an incredible show. The Crow stands for Comedy Reflects Our World. And Nicole and her staff live and breathe this concept by partnering with local community to share their passion for comedy and provide a platform for expression, healing, and social progress. In her own words, we laugh about the human experience and discover different ways to process the world. We can heal and come together in that way. Please welcome this year's Storyectomy storytellers to read the Pride Proclamation that they wrote together. Jeffrey J. Come on forward, people. Lacey Stansel, Viva Rose, Matub Zaire Maganlu, Kelsey Ananson, Eric Berry, Caramel Velez, and Nicole Blaine to present the Samo Pride Proclamation for 2025. Thank you so much for your time. These are for you.
Oh, thank you.
Cool.
You can take one, pass it down. Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you.
All right.
We're on?
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. This is life-altering moment. Thank you. I feel so humble. So thank you for this opportunity. I will begin the Pride Proclamation that we wrote together. Whereas even in 2025, my 11-year-old son was bullied in a public Santa Monica middle school and called the F slur. Like braces and acne aren't hard enough. Pride reminds us that when we have each other, are loved, and it's not just your mom who thinks you belong on this planet.
I'm Jeffrey J., comedian and comedy writer. Whereas I grew up in the closet in a conservative family in Texas as a woman. It wasn't until I came out as a trans man and was called Jeffrey on stage in Santa Monica that I felt at home.
I'm Lacey Stansel. Whereas I grew up in a small conservative Georgian town, isolated by my deafness in a hearing world, I gained a strong sense of identity when I discovered my queerness. Since then, I found a home in the wonderful blend of disabled, queer, and comedy communities of Southern California.
Viva Rose. Whereas I watched my moms marry 3 times, once symbolically, pre-gay marriage being legal, once with false hope in 2004 when it was overturned, and finally for real in 2008 as a testament to the power of queer love. This is where I want to stay.
Hi, my name's Matab. Whereas I grew up with a conservative Muslim mom in rural Ohio, I believed I would hide my queer identity my whole life and live in shame. Luckily for me, I found a new queer family in Los Angeles who gave me the strength to share my truth with my mom, and to my shock, her own exposure and growth allowed her to welcome me and my queer family with open arms.
I'm Kelsey Annenson. Whereas I grew up in a small, relatively progressive city in Canada, and even there, queer life was so invisible that I assumed my liking girls was just a phase. I didn't see anyone else living life as an open and proud lesbian, so I assumed it wasn't possible. Now I go to Pride every year just to see how possible and wonderful it is.
Hi, I'm Carmel Velez. Whereas I'm a Black Hispanic woman who found the love of the most beautiful woman, from that love I was able to come out at the age of 35 as pansexual to my friends, family, and the world. The love I had for my wife healed the closeted girl from Nebraska, giving me the peace and community and the strength to be the full version of myself. And my wife, who was not supposed to be here today but is here, said, in her words, on behalf of her, whereas, yes, Pride.
Hi, I'm Eric Berry. I grew up in a small town in Baltimore. Knowing no other gay people, for the longest time, I thought I was all alone. As a kid, I did anything to make my dad happy, play sports, quiet my queerness, and hide my sexuality. I never wanted to be too gay. Then I realized what made my father the happiest was being myself. Now, I'm gay as hell. And I will be reading on behalf of Govind Kumar, a good friend of mine. Whereas I grew up in the suburban neighborhoods of Long Island, where being queer or gay was still whispered and hinted at, but never embraced. But over the years, I've found my tribe in the queer community, where every label is embraced. I don't have to be a brown boy growing up in a white town, but a person who embraces every color. Thank you, guys.
I'm reading on behalf of D'Angela Lee. Whereas I am a Black bisexual fat woman, there was a time I thought that was too many identities, but I've come to learn that this gives me a unique perspective. I'm not only allowed to exist as this, I can also use the pride in myself and all my identities to inspire others with my stand-up comedy and tell them this is not a joke. I want you to exist too.
Whereas we are at a time in history where we need to protect all humans. Therefore, I call upon the people of Santa Monica to create safe spaces for the LGBTQ community, listen to each other, and work toward creating more equality in our work, lives, and our communities. And perhaps, more importantly, eat, drink, and be merry.
Thank you. And I will say, because I know this is a different proclamation than we read, now therefore I, Lana Negretti, the mayor of Santa Monica, and this entire city council, as we stand in solidarity in our shirts today, do hereby proclaim, I'm doing this by memory, the month of June, Pride Month. Thank you all for that beautiful proclamation. Are we doing a photo? Yeah.
There you go.
Good evening. On closed session, in your choice of Oliver Chai as the new city manager, he is someone who's just like you. Please look at the Irvine Watchdog website where on March 10th, 2025, there was an opinion article titled, "Leaked Documents Reveal Irvine City Managers Engaged in Secret Scheme to Destroy the Energy Choice Program and Sell It for Parts." So it looks like he likes scheming too, just like you did, against the residents by having the Santa Monica excluded from having to put district voting in place while fighting it in court, making Santa Monica the only city in the state that can continue discriminating against its voters. So you're two peas in a pot of corruption. In addition to the fact that both of your actions result in preventing the public from being able to give public input on the item, if it had been publicly agendized, in your case using closed session to discuss legislation, not litigation. Or what about the March 2023 Voice of OC article titled, "Irvine Manager Interviewed by FBI in Connection with City Investigation," which included a former consultant for multiple city council members' bribery and favorable cannabis legislation in 2028 or 2018? Or what about the November 7th, 2021 Irvine Watchdog opinion article titled, "A Background of Check on City Manager Finalist Oliver Chai"? So Mr. Chai, in how many municipalities did he resign under threat of termination or make residents in the city feel like they were not getting their money's worth with him as city manager? See, so he's just like you. Thank you.
I just want to make sure we know that our incoming city manager's last name is Chi. That's how you pronounce it. All right, so Kay Ambers is up next, and then we'll have Zoe Montaner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Cambries. I'm speaking on item 4G, the algorithmic prohibition for the sale of price-fixing software. I'm just speaking in my personal capacity today, although I am on the Rent Control Board. I'd just like to express my gratitude for council and staff agendizing and prioritizing this very important issue. And I'd just like to say that I understand this is an ongoing project, and I'd just like to say that I hope that we work collaboratively with the Rent Control Board, and I think that would be a great platform to solicit feedback from the Rent Control Board and also to inform our renters. And I hope to see you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe Montaner.
Put the image, the second image that I sent and was received before the time to speak on this item, please. The second one, yes. Good evening again. I want to speak on item 5C, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, City Attorney. Apparently there is misinterpretation of my words when I had an encounter with this city attorney months ago, and it was characterized as a racial slur. I used the term white supremacy, which is an academic term, and you can Google that. I do not want to have trouble with the city attorney because I know that he manages a big staff and his staff can be sympathetic or unsympathetic to me. However, everybody's talking about Pope Leo, and Pope Leo had a quote here that I want to bring to your attention. Peace begins with each one of us in the way we look at others, listen to others, and speak about others. And the way I was spoken that day was disrespectful. The way I was spoken by Dan Hall 11 days after he was sworn in and he violated the code was disrespectful. At the end of his comment to me, he said, I should not be speaking with you without the city attorney present. Too late. You knew that and you decided to speak and violate the Brown Act. I was told outside that I have to speak with the city attorney for violations of the Brown Act. I would like to publicly ask for a meeting to give you the evidence, and you can do with it whatever you need. But we need to start walking the talk. Because the way Dan Hall also spoke to Lana Negrete on March 8 at the budget meeting on the library when she was doing the ad hoc for economic development was
Thank you, Ms. Montaneros. That closes a closed session. I'm sorry, public comment on closed session.
That's correct. We'll now move to the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion.
Does anybody have any items to pull?
I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry.
In accordance with Charter Section 615, the adoption of all ordinances and resolutions shall be by reading of title only unless a council member present dissents. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. And Mayor Pro Tem Torosis has requested to pull 4M.
Yeah, I move the consent calendar with the exception of 4M.
Second.
And I'm sorry, that was Negrete first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just make a quick comment on that?
On,
Oh, just on the consent calendar. I don't want to pull the item, but on the 4G, the rent registry item, I don't want to hold it up, but I do hope that at some point we can have somebody from the city reach out to the rent control agency and coordinate.
I think they have been.
They haven't, okay.
But yes, I would agree, maybe the actual board itself needs to just be educated as to the parameters of the ban on the algorithmic price fixing software.
And to clarify, board members were consulted, but prior to introduction of the motion.
Perfect. All right. Roll call vote.
Councilmember Janikskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
Item 4M.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on, let me read it into the record, sorry. Adoption of a resolution amending the council rules of procedure.
Great. I just had some questions before I move to approve this. So it's come to my attention recently and through a couple of the 16 items I've done that there may be some sort of discrepancy as to who prepares ordinances and resolutions. So just for the city attorney, when council passes a 16 item, who is directed to prepare the ordinances?
Typically, the language of the 16 item says the city manager and the city attorney shall.
Well, I will just say I've written 16 items that direct the city attorney to prepare ordinances. And I just wanted to know what's in the charter with respect to who is supposed to prepare ordinances?
The charter says with respect to the duties of the city attorney, that the city attorney shall prepare all ordinances and resolutions.
Okay, and that's consistent with my understanding across multiple jurisdictions. And so I think I wanted to clarify that, especially particularly with respect to the council rules rule. I'm just pulling it up. 5.
Just 5?
5D. I'm just trying to find it because I highlighted it. So with my understanding in reading section 5, specifically after 5D, that's pertaining to 16 items. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Yes.
So I think it would just be helpful if we added further clarification. I mean, do you think that further clarification would be helpful, just to provide direction as to who's writing ordinances?
I think council clarification is always good.
Okay, I mean, do any of the other council members have thoughts on this? I mean, I would like to propose at the end of section 5D concerning 16 items that we further clarify. Oh, Zernitskaya.
Councilmember Zernitskaya? Mine is something else. So I'm calling people in the queue. Are you doing, okay, Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I'm supportive. I just think that the charter is pretty clear in section 708E that the city attorney's office is responsible for drafting ordinances. And I think as we've written our 16 items, we've been very clear about who we want to write the ordinances. So I'm supportive of you further clarifying the council rules if we deem it necessary, but I think it's pretty clear in the charter.
For the city manager, what's your understanding of who prepares ordinances? It's always been my expectation that the city attorney writes ordinances.
Yeah, the city manager does not write ordinances, but we do the policy work that help inform the creation of the ordinance. So usually what happens is the policy work is done, it's provided to the city attorney, who then, from the work that's done, crafts the ordinance.
Is there a holdup with respect to the information getting to the city attorney? Is that part of the issue?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. I mean, some policy work takes time. And so it's not, we try not to rush the work. We try to do it in a smart way to give you the best recommendations. And then from that comes the ordinance. So yes, sometimes it is staff that's holding up the ordinance, but it's to do the policy work needed to inform the ordinance. You can't do the ordinance. It's the cart before the horse.
Sure. I definitely understand that. I guess I would have expected that like folks are working together rather than like piecemeal. Is like a city?
We are.
Okay,
Oh, we do.
Okay.
It's bifurcated to a certain extent, but we work in collaboration.
Okay.
Both
I'm
offices.
going to call Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I'm also supportive of adding the clarification. I just wanted to also add a small correction / clarification on rule number 3, quorum and action. The last sentence of the first paragraph, where it says, however, in the case of a quasi-judicial hearing, if only 4 council members are participating, the applicant or appellant shall be entitled to request and receive a continuance of the hearing until such a time as 5 council members are participating. This might be a small thing, but should it say as at least 5 council members? So it's not, I'm just worried somebody might take it too literally, and if there's more than 5, it might potentially present an error, so an issue. So if we could just insert at least.
Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it sounds like, are we adding any additional language with respect to?
I just want to clarify it because I think this has come up with respect to at least a couple of the 16 items that I've written. So unless council, I would like to add some language at the end of 5D concerning 16 items, that unless council specifically directs otherwise, when council provides direction to prepare an ordinance or resolution pursuant to council-approved 16 item or other direction, the city attorney shall be responsible for preparing and bringing back for council consideration all new or amended ordinances and resolutions. And of course, that would include the city attorney consulting with city staff.
Is that in addition to what is already written in the rules?
Yeah, because that's not in the rules right now.
So it's not replacing any language? Does that make sense?
It's adding.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to reemphasize that my understanding is that our charter says the city attorney writes our ordinances.
All right, I'll second that. And do we need a roll call vote because there's no money? Yes.
Yeah.
So are you, you're leaving it there without a mention of days, is that correct? I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
I feel like we don't.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that
Councilmember
that's what the
Raskin.
language was.
Thank you. I don't want to belabor this point, but last time I spoke about my opposition to the changes to the time donation issue and the way in which the amendments would restructure public participation. I'm going to be voting no on it for that reason, but I'm otherwise supportive of the changes.
Okay.
Councilmember Raskin, I'm sorry, can you just clarify you mean the 4 minutes being allotted?
Yeah. He wants.
Yeah, and the elimination of time donation.
All right. I think have the language change and the language addition and the adjustment that Councilmember Zernitskaya and the city attorney feels comfortable that you have all that, and Councilmember Toros has added that new language.
Yes.
Roll call vote.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Toros, and I seconded it.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Apologies, could you read it once again? Because my brain didn't, yeah. I'm going to be voting yes, but I just want to hear it again.
What I said?
Yeah.
Unless council specifically directs otherwise with respect to a particular item, when council provides direction to prepare an ordinance or resolution pursuant to a council-approved 16 item or other direction during a council meeting, which is pursuant to Charter Section 708E, the city attorney shall be responsible for preparing and bringing back for council consideration all new or amended ordinances and resolutions. And of course, the city attorney shall consult the city staff as appropriate.
Thank you very much. Yes.
And Mayor Negrete.
Yes.
Passes 6-1. We'll now move to closed session items. Item 5A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Jane Doe, number 1, versus, and others versus the city and others. Item 5B is a conference with labor negotiator in regards to all the bargaining units as printed on the agenda. Item 5C is the public employee evaluation for the city attorney. And item 5D is the public employee appointment for the city manager, sorry.
Thank you, City Clerk. I think I should have probably had this agenda management discussion prior to, but I was informed that item 5C was going to be heard at the end of the evening. So do I need to do a motion and have to have that closed session item moved? Is it an agenda management?
I think that would be the only closed session item you're actually hearing.
Well, I think we're hearing 5A, B, and D now, and my understanding was that.
A is report out only. I'm told 5B, we don't need a labor discussion. I'll defer to the city manager.
We don't have an update, but there is a discussion about the city manager appointment, so there is one item to discuss.
So sorry to be asking this question up here live, but what is going on then? Are we doing 5C now at closed session, or are we doing this later in the evening?
My understanding is that the HR director was going to try to make it back in time, but given that there's only one item to discuss, she probably isn't going to make it back in time.
So then, what do we need to do up here so that we make sure we understand that we're going to closed session again later in the evening? What's the process?
You can just come back from closed session and go back into closed session later.
Okay.
You don't need to do anything.
I just want to make sure my colleagues are all aware too. Okay. Okay, so with that, when will we be back, City Attorney, right now?
45 minutes? Half hour?
30 minutes?
7:15.
7:15. All right, we'll see you no earlier than 7:15. Thank you.
Spot for dinner, unless somebody else already, unless somebody
Yes, closed session was not concluded. I understand it may conclude later, but nonetheless, I have one report out from a prior closed session. In the Jane Doe 1, the Condon case versus City of Santa Monica, it has settled for a total of $1.42 million as to 4 plaintiffs combined. This was approved at the April 22nd meeting with a vote of 7-0. That's all for now.
Thank you. And we wanted to do a little agenda management, clerk, and a move up, I believe it's 11A. Could we hear 11A now? Can I get a second?
I think we need to hear public comment. Do we
Oh,
need to hear
sorry.
public comment? After public comment, I will move 11A up.
Okay, so we'll hear public comment first and then 11A. Is that okay? She's. I made the motion and Mayor Pro Tem seconded me. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. So we'll hear public comment. Sorry, I tried to just glaze right over you. I'm trying to go home. No, I'm just kidding.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members. As you heard in the proclamation tonight, June is Samo Pride Month, a month full of events and activities uplifting the LGBTQ+ community and celebrating our city's inclusive and diverse spirit. Be sure to visit smpride.com or santamonica.gov to see what's happening all around town for Pride. Mark your calendars for June 21st, a full day of Pride programming across the Promenade, Pier, Beach, Santa Monica Place, and Main Street that you won't want to miss. Also in June, the city will host the 33rd Annual Juneteenth celebration on Saturday, June 14th, from 2 to 7 p.m. at Virginia Avenue Park. This year's theme is a family affair, unifying, healing, and restoring. And the free family-friendly celebration will feature music, food, and craft vendors, a kids' activity area, and more. We'll be hearing a proclamation for Juneteenth at the next council meeting. Another date to save is July 17th from 4 to 7 p.m. for this year's State of the City, a celebration of resilience and growth. We're doing something a little different this year. Rather than a formal evening of speeches, this year's State of the City is a fun, family-friendly outdoor concert and picnic with activities and more at Reed Park and the newly reopening Miles Memorial Playhouse. And last but not least, the adoptable pet of the week is Zoe up on the screen. Zoe is a 6-month-old spayed shepherd. She is very sweet, playful, and energetic puppy who loves chasing balls and getting belly rubs. She would do best with an active family full of energy like her. If you might be interested in adopting Zoe or any other pets, please contact the animal shelter at 310-458-8595 or visit the Animal Services tab of the Santa Monica Police Department's website. And if you're not able to adopt, you can always visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website at smasf.org to see how you can help the animals by making a donation or shopping the Chewy wish list. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, June 7th is their event that will be happening at the animal shelter in Santa Monica.
Okay, I will now ask if any council members have anything to report on travel since our last regular meeting.
Nope.
Hearing none, we'll now move to public input on remaining agenda items only. Public comment is permitted on ordinances for introduction and first reading. No public discussion is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption. Public input for 12 items will be heard at the time when the public hearing is called. And we have 10 names on the list.
Great. I'm going to call. Okay. I'm going to call a few names up. Jerry Rubin, Chris Gutierrez, Zoe Montanero, Cato Villain, and Alex Lazar. Is your mic working? Oh, there we go.
Seemed like a fast closed session. It's comparatively great. All right. Anyhow, thank you, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem, council members, interim city manager, assistant city attorney, city clerk, fellow Santa Monicans, police officers. I hope this is the right time to talk on the budget. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm sure that you can probably guess what I'm going to say, but I feel compelled to just give it a push anyhow, because our landscape people are doing tremendous work under hard circumstances, and I keep saying it all the time, and I'm so honored to be on the Urban Forest Task Force, but after the winds, luckily the fires didn't hit us, but the winds hit us bad, but our trees are pretty resilient, but they work so hard, and their budget was depleted, and I know so well already, the budget's, real hard, and so it's hard to ask when there's so many people asking for important things. But our trees, even the city says, next to our people, our trees are our most important resource. So I hope that you could find it in your heart to really give a big, even just a little increase to the landscape people for the hard work they're doing and the upcoming work that's going to be needed to be done. And that's all I want to say. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Chris Gutierrez. And after Chris, I have Zoe Montanero and Cato Villain.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Negrete, council members. As most of you may know, I'm the Community Gardeners Advisory Committee chairperson. And so I know the challenge of this year's budget, 2 years going forward, is exceptionally difficult. But we did review the budget proposal to increase the fees by a 300%, gulp, triple those fees. And we have had to oppose it. We sent forward a letter to the council and the motion in describing why we just can't see that going forward. We are urging you to not include it, not advance it, or include it in the budget for the June passage. We are happy to explore options for our meaningful contribution to have cost recovery in our program. In fact, we have had lots of ideas, some of which have been stymied in the past, and we are looking deeply into a variety of ways to augment our contributions. But I also want to tell you the story of the gardens in a different way. 50 years. Next year, 50 years we will be celebrating. That is 1/3 of the history of the city. So those gardens are not only a very important sustainability program for a vast demography of the community, including the seniors, the renters, young families, many people with vulnerabilities. We share harvest, we share lessons, we share all kinds of things in the community gardens. We are delighted to work with you, and thank you, Mayor Negrete and council members Ernest-Gaya and other council members for calling attention to this dilemma. We just can't afford a 300% increase. So Good luck, good evening. We look forward to collaborating with you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Zoe Montanera?
And you're signed up twice. Are you speaking on multiple items?
Oh, no, and just one, but can you, I'm gonna speak on the budget. If you can place the last image that I brought that I sent when I'm speaking on the budget.
Oh, well, I closed it out, so I can't open it at this point.
Interestingly enough, the German Shepherd's name is Zoe.
I know, and I'm not for adoption, but I'm going to play with her this week. I promised to go visit her. Yes, she looks a lot of fun. Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I can't open it up. So
You cannot open it?
No, it's already closed.
Okay, thank you. I remember on March 6th, 2 days before the budget meeting, NOMA had a meeting and Council Member Dan Hall was the guest speaker. And I brought to the attention of Mr. Hall the concern of the multiple litigations impact on our budget. I was concerned, and then when I heard 2 days after that the biggest impact to our budget is litigation, I was pleased that I heard Mayor Lana Negrete, say that it's time to settle some of these litigations to just try to begin to recover. However, I saw some resistance from Council Member Dan Hall, thinking and saying publicly that she didn't have the support of the rest of the council members. I would like to bring to your attention that you must provide direction on how to avoid multiple litigations, because we continue to expose the city to litigation by the entitlement and the violations of city employees. Specifically, I'm speaking of the Big Blue Bus, and you know that I've been speaking publicly about the violations of the Civil Rights Act Title VI. So if we want to talk about the budget, we need to also talk on how to prevent exposure to litigation. The Chief Financial Officer did an amazing job on March 8, explaining to us in common terms that the 3 big litigations have done major damage to our coffers. So are we going to continue on this path? Thank you.
Thank you. I have Caro Villain, Alex Lazar, Jason Mastabom, Connor Webb, Zena Josephs. I see Zena. And then I have Gleam Davis after that.
None of the other people are here?
I guess not.
They probably didn't anticipate us getting on the closed session. So
My ears are clogged up, so I can't.
Are you Alex Lazar? No? Okay.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to speak on item 7A, the budget. The Friends of Sunset Park Board has 2 requests. Number 1 concerns Fairview Library, which has been closed except for self-service 2 days a week since 2019. Before closure, it had 80,000 patron visits per year. It would require an additional $600,000 to $650,000 to open both Fairview and Ocean Park libraries for 2 days a week and continue the self-service. This amount is about 1/1,000th of the $480 million that you're planning to spend. And it would restore service to 28,000 residents of Ocean Park and Sunset Park. Regarding public safety, in 2024, Measure PKS was approved by 30,000 voters. It was an advisory measure to Measure K, asking that half the additional revenues be used to protect public safety in Santa Monica. The Friends Board supports the funding of 5 additional police officers as described on page 30 of the proposed biennial budget digital document, which lists initiatives funded with Measure K revenues. On our 2024 membership forms, our members wrote many comments under my greatest concerns are, here are a few. Crime, safety on our streets.
in our parks, inability of city to deal with drug addicts on the streets, random acts of violence committed by drug users, that it becomes unsafe for my kids, homeless people around my kids, strangers with drug problems, vagrants, the homeless, I fear for them, and I am afraid of some of them. Homeless crime, garage and homes broken into multiple times. The Pavilions Motel in Ocean Park and Cloverfield. People camping in cars. There were 99 comments, and then there were 191 members who checked off that they were interested in crime.
Thank you. Former Mayor Gleam Davis. I'm sure it feels nice to be on that side of the mic.
I get to go home earlier. Good evening, Mayor Negrete and council members and staff. I'm here tonight as the co-chair of the Santa Monica Early Education Task Force, and I am here. I sent you all a far too lengthy email. I apologize for that, but I had a lot to say. To sum it up, we are asking for a relatively small allocation of $50,000 per year for the next 2 years. In your own budget document, you point out that 4.3% of your population is age 0 to 4. We are not asking for anywhere near 4.3% of your budget. If you were to give us just the $50,000, that is less than 1% of your general fund operating revenues. We are, for the last 40 years, the voice of young children in Santa Monica. And our ability to continue to be that voice is quite honestly jeopardized. For decades, the city administratively supported the task force. That ended, and as a result, we have basically been living on the kindness of strangers. Unfortunately, that kindness is going to expire very soon, and the sustainability of the task force is in serious jeopardy. You have a world-class lab school down the street that is there primarily because of the advocacy of the Child Care Task Force. My child was able to continue to go to the Marine Park Child Development Center, now the Growing Place Marine Park, because of the advocacy of the Child Development Task Force. We have been a voice not only for working families with children in this community, but for the providers of care. And that is equally important. Child care providers are notoriously underpaid and undersupported. And we want to be the voice not only for the children in this community, but the people that we trust with our most precious children. So please, we are asking for a very small amount. We will use this not only to continue our vital programming, but to become more sustainable so that we don't have to keep coming back to you.
Thank you. And just to confirm, we called some names: Cotto Villain, Alex Lazar, Jason Mastabom, Connor Webb. Going once, twice. All right, well, that closes public comment for that section. Moving right along.
Okay, we're now moving to item 11A. Appointment of city manager and authorization to execute agreement.
Do you have something?
No, sorry. We'll wait for the city attorney.
Mayor, yes. Pursuant to state law, certain information has to be disclosed orally when an executive contract is being approved. So this item is to appoint and approve the contract for Oliver Chi to be the next city manager. His start date will be July 14, 2025. The contract is at will. The annual salary is $410,604. The contract includes moving and relocation expenses of up to $5,000. It also includes up to 12 months temporary rental assistance within the city of Santa Monica or within 3 miles of the Santa Monica city boundaries if the employee is not able to obtain temporary rental housing within Santa Monica city limits at $5,000 per month for a maximum of $60,000 total. It includes the potential for a home loan not to exceed $2 million at 3.5% interest with at least a 10% down payment. All other benefits are as set forth in the executive pay plan, and it includes 9-month severance pay in the event of termination without cause. That's all.
All right, so would someone like to make a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Trosa, seconded by Councilmember Snell.
Okay. Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernick-Skaya,
Yes.
Mayor Negrete.
Yes. Welcome to the city of Santa Monica. Oliver Chi. We're super excited, and thank you, Elaine. I know we'll have another opportunity to give you a long thank you, but I just wanted to say that tonight since we're welcoming our new city manager. We're looking forward to the new transition, a smooth transition, and we're really excited.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I just want to say that I think it's a reflection on our amazing staff that we had no shortage of really, really excellent applicants for this position. I think we felt really lucky to be able to meet so many qualified folks, and I feel very, very confident that Mr. Chi is going to come here and lead us in a new and prosperous direction for our city. So just thank you for all of our staff for your trust, and I think this is going to be the start of a really positive relationship, and we're excited.
Yes. All right. We want to show him how quickly we can get through a budget session, so we're on our best behavior. Next item, clerk.
Item 7A, proposed fiscal year 2025-2027 biennial budget and fiscal year 2025-2026 CIP budget.
All right.
All right, here we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are here to present the biennial budget for the fiscal years 2025 to 2027. This study session is a dedicated opportunity in the budget process to ask questions and to hear from you. Out of tonight, staff should have complete direction to make changes and present a final budget for adoption on June 24th. And this budget comes at a time when our financial picture is serious. But there is hope. The council has provided a vision for staff focusing on the priorities of economic development, clean streets and safe neighborhoods, and affordable housing for all. And you have informed that vision through direction to staff to challenge long-standing norms, cultivate a culture of yes, and streamline processes to expedite our recovery and deliver better outcomes for Santa Monica. The work to rebuild Santa Monica will take years, but I believe with Council's vision and support, this budget sets us on a path forward. A path forward to reimagine our local economy and 3rd Street Promenade. A path forward to streamline housing production. A path forward to make our streets safer for all modes of transportation. I want to take a moment to recognize the hard work of the staff across the organization who have crafted the proposed budget. I particularly want to thank Oscar Santiago, our finance director, and our budget team, Jennifer Young, Lori Coe, Andrew Lee, Patrick Gregorian, and Laura Perez. As you recall, we came to you in March with a proposal to utilize all new revenues to maintain existing programs and services and reduce the amount of reserves necessary to get through the next few years. You challenged us to think differently and come up with proposals for use of the Measure K parking facility tax, as well as to help identify additional revenue and cost-saving measures to support the general fund. Since that time, staff have actively worked to implement this direction, carefully evaluating all options with the understanding that further reductions to the budget and city services would erode the quality of public spaces, limit ability to respond to customer requests, and undermine economic development strategies. Tonight, we will present both recommendations and options for the use of Measure K revenues that align with the advisory measure PSK to put at least half of the funds towards enhancing public safety. As we receive your direction tonight on the budget, I wanted to offer some guiding principles for you to consider. We remain confronted by serious legal liabilities and fiscal uncertainties, ranging from unexpected tariffs to negotiating new agreements with all of our labor groups. But looking out just a few years, LA 28 presents a unique opportunity to reintroduce Santa Monica to the world, and this budget is a critical opportunity to ensure that we are taking the measures to do that successfully. That is going to take shoring up our revenue streams, creating new ones, and working effectively with all of our partners to see Santa Monica's economic engine is thriving. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, staff have been listening to you and are working hard to align themselves into teams, fill resource gaps, and do the work you have asked of them. Most of the department head team is still relatively new, but already has been creating changes in their departments in response to your concerns and priorities. The organization has still not completely rebounded to staffing levels before the pandemic, so our capacity has limitations. What we need most from you now is to understand your priorities so we can help meet your expectations to be agile, get to yes, and be as responsive as possible. So tonight, we look forward to hearing from you on the overall budget, on Measure K, on your priorities and the department work plans, and to work with you to continue to build the alignment between staff and council that is critical to effectively support Santa Monica. I'd like to turn it over to Oscar Santiago, our finance director, who will walk you through the proposed budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Oscar Santiago, your finance director. Before we get started, I wanted to show you the timeline of the budget process and development process. Right now, we are at the arrow with the orange. This is our proposed budget. We are having our budget study session, and then we'll come back again in June, on June 24th, for adoption of the budget. Then the timeline continues. Again, we come back to you for year end and then mid-year and so forth. So there's other opportunities for us to come back to you and give you updates on anything related to the budget or the forecast. Wanted to put that out there. So this is tonight's agenda. I will kick off the presentation by providing you with an update on the factors that continue to impact the general fund 5-year forecast, which I presented to you in March. You received the proposed biannual budget book on May 12th. So I will briefly provide you with an overview of what's included in the budget. I will tell you about the actions that we took to manage expenditure growth and some of the revenue enhancement opportunities staff have identified to further support the city budget. And I will present the proposed Measure K initiatives to address public safety and ensure safe streets for all modes of transportation. As discussed in detail on March 8th at the workshop, the city remains in a delicate financial position. Santa Monica's once strong tax base faces ongoing challenges due to its reliance on retail, tourism, and the hospitality sectors. All of these sectors started to show weakness before 2020 and were hit hard during the pandemic, and they continue to struggle today. While visitor activity is recovering, it remains slow, exacerbated by remote work trends and a decline in international tourism that reduced daytime population significantly as compared to 2019 levels. These shifts impact consumer spending, sales tax revenues, and contribute to higher retail and corporate vacancy rates compared to regional averages. The city also faces significant financial challenges shaped by both economic instability and organizational constraints. Inflation continues to drive up costs, fueled by the highest price increases in 4 decades and global market disruptions. Economists expect inflation to continue increasing in 2025, pursuant to the impacts of tariffs. The city now has years of deferred maintenance, which have led to mounting repair and replacement costs, necessitating urgent action to prevent system failures and operational inefficiencies in the delivery of city services. And uncertainty surrounding federal funding threatens the execution of critical projects. This comes at the same time that the city faces additional legal claims after having already paid out $230 million in settlements. And finally, we are in negotiations with all city's 11 bargaining units as our staff work under these difficult conditions. This chart illustrates the decline or stagnation in key general fund revenues. When we compare revenues in fiscal year 2018-19 to fiscal year 23-24, sales tax has decreased by 1.2%, and parking-related revenues has dropped by 16.1%. And while TOT has increased by 8.4%, this growth is solely due to the passage of Measure CS, which increased the TOT tax rate and came with new program costs in police, fire, and public works. Without Measure CS, TOT revenues would have remained flat with only 0.3% increase, over the same period. And these charts don't yet account for the significant impacts of high inflation over this period. So I presented these charts to you in March, and they were showing activity through the second quarter of the fiscal year. Sales taxes, including transaction and use tax, and transient occupancy tax or hotel tax were tracking low as compared to the prior fiscal year. Now we've updated the charts again, now showing the third quarter, which is the green, the bars in green. So as compared to last year's third quarter, sales taxes are approximately 1.2 million less than they were last year, or 3% lower. And hotel tax is approximately 2.7 million, or 6% lower. While we revised the budget projections for fiscal year 24-25 at mid-year, revenues may not meet revised projections if these trends continues through quarter four. This chart provided by our sales tax consultants compares sales tax receipts in calendar year 2023 and calendar year 2024. As you can see, all major business sectors are down. And we are hopeful that the city's focus on economic development will help with recovery in these areas. So to wrap up the update on the forecast, the city's finances remain essentially unchanged from what I presented to you at the March workshop. The city has an operational deficit that will require the use of over 60 million in general fund reserves over the 5-year forecast period to balance the budget and maintain existing services. It is important to note that the city's fragile financial position, combined with extreme economic uncertainty, means that additional measures will be required to balance the budget if one or a combination of the following happen. The region's economic downturn persists or worsens. The city must assume debt service or debt through the issues of bonds to cover legal liabilities, or additional federal funding for public safety, transportation, and affordable housing is reduced or is no longer available. So now I want to highlight some of the actions that we have taken to control expenditure growth as reflected in the forecast. The top section of the slide, we kept department supplies and expenses budgets flat in the biannual budget. This action will require for all departments in the general fund to figure out strategies to cover cost increases and impacts of inflation with their same budget that they had in 24-25. This resulted in capping the budget growth by 1.2 million annually starting in 25-26. And this amount compounds to 2.4 million starting in 26-27. Additionally, we increased the vacancy savings rate required for each general fund department, and this action capped budget growth by an additional 1.4 million annually and decreased departments' budgets, reducing the amount of year-end savings they will have related to vacancies. In the next couple of slides, I will discuss the revenue enhancements and budget reduction actions taken to achieve 4.6 million to help preserve general fund reserves while moving forward with recommended Measure K initiatives. So let's start with the revenue enhancements. We anticipate that these initiatives will generate 2.6 million in new annual revenues. The initiatives include piloting an in-house ambulance program, which will generate revenues, increasing cost recovery in certain areas, restarting the compliance audit program of self-reporting taxes, expanding the license plate recognition technology to reduce parking revenue losses, increasing event activations at the beach and pier, and expanding facility rentals at the library. On the expenditure side of the ledger, the reductions include cutting expenses related to operating supplies, technology projects, neighborhood grants, and contracted services. We're no longer going to subsidize credit card processing charges by passing the costs out to the users. We're also going to be making operational adjustments to save costs, such as eliminating weekend trash service at Ishihara and Hotchkiss parks, reducing frequency of custodial services at the public safety facility, and eliminating fertilization of sports fields. So now let's move on to the proposed budget. The citywide proposed budget being presented to you tonight, it's $789.9 million in fiscal year 25-26, and $825.5 million in 26-27, net of reimbursements and transfers. And this accounts for approximately $480.9 million and $495.8 million in the general fund for fiscal year 25-26 and 26-27 respectively, including reimbursements and transfers. The citywide budget for fiscal year 25-26 funds 2,135.3 FTE positions. This includes 2,050 permanent positions and 85.3 as-needed positions. This chart shows you where we were staffing pre-COVID and where we are now. We're still at 162 positions less than we had before. So as detailed in the staff report and in the budget document, the proposed budget includes operating budget adjustments, which further operational efficiencies, enhance service delivery, and expand event, facility, and program activations. In the general fund, the recommended budget changes maintain a net zero impact through the reallocation of funds within departments' budgets. The enhancements in the other funds are supported by the available fund balances in the other funds, while ensuring that the funds continue solvency throughout the forecast period. When we break up the distribution of the general fund revenues, the chart that's on the left of the screen, the majority comes from local taxes. When we look at the expenditure side of the other chart, the biggest portion of the expenditures are for public safety, police and fire specifically. One thing to note is the Office of Emergency Management, which includes 911 dispatch, is not included in the public safety portion because those costs are budgeted in the city manager's office. Otherwise, the allocation to public safety would be bigger. And now, that is my presentation on the operating budget. Rick Valti will provide an overview of the CIP budget.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Rick Valti, Director of Public Works, and I'm pleased to present to you the proposed CIP budget for fiscal year 25-26, which is the second year of the biennial CIP budget for fiscal years 24 through 26. The Capital Improvement Program carries out a wide range of ongoing infrastructure maintenance activities and one-time capital projects. The goal is to minimize the number of new projects recommended in the second year of the biennial CIP budget, but there are several projects that should not be deferred and have been identified for funding and outlined in the CIP addendum. The pie chart in front of you shows a breakdown of the new proposed CIP budget for fiscal year 25-26 in the amount of about $108 million, and this is almost $9 million lower than the CIP budget originally approved by the City Council in June of last year. For the general fund, no additional new projects were funded. For the non-general funds, the fiscal year 25-26 budget reduction includes the following changes. An $8.8 million budget decrease for the Pier Bridge Replacement Project. $2.5 million in miscellaneous grants were obtained for the Wilshire Safety and Broadway Bikeway projects. A $5.3 million budget decrease in the water fund for recharge wells, reservoir improvements, and water main replacements. A $4 million budget increase in the wastewater fund for Moss Avenue Pump Station and Smurf improvements and wastewater main replacements. And then a $2.5 million budget decrease for the Pico Kenner outfall and MS4 compliance permit projects. The city's capital improvement program continues to track about $456 million in projects that are unfunded, and about 96% of these are comprised of requests for general fund resources. And I'm now passing this on to our Deputy City Manager, Christopher Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, I am here to talk about the steps Santa Monica has taken. Thank you. I am here to talk about the steps Santa Monica has taken to return to performance management, specifically department work plans and budget metrics. In 2021, we consolidated department work plans into a single database that also tracks Council's 16 items. These 300 work plan items, when added with Council's 16 items, total approximately 400 significant projects each year. but they are not an exhaustive list of everything we do. Next, we added 95 metrics to the budget in 2023. These metrics provide a picture into the level of services we deliver every day, from 311 requests to BBB ridership. In the last year, we have started to implement a regular reporting of these items through the mid-year and annual budget processes, and we'll also be resuming regular reporting of the CIP portfolio projects. And this year, we are working with our Information Services Department to bring the budget online in a more accessible dashboard format. But we need to make sure we are focused on what is most important to you and the community. We have the best staff, leaders in many areas of municipal government, and we are all committed to fulfilling your vision for Santa Monica. But with the staffing levels still below 2019 and budgets not keeping up with inflation, we need your help prioritizing what you most want to see get done and what we can move down the list. Therefore, tonight, we want to share the updates on 16 items and proposals for the 3 council priorities and seek to gain a better understanding of what is most important or missing from department work plans to help us align our work. And I'll start off with Heather Averick on housing.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Good to see you all. I'm Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services. I'll start with discussing progress of the 16 items within our department that are within the council priority of affordable, livable, and secure housing for all. On June 25th, 2024, Council asked for a Preserving Our Diversity, or POD, expansion, with a focus on engaging PICO neighborhood to ensure POD-eligible individuals are enrolling in the program. This expansion is fully underway, with 44% of new POD participants from the 9040 PICO zip code. On March 11th, 2025, Council approved an expansion of the existing Right to Counsel program, as well as the launch of a new flexible financial assistance program. Those efforts are underway, with funding allocated for Measure GS and the Pro Housing Incentive Grant for program expansion. A rent registry for non-rent controlled units was brought under the purview of Housing and Human Services Department earlier this year. Research is underway for the creation of a non-rent control registry, which includes an interdepartmental working group comprised of rent control staff, city attorney's office staff, ISD, finance, and code enforcement staff. In October, Housing and Human Services will bring council program recommendations, which include staffing needs, funding requests, and policy requirements for the creation of a registry for non-rent control units. Our top 5 work plan items for 2025 through 2027 include implementation of the citywide 5-year homelessness strategic plan, which council approved March 11th of this year. Establishing new renters protections, including the expansion of the Right to Counsel program and creation of the Flexible Financial Assistance program. Advancing the behavioral health strategy for youth and crisis services for adults. Developing city-owned sites in compliance with the housing element. The process is underway for both PS3 and Wilshire. Both sites are currently applying for external funding. And the solicitation for developers for the Bergamot Arts Center and 4th, 5th, and Arizona will be released next month. And lastly, the creation of a rent registry for non-rent controlled units for the purposes of tracking vacancies across all rental units citywide, establishing a habitability program, tracking evictions and displacements, and having comprehensive data available for renters as a means of consumer protection. Thank you. I'll pass it off to my colleague, Armine.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Armina Chiparian, Community Development Director. It is important for me to present you an update on a number of 16 items that we have initiated, including the following. The Self-Certification Pilot Program. It's a framework developed which will include commercial tenant improvements rolling out this summer, coupled with process improvements for plan reviews, including use of various software products. Santa Monica Place Digital Signage Pilot Program, awaiting the go-ahead from the current Santa Monica Place owners, bringing this item sometime this summer. A banner program, staff developing recommendation, anticipated council return during the end of this year. An events policy update, working closely with our team members in RAD, where they've done the heavy lift since 2023, looking for input from various departments and creating an efficient way for us to process various events in the city. Looking at event venues, staff have expanded community access to city parks, fields, open spaces, and open streets for major community events, and we are working from the attitude of saying yes across all of our departments. Developing a plan to bring large music festivals and multi-day events to the city of Santa Monica at the pier. This work has been initiated, and we are working on developing a comprehensive plan for hosting large-scale events on the beach, including music activities and different activations. Now, as we look ahead for our work plan items for the next 2 years, this includes completing upgrades in our film permit processing and policies associated with all filming in the city. Digital signage program development agreements for 3rd Street Promenade. We do have an item coming to council in June. Monitoring and reporting on the entertainment zone, which was recently approved on a regular basis, beginning with the soft launch on June 13th. Launching an extensive economic growth campaign, ongoing with our interdepartmental task force, including a number of our community partners. Looking for opportunities for naming rights, sponsorships, public-private partnerships, and licensing opportunities. Making zoning ordinance changes permanent, including cannabis sales for 2 existing operators and flexibility for various land uses in the downtown, creating signage opportunities and alcohol service associated with it. The creation of a new beach event zone on the south side of Santa Monica Pier and spearheading various new activations. The implementation of a new centralized land use management system, helping create efficiencies and expedited processing for all of our permits. And this will lead to our economic development outreach efforts for a successful LA 28. At this time, I'd like to pass it on to my colleague, Chief Batista.
Oh, okay. I'm like, who's talking to me? Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly about the topic of clean streets and safe neighborhoods, priorities that remain central to our police department's mission and daily work. Let me start by highlighting the progress we've made in advancing women in policing. Over the past 3.5 years, we've hired 73 new police officers. Looking back over the last 5 years, we're proud to have achieved a benchmark of 25% for women among those newly hired, an important step towards a profession where diverse perspectives are essential. At the department level, we now have 15% women overall, and we remain committed to increasing that number through the targeted recruitment and mentorship. On the topic of traffic enforcement and addressing dangerous driving, I want to express my gratitude for your support earlier this year in launching a focused traffic safety initiative. I'm happy to report that during the first deployment period, Santa Monica had no traffic-related fatalities. Our traffic enforcement unit conducted 14 specialized operations targeting high-risk behaviors such as excessive speeding and crosswalk violations, issuing over 500 traffic citations. In addition, our traffic patrol division carried out over 1,800 traffic stops, issued more than 1,200 warnings, and wrote 350 citations. In the process, they seized 13 firearms and made 32 DUI arrests. One of those officers is sitting in the back tonight, Officer Colleen Marconet. These results demonstrate a balanced approach to safety, education, and accountability. Looking forward, we are preparing to expand our recruitment pipeline through the Federal Skill Bridge Program, an initiative that will enable transitioning military service members to enter public safety careers. We plan to submit an application for this partnership in October and are confident it will further enhance our capability to hire disciplined, service-oriented individuals for our department. With respect to work plans, regarding our work plans, several key programs are delivering results that directly support community health and safety. First, our homeless liaison program remains a cornerstone of our compassionate and proactive engagement strategy. Last year, the help team managed over 4,500 service calls. They responded to more than 860 311 requests and conducted nearly 400 mental health investigations and holds. They also facilitated critical placements into services like Samo Shell, Samo Bridge, and a Salvation Army, helping individuals stabilize and move off the streets. Second, our Downtown Services Unit and newly formed Crime Impact Team have conducted over 150 special operations in 2024, directly targeting retail theft, narcotic sales, and public drug use. These efforts have been intentional and effective, and we anticipate a significant boost in public safety with the opening of the Smart Center later this year, a centralized space for coordinated service delivery, safety, monitoring, and law enforcement support in our most heavily visited section of our city. Third, in fiscal year 2024-2025, our patrol officers responded to Priority 1 emergency calls, those involving immediate threats to life and safety, with an average response time of 6.3 minutes, an improvement from the 6.6-minute average recorded in calendar year 2024. For Priority 2 calls, which include urgent but non-life-threatening situations, our average response time was 13 minutes, down from 13.3 minutes the previous year. These improvements reflect our ongoing commitment to maintaining a strong frontline patrol presence, capable of responding swiftly when the community needs us most. However, it is important to note that while our emergency response remains strong, we are encountering heavy delays in addressing lower priority calls, categories 3, 4, and 5, which affects our ability to provide timely service on quality of life issues, neighborhood concerns, and follow-up investigations. Addressing this imbalance remains a key focus of our staffing and deployment strategies moving forward. Fourth, our recruitment and background investigations teams have made significant improvements. We currently have 9 officer vacancies, and for the first time in recent memory, we have a surplus of qualified candidates entering the pipeline. Enhanced connectivity through new software systems and streamlined processes has dramatically reduced our backlog and renewed enthusiasm to join the Santa Monica Police Department. 2 members of the leadership team, Captain Herrick and Lieutenant Gilmore, are with us tonight. They have been instrumental in leading this turnaround effort, including the number of women at the police department. Now, each of these areas, diversity in hiring, the traffic strategy, the homeless outreach, crime reduction, and officer recruitment, align with the council's express priorities. They represent both the values and the vision we share for a safe, thriving Santa Monica. And thank you, and I look forward to talking to you later. And now, Chief Halleck.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Matt Halleck, your fire chief. A couple items that we have underway with our 16 items. With regard to our high-rise ordinance, work is currently underway to align Santa Monica's high-rise definition, which is currently 55 feet and above, with the state's definition, which is 75 feet and above, with changes anticipated in the next California Building Code update adoption, which is November 2025. With respect to single stairwell, we are actively participating in the state's single stair task group and plan to align our approach to single-stair multifamily residential buildings with the forthcoming updates to the state code anticipated in January of 2026. With regards to our key work plan items, as mentioned earlier, pilot ambulance operator program, which is would be staffed with 1 ambulance with 2 EMTs or ambulance operators. The purpose of the plan is implementation of the ambulances would immediately address the critical shortages of available transport units in Santa Monica. The new city-operated ambulances will work to augment existing private ambulance services, ensuring improved response times and resource availability. And over time, as additional BLS ambulances are phased in, reliance on private ambulance providers will decrease. The Advanced Provider Unit, or APU, would be staffed with 1 firefighter paramedic and 1 nurse practitioner. The focus is on reducing unnecessary hospital transports and providing advanced field care. The APU program will bring a much-needed enhancement to the department's pre-hospital care model by delivering advanced field care to patients who might otherwise be transported to emergency departments unnecessarily. By managing chronic conditions and treating minor injuries and illnesses on scene, the APU will reduce hospital overcrowding and free up emergency resources for more critical cases. Our partnership with Wise and Healthy Aging is a collaborative effort between the Santa Monica Fire Department and Wise and Healthy Aging to combat the growing challenge of non-emergency 911 calls from aging residents, and has been proven successful since its pilot launch in 2023. Other core objectives of the program include preventing homelessness by addressing the root causes that lead to housing instability, such as chronic health issues, and safety at home to avoid hospitalization. Our apparatus replacement plan is a plan that was initially written in 2015 and serves as the analytical framework for the replacement of all heavy apparatus. The plan is based on replacement standards employed by the American Public Works Association and utilizes a maintenance versus acquisition formula. Santa Monica Fire Department has 26 heavy apparatus in our fleet currently. Our facility master plan is a 2020 plan. It's a comprehensive inventory of fire stations 2, 3, and 5. The plan does not cover Station 1 as it was replaced in July of 2020, and Station 7, which was added in 2019. The plan outlines critical building systems, the current condition, and anticipated or recommended replacement strategies and timelines. And finally, mental health and wellness. As identified in our 2023 to 2028 strategic plan, mental health and wellness is a key objective for our fire department, with several goals in purview of the objective, which is assessment of current employee mental health and wellness plans within the city, chartering of the wellness committee within Santa Monica Fire Department, which was completed in 2021, ongoing replacement of physical fitness equipment within the fire facilities, formalizing the availability of peer counselors, a chaplain program, and professional and culturally competent counseling services, ongoing educational opportunities related to mental health and wellness, and finally, our most popular item into this category is a new strategy such as a therapy dog, which is Roger. It was a hit at Fire Service Day. Oh, he got his card. Very good. Thank you very much. That concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to Director of Transportation, Anuj Gupta.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Anuj Gupta, Director of the Department of Transportation. First, I would like to share our substantial progress on several of our 16 items that advance the priority of clean and safe streets and neighborhoods. Regarding the safety of our bike lane network, we continue to expand our protected bike lane network on corridors across the city with concrete curb protection that prevents vehicle incursion. We recently completed these lanes on 26th Street. We're underway with construction on Stewart Street, and we have these lanes coming soon on Broadway and westbound Colorado. We also piloted an automated bike lane enforcement solution and hope to begin implementing the full program in the coming year as resources allow. On mitigating speeds on Nielsen Way, we implemented new reduced speed limits of 25 miles per hour with roadway signage and striping treatments, and we received a grant that will allow us to make signal modifications that will further improve safety for pedestrians and vehicles on the corridor. We have completed 7 out of 8 components of the Vision Zero roadway safety item, including the always stop intersection upgrades, enhanced coordination between DOT and the police department around traffic safety enforcement, renewing our Take the Friendly Road campaign, and upgrading the portal for resident requests. And on curbside management, we are advancing a procurement to identify smart curb management technologies while we are using existing resources to add short-term parking and loading spaces in downtown Santa Monica to address the safety, double parking, and revenue loss concerns that were identified in Council's direction. Moving on to key items in our fiscal year 25-27 work plan that advance this priority, we have a number of projects underway or planned to create multimodal, safer streets that are safer for everyone using our roads, pedestrians, cyclists, scooter riders, and motorists of all ages and abilities. They are listed here on the slide, and they, as you can see, span every part of the city. We are continuing our substantial investment in Big Blue Bus, offering our community and the broader region an enhanced world-class public transit option with greater frequency and span of service as we implement our Brighter Blue program. And we are, this is directly connected to safety as it drives mode shift and increases safety, again, for all roadway users. We are launching our automated bus lane enforcement program as of July 1st, actually, leveraging AI camera technology to keep our bus lanes and stops clear of vehicles, which will enhance transit efficiency and safety. And we plan to expand our deployment of LPR technology in parking structures. Our pilot in 2 structures to date has shown that this significantly reduces lost parking revenue while also supporting SMPD's public safety and crime prevention efforts and enhancing efficient ingress and egress in parking structures, which also translates into enhanced safety for vehicle movements and pedestrians in the downtown. I'll hand it back to Oscar.
Okay, so now let's talk about Measure K and Measure PSK proposals. Guided by the ballot language on Measure K and Measure PSK, staff is bringing forward several proposals to address public safety and ensure safe streets for all modes of movement. These proposals are fully detailed in the Measure K recommendation section of the proposed budget. Let's start with the proposals that address public safety. These items reflect the city's 360-degree approach to public safety. We are proposing to expand resources for the homeless liaison, drone as a first responder, and traffic enforcement programs in the police department. The fire department is piloting an in-house ambulance operator program, and we're activating a security monitoring solution at Miles Playhouse and Camera Obscura. We are also establishing ongoing funding for the therapeutic transport team and the copper wire replacement and streetlight maintenance program. To ensure safe streets for all modes of movement, we are proposing to resume funding for programming to increase safety education and outreach for vulnerable road users, increase funding for both neighborhood traffic calming and transformational projects at critical areas across the city, adding license plate recognition technologies in city parking structures to promote public safety and enhance customer experience, and funding for traffic mobility staff needed to advance mobility projects. And with this, I'll hand it over to Dana, who will discuss the hybrid work program.
I'm definitely not Dana. Although I have great shoes on, so she'll be proud of me. I'm here to talk about hybrid work. So as council asked us to look at, we did survey our staff about our hybrid work. And just to give you a little background, we actually started piloting hybrid work in 2018 with the planning for the City Hall East building and defining new ways of working in a different style of building. It was fully implemented in 2020, no surprise there, and we last updated the policy in 2023. The survey results showed that 40% of our staff are eligible to work from home, but 30% participate, and they average about 2 days of telework per week. We also looked at a number of our neighboring cities at their policies. As you can see here, most have a telework policy, with the exception of El Segundo, and most are in line with our in-office policies that we have here. We also heard that none of them are proposing changing their policies in the near future. And finally, I'll turn it over to Susan.
And I'm not Josh, but channeling him. So to address increasing costs and commitments across council travel budget allocations, staff are presenting 2 options for consideration tonight. Alternative 1 redistributes funds with a greater allowance for mayoral obligations, pulling that money out and then distributing amongst the remaining 6 council members. Alternative 2 redistributes the mayor's funds, as in the first scenario, but it also sets aside funds for required travel for council member representatives that are appointed to various to member organizations where the city sends representatives, and then redistributing the funds so that there's more parity across council in distributing the travel funds. And with that.
Hope you enjoyed our presentation. This is it. We're here for questions.
Just waiting for the queue to load up. I could start it, but I'm last. All right, Councilmember Zwick.
Okay, I guess they'll be directed for different department heads. We'll try to keep it orderly. Starting with community development. Thank you so much for your part of the presentation. You guys are very busy, I can see, from the work plan. I had 2 questions. One referred to a 16 item that frankly I'm not familiar with that said something about a banner program. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little on that.
I'm actually going to have Jenny join me, and Jing may need to help as well.
It doesn't have to be a long explanation, just.
Sure.
So RAD has actually been doing the research on the banner program. This was a 16 item that I believe was introduced by then Mayor Brock. The idea was to expand the opportunities for community groups to utilize lamppost banners. So that rather than the long ones that cover across the street, these are the ones on individual lampposts. So our team has done a bunch of research on how this is done in other cities. We were specifically looking at, are there cities that are making money doing this? The short answer is there's at least one. West Hollywood does have a pretty interesting program, and so we're looking forward to bringing some options back to you this fall and winter.
Well, so my only follow-up question, and maybe you partly answered that, I don't want to negate any work that's been done on this item, but is the juice worth the squeeze to continue working on this item among all the others that you are currently assigned?
I think based on the research we've done, we'd love to showcase that to you all, and then I would let you be the barometers of whether it's worth the squeeze. But
Okay.
I think there's some opportunities that we see.
Okay, thank you.
Especially with a lot of the event activations we're doing, I think there could be an opportunity to maximize the banner program.
Okay, thank you. And then I saw, despite the many things that were listed among the, I think, work program and priorities, I didn't see specific mention of code enforcement and the vacancy fee program, and I'm just curious, I don't know if you or Daniel want to speak to the status of that.
We've got quite a bit going on, and I want Daniel to give you the specifics because he's been working hard on this.
Good evening. I believe we're planning to bring the vacant property registration program back in September, I believe is when we're tentatively scheduled. So that's when we should have a pretty comprehensive program laid out for you with all the fees, the approximated revenue generated, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, well, I'd say that it's a priority for council, both when it comes to the quality of vacant storefronts and the surrounding disorder that often accrues, and also the revenue potential. So it's a top priority for me, at least.
I'm happy to move it up if we have the ability to.
Thank you. I think I just we'll move it right along to ask a question of Chief Halleck. And then Chief Batista, just, if you want to. It's a little inefficient here. Thank you so much for your presentation, Chief. I just was, you mentioned number two in your plan of I think priorities in the department is the APU, and I just wanted to to give you a chance to elaborate a little more on that. And I'm curious specifically in terms of the scope of care that's provided. I think it mentions our in-house population specifically in the description, not exclusively, but that being a primary population. And I was similarly curious as to just to what degree is the APU equipped to deal with those having mental and behavioral health crises?
Well, the nurse practitioner has the ability or the scope to deliver a number of different services outside of what our normal service delivery is. Partnered that with other resources within the city, I think would give you kind of a full court press, so to speak, on addressing those issues that are currently facing the city. So the APU is a robust service delivery option, simply because the scope that we're currently bound by with our paramedics, the LA County Emergency Medical Services Authority, that scope doesn't apply to a nurse practitioner. So it gives us the ability to then also transport to other facilities, mental health facilities, outside of what our normal kind of, what we call our catchment area is. So it gives us a greater ability to connect those individuals with services.
And just one more question on that. Is there a sort of plan, so to speak, as to how this service would fit into our constellation of emergency and non-emergency homeless sort of responses, whether be it help, our HMST, and a variety of other, the county van that we have, just to make sure that we're being additive and not duplicative when it comes to that kind of work that we're trying to do?
Sure. Well, I assume there's some services that will work hand in hand together. But again, some of those services can't offer medical service to our residents or anybody that it responds to. So it does a step beyond in that we can prescribe medication, can treat wounds in the field. They can also write medical releases for PD if needed. So it kind of, I think you'll see a kind of working joint together where one service drops off, another service will pick up, or they'll work hand in hand together.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you. Chief Batista.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your report. I'm obviously eager to have the department sort through its data issues on the traffic enforcement side, but I have heard many anecdotal accounts, in addition to the reports that you've provided weekly, that we have really stepped up our game in that department, and I really appreciate it. Just one question about the recruitment, which seems like it's been going very well. I think you mentioned, was it 73 hires over the last 3.5 years?
Yes.
So that's like around an average of 20 a year?
Yeah.
I've noticed that attrition is, approximately in the range of like 16 to 19, more or less.
Correct.
So, if we have a good year, hopefully we'll cut our vacancies in half, or if not more, or something like that. Most likely, going by current trends.
Yes, we've had 3 separations so far this year, but we have anticipating that we have up to 30 that are able to retire this year. And that number goes up to 50 the following year, 55 the year after that.
Okay. But we're obviously doing our best to, at the very least, keep up with that attrition.
Yeah.
And hopefully extend beyond the current number of officers that we have.
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay.
My last question was just around the hybrid work program. When in reference to other cities, there were several that said 2 day, was it up to 2 days a week, up to 3, up to 1 day a week? What is our policy in that regard? I just wasn't clear.
Up to 2.
It's 2 days a week remote.
2 days a week remote?
Yeah,
So up to 2, or?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
No?
sorry, 3. I'm
Up to
corrected.
3.
Up to 3 days remote.
Okay.
Correct.
That's
Thank-
not what it said though in there, I don't think. Oh, it did? Okay.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you. Thank you so much. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Okay. I've got quite a few questions, and hopefully y'all got the ones that our interim city manager forwarded you earlier today. So I'll try to go department by department. So I'll start with finance. What is the vacancy savings rate? Because I saw in the slide that we're increasing the vacancy savings rate from 1% to 1.5%. What does that actually mean?
That means we know there's vacancies throughout the year. We don't want to over budget for those vacant positions, so we actually reduce the department's budgets by a percentage. Years ago, we had a 4% vacancy rate, and through the analysis that we did, we determined that was too high. A lot of departments were coming in either over budget when they were accounting for savings and so forth, so we reduced it to 1% across the board, and now we're increasing it back up to 0.5%. The actual vacancy rate in the city maybe hovers around 6%.
So do we have cost savings from that when our vacancy rate is higher than what we anticipate?
We sure do, and any savings goes back to the general fund balance. Assuming that no other departments go over budget, we would get that back into our fund balance.
Okay, thank you. So let's see here, what's else? So in the staff report, it says that the general fund has had to borrow from other funds and defer payments to the housing trust fund totaling $68.7 million through fiscal year 24-25 to address economic impacts of the pandemic. Could you please clarify which funds it's been borrowed from and how much has been borrowed from each one?
Sure. 6.5 million from the workers' comp fund, 15 million from the water fund, 47.2 million through fiscal year 24-25 from the housing trust fund. It totals 68.7 million. Now we do have, in October 2023, council approved a payment plan for how we go about paying those. And there's multiple factors that need to play into our finances before we start paying back the funds. One of them is increasing our contingency reserve, our rainy day fund, back to 15%, having our capital improvement program back at 21 million. having at least, it's 5 years of a balanced budget in our forecast, and there's some other factors in there. We also have some language in that plan where if we sell properties, we would then pay half to the Housing Trust Fund up to the amount owed, and then the rest of it would come back and be for other general fund uses. But all these conditions need to be met. That's how the plan was
And
adopted.
if I recall correctly, those conditions are laid out on, in the biannual budget. So if any member of the public is curious about what conditions need to be met in order to start paying it back, they can find it there. Let me see if I have any other questions.
Yeah, we asked, when we adopted that plan, we asked council to revise our financial policies, and we always update them in the budget book, so any changes to our financial policies will be reflected there.
So folks can have a lot of fun with the biannual budget.
They're long, they're pretty long.
I mean, fun is a relative term, maybe. Okay, I think that's it for finance. Thank you. There's one question I have for information services, if we have anybody from there. Okay, awesome.
Member Feroz Murshia, Information Services.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. And thank you for all of your hard work to keep all our technology up and running. So on page 15 of the staff report, there are a couple of reclassification changes to information services positions. Would you be able to clarify how those reorganizations support the city's current technology and support needs? And I can pull up the specific language if that would be helpful.
I can give you a general overview of what the strategy was behind this reorganization. So we're in the mode of conserving resources and doing more with the available capacity. So the only way for us within ISD was to look at internal structure, streamline it. So the principle that guided us was basically make the management lean and add more capacity to our team so that they can do the work. We have, just for perspective, we have about 115 projects that are ongoing right now. We have about 341 applications, close to 1 billion transactions flow through our network, technology network. And we have the same capacity we had several years ago. So the only way for us to kind of add some capacity was to do this reorganization, make the top lean and add capacity in the team.
Okay. So it looks like there's some administrative interns, there's a technology program manager, there's, that looks exciting, the principal business process technology analyst, that's a fun title.
Yes.
And communications engineer. Okay, so that all makes sense. Thank you so much. I don't have any more questions for you. Somebody else might, but we'll see. Next up, Public Works. I'm trying to organize these by department so y'all don't have to keep getting up. I know that one of the potential, one of the proposals for helping save costs was to eliminate fertilization of the sports fields. I understand that there are some potential negative effects if we stop fertilizing our sports fields. Would we potentially be able to look at reducing it rather than eliminating it completely? And what impacts would that have?
Yes, we could look at reducing frequency. What we've proposed is to eliminate it for the next 2 years, I think. We'll definitely see premature deterioration, but the Public Landscape Division believes that we could manage it for the next 2 years. But certainly if the ask is to look at a reduction in frequency instead of eliminating it for the 2 years, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, I know that we have some pretty heavy usage of our sports fields all across the city, and we want to try to provide the best playing fields for folks using them. And I think you also noted that we were decreasing in the CIP budget the anticipated cost of the Pier Bridge replacement project, but I think you said 8.8 million?
Yeah, what actually happens is we split that into multiple years. The project is an 18 to 24-month project, and the way it was budgeted, it was all in the first year, which was 25-26, so we moved half of the budget into the following year.
Okay, so it's not that we're somehow magically saving money, we're just paying it off over time. Okay. Let's see. So there's also, okay, additional funding. So on page 16 of the staff report, it notes there's additional ongoing funding for contracted custodial services of $172,000 at the airport. So I just wanted to clarify, where is that additional need or demand coming from? Do we have increased leasing? Do we have additional use of the airport land or something else?
So much of that is right-sizing our budget. We've been overexpending over the past couple of years. And so a lot of that budget is to get our budget right-sized at the airport for maintenance purposes. Also, we acquired 2800 Airport Avenue, which used to be a one lease, and now it's 12 different individual leases. And so now we're responsible for maintenance of those facilities. So it's a mixture of different things.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that clarification. So there's also an addition of a new position of senior real estate property manager for the airport. And it looks like there's an ongoing cost of $188,000 a year. So are we potentially anticipating additional revenues as a result of this position, and when would we potentially expect to see those?
So the plan is for this position to be responsible for promoting the airport for new events, as well as leases, and it's basically a position that's going to manage the real estate team at the airport. We do anticipate there's going to be additional revenues. We haven't pinpointed what the total amount is and what the timeline is of the additional revenues.
Okay. But that's exciting to have some. I'm happy to hear that it's not just about leasing, it's also about events and activating it more. Let's see, what else do we have here? There was a pretty significant budget enhancement of about $1.478 million for resource recovery and recycling for funding related to increasing costs associated with landfill services, hazardous waste management, and I think rent. I don't know if I copy pasted that wrong. It's on page 19 of the staff report. I remember that we had gotten a presentation, or if it was, I think, a consent calendar item about updating how much it costs for resource recovery and recycling with our vendor. Do we anticipate that some of these additional costs might be offset by new fees or increasing fees for pickup services or anything like that?
So currently we have we went to council, was it last year or the year before, where we have a 5-year program of rates for RRR. We're not anticipating having to go back to the ratepayers. We're going to maintain the rate structure the way it is. What will happen is we're supposed to build up a reserve in the RRR fund, and so all this is doing is it will extend the timeline for us to get the reserves up to where it needs to be. But there won't be additional rates to the ratepayers.
Okay, so this is, yeah, okay, so this is just, if I'm understanding correctly, to help us build back the reserves?
No, sorry. So the $1.5 million budget request is because we lost our landfill. Our landfill closed, and the cost for the backup landfill is, I think it was a double of what we were paying the original landfill that closed on us at the start of this year. And so we had to move funding around within the RRR fund in order for us to be able to afford to continue sending waste to the landfill. And the impact is not going to affect our ratepayers, where basically when we came to council with the new rate structure, our plan was to build our reserve fund within RRR to a certain level by the end of this current 5-year rate structure. But now it's going to take us a little longer to get to that reserve fund level because we are using the money to pay for the additional cost in landfill expenditures.
Okay. So the fees that the ratepayers are paying for RRR that were initially going to go to help rebuilding reserves are now going to be expended on the additional costs associated with it because our landfill closed. I think I vaguely remember a consent calendar item on this. Yeah.
It was an unexpected closure of our landfill.
Yeah. Oh, joys of unexpected things. And then there were, on page 19 of the staff report, there were also added positions of water quality supervisor and water chemist. So are these positions that we're looking at restoring, or are these new positions due to new needs? And if the latter, could you clarify how these would fit within the existing department infrastructure?
So the Water Resources Division has been working hard at implementing the Water Master Plan, and they've been successful in completing SWIP. They're pretty much done with the enhancements to the Arcadia Water Treatment Plant. And a lot of this requires new permits, new monitoring, and this requires additional staff so that we can stay up within compliance with the regulatory agencies, and that's why we're having these additional positions.
Got it. And would these positions also help us in reaching our water self-sufficiency goals?
It's part of the process for us to be able to become water self-sufficient.
Okay, fabulous. And then I think let me make sure I have one more. For the pier and beach recreation funds, do we get any funding or subsidies from LA County for those? No.
No.
That was easy. Okay. All right. So that's all my questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, community development. Thank you so much, by the way. I know I have a lot of questions.
Okay.
So I know that the staff report noted proposed new fees from community development for beach encroachment application fees and code enforcement investigation / reinspection fees. Would you be able to define what beach encroachment means? I think I might know what it means, but I want to make sure I'm understanding it. And how many of these types of applications do we anticipate on an annual basis?
So a beach encroachment is actually a permit that allows for private individuals or organizations the use and install improvements on a portion of the public beach for a defined term and an annual fee that they're able to pay. We currently administer about 25 beach encroachments with local beach clubs and residents along the Palisades Beach Road. We are thinking and anticipating receiving only a handful of new applications for next year.
Okay, so it's in addition to the 25 that we already have.
Yes.
Okay, and then as to the code enforcement investigation reinspection fee, do we currently charge fees for, as part of citations for code enforcement? And I see Mr. Mick coming up.
I'll start and Dan can add more. So citations actually don't include fees, they're purely fines. So there's actually a difference that was established by Prop 29, and the fees are solely tied to cost recovery. And I don't think we expect any of those proposed fees to produce much revenue. They're just pure cost recovery for the work we're gonna do. And it's only for a limited time, right? For the cost recovery, and they'll be imposed for a limited time.
Well, they'll be imposed for the cost recovery fees, the 4 recovery charges. They would just be tied to investigation costs incurred for a particular case. So if we have to go to prosecution or what have you, we don't see it happen very often, but the judge may order, the city be reimbursed for all of its investigative costs. So we need to establish the fee amount so we know what to bill for the recovery of those costs.
Okay. So I recall we had a presentation about code enforcement, fine or citation / fine recovery amounts, and it wasn't, it wasn't ideal, but understand we are where we are. Because I know that we've had some challenges collecting the fees for code enforcement over the past few years, how successful do you think we would be in collecting these investigation / reinspection fees, or is that not an issue because it's a judge?
Yeah, I think it's going to be different than fines are. Fines aren't really tied to anything. They're just out there and you kind of hope they pay them. We don't really have any teeth to back them up yet. We're working on that. The monitoring charges, the reinspection fees, those are going to be tied more to some sort of a permit that's either obtained ahead of time. So if we're issuing an after-hours noise permit or a special event permit, as we try to go more towards those events may require a code enforcement officer to be there to monitor, we're not gonna be able to issue the permit until all those fees are paid up front. So some of those fees will be much easier to collect. Other ones will be tied to, let's say, a building permit where they need to obtain the permit before we prosecute them or take whatever action. And those fee amounts would be tied to that permit. So I think those will be easier to collect than citations are.
Okay, all right, got it. Let me check if I have any more questions for y'all. Okay, I think y'all are good to go. Thank you, until whoever else has questions. Next up, let's go with police. As Chip, yeah. That was removed? Oh, it's not, okay, so I'll take that question out then, okay. Thank you, Chief Batista. So during your presentation, you noted that there was some additional traffic enforcement and dangerous driving citations as per direction from council, and that there were 1,819 stops and 358 citations. So I wanted to ask, how did those compare to prior years?
I don't have that data.
Okay, sorry. Understood. Are we also looking at opportunities to leverage technology to augment and support traffic safety? I know that we're getting the very exciting license plate readers on the buses, but what else are you potentially looking at to help support traffic safety?
So there's one software in particular that we looked at. We couldn't afford it. We made a connection through transportation. They're now currently looking at it. It's a software that allows for transportation to have like a bird's eye view on the amount of traffic flow through different arterial parts of the city. The way that I think I could envision using that would be to be able to then overlay traffic accident data, and then from that begin to deploy the officers in enforcement capacity along the lines of whatever the violations that led to traffic accidents, right? So that I can start to focus in on the areas that are like the hot zones, whether it's speeding into an intersection, running red light, that type of thing. That's one that I know about, that we're talking to transportation about. Another one where we have not had the opportunity to have the conversation with transportation, I think that there is opportunity for red light cameras. I think it's a technology that's come a long way. I've come from 2 different jurisdictions that had it. And I can tell you that in both instances, in both cities, it reduced the number of intersection-related collisions dramatically. So definitely something that I'd like to pursue and have a conversation with transportation.
Okay, awesome. And going back to the traffic stops, would you just be able to confirm if we have the, how many, if any, of the 1,819 stops were classified as quote-unquote pretextual stops, if any? I don't know if you have that data. You might not, because it's...
I don't have the RIPA data. That will come like the
That'll come later. Okay, but we are collecting that data and we will have that. Okay, cool. Just wanted to confirm. I figured we would, but just wanted to double check. Let me make sure. Okay, and on page 28 of the staff report, it says that within the Clean Streets and Safe Neighborhoods priority, it included the language officer, foot, and bike patrols. So I just wanted to clarify, how does this budget support enhanced officer, foot, and bike patrols, if you know?
So part of my overall plan is to eventually build out the downtown services unit. So that is primarily where we have the opportunity to have officers on foot, on the promenade, certainly on bikes throughout that entire Beat 1 area. So that is the kind of planning that I'm looking towards the future.
Okay.
Why it was included.
So it might not necessarily come to fruition within this budget cycle, but there
It is part
would
of the
be
long-term
work.
plan.
Okay, got it. Okay, I think that was all of my questions for Chief Batista. Thank you very much. I've only got 2 left, I promised. Only 2 departments left, Fire and Department of Transportation. Who wants to go first?
You guys could also line up like public comment against the wall.
Thank you so much for
Readily
your
available.
patience. I know I have a lot of questions. This is what happens when you get a due diligence analyst on the city council. So you noted the fire apparatus replacement plan and the fire facilities master plan in the presentation. And I noticed that in the CIP proposed budget and the biannual budget document, there were anticipated expenditures of $900,000 and $4 million for apparatus replacements in fiscal year 27-28 and 28-29 respectively. And I just, so I understand they're not in this particular budget cycle, but I wanted to get clarification from you about whether these anticipated expenses are for apparatuses that have already been ordered but not yet delivered, and what kind of impact the consolidation of providers of these types of apparatuses is affecting our ability to get those needs met.
Sure, no, yeah, they are for apparatus that have already been purchased and we're awaiting delivery. The consolidation of the Rev Group is the entity that now controls the majority of apparatus production, is a topic of discussion at the government level, at the federal government level. I would say conservatively, a 900-day to 1,000-day production timeline. So if we were to request or look into purchasing a new apparatus today, we would be talking at least 3 years, if not more, to see that apparatus in Santa Monica.
Oh my goodness, okay. Whew. All right, thank you for that clarification. That is very upsetting, but it's nothing we can do, at least right now. And let me check if I have. Actually, I think that was my only question for you. I'm so sorry. Thank you. All right, DOT, you're up. Should I, like, is this like, what's that one game show? Never mind. So let me start with the mobility enhancements that you noted in your presentation. I've seen the mobility improvements and the constructions on Stewart, just north of Kansas and south of the freeway already start. I noticed that they were also digging up the sidewalk. Is that part of the bike lanes, or is that a separate project that just happened to align? And would you be able to clarify that?
Sure, thanks for the question, Councilmember. So yes, that is, excuse me, part of our overall Bergamot area improvements. And for Stewart Street, most of Stewart Street that is getting protected bike lanes will have the concrete protection in the street, in the roadway, similar to what we've seen in 17th Street. The portion that I think you're referring to, and I've actually seen you walking there as I drop my kids off to school, so I know you're around there, is a small portion on the southern end of Stewart in terms of the project area where the bike lane is actually going to be at sidewalk level. So there is a portion of the existing 17th Street bikeway on the southern end of that side where the bike lane is actually on the sidewalk, separated from sort of the pedestrian path of travel rather than in the roadway just because of the widths. So what's happening on that portion of Stewart is that the protected bike lane will be at sidewalk level alongside the sidewalk. And I'm just going to look at Colleen to make sure I got that right. Yeah, okay.
Got it. Yeah, I think there might have been some miscommunication earlier, or I might have asked the wrong questions because I didn't realize that the changes to the actual sidewalk and the front yards of the neighbors there would be impacted by that. That's probably on me for not asking the right questions. And let's see here. Only 2 questions, I promise. Regarding modifying the Z gates on the Expo bike path, so I understand that the proposed $200,000 expenditure would be a one-time cost, and I appreciated the response to clarify what the plan is. So the response that I had gotten was, quote, pending approval from the CPUC, the goal of this project would be to remove the Z gates and replace them with chicanes leading up to each intersection. The chicanes would be constructed with flex flex posts, K71 striping, and would include centerline plastic bollards. In addition to chicanes, the project would include new fencing and gates installed parallel to the street along the landscaped area to prevent cyclists from riding off-path and subverting the chicanes. So would you be able to clarify what this practically looks like for those of us who don't know what chicanes are, and how similar changes have worked in other places?
Sure, thanks, Councilmember. So in the response that you just read, the first 5 words, pending approval from the CPUC, really is the crux of this one. So we have been pursuing this project, at the request of community members, of certain council members that have shown a particular passion for this, because it is a real concern of the cyclist community in particular, given the nature of the Z-gates, which were required previously by the CPUC, the California Public Utilities Commission, a state agency. Based on our initial assessment, so the design that we described would basically use paint and posts to create kind of a more accessible but still weaving pattern that bikes would need to go through. The idea of these gates is to slow down cyclists at crossings, and so this would basically use flex posts and paint to create kind of a weaving pathway rather than the really abrupt Z-gates that exist now. Now, based on our initial conversations with the CPUC, some initial design work we have done, quite frankly, we don't have a high level of confidence that they will approve a design that is actually meaningfully better for our community. And so that, I think, is a real concern. It's something that we have put some work into because of the community and council interest, and that's why we put it forward as a potential Measure K budget enhancement. However, ultimately, based on our initial conversations, we don't necessarily believe that it's something that will result in the result that we want on the staff side, that I think the community and council may want.
Understood. Is there any, follow-up to that, is there anything that we as a council could potentially do to help support staff's initiative and the work with the California Public Utilities Commission to try to get this through?
We have been working on this for a couple of years now, and we have conveyed the support of the council, of our community. We've conveyed council direction on this. So unfortunately, we don't have a very high level of confidence. The CPUC is very stringent when it comes to these particular types of things. And to the other part of your question, given the nature of this, it is, from our point of view, not a best practice. So we don't have a lot of successful examples to point to elsewhere of a really good design. So I think, from our point of view, again, that's something that we would be open to discussing with the council if there were an alternative that were preferable. It's something that we put forward given the work we've done to date and the community interest, but we don't necessarily believe it will yield a successful outcome.
Got it. So potentially needing to work with the California Public Utilities Commission some more to figure out something that would work. And then final question, what will the Safe Routes to School and Safe Routes for Seniors programs entail?
Sure. So we are actually very excited about this potential enhancement and restoration through the Measure K funds. There's a small amount of operating budget which would be used to restore a trailer that we own. It has been shuttered and sitting by the Civic Auditorium, I believe, and is not in the best shape because it hasn't really been touched for 5 years. But it was used prior to COVID, and when we did have a Safe Routes to School program and a dedicated position in the mobility team to this work, it was used for engagement events with youth at schools in partnership with the school district. It has some youth bikes in there to do bike safety courses. So our idea would be to refurbish that trailer in order to be able to once again do that type of bike safety education, youth engagement education for the Safe Routes to School portion. The key really here, though, is the addition of the customer service position within the mobility team, because that actually that would be basically our dedicated mobility counter staff position, and that would free up our transportation planners to actually do the education and engagement work for Safe Routes to School, as well as Safe Routes to Seniors. The Safe Routes to Seniors would build off of a very successful active aging pilot that the mobility division led, that I believe was grant funded, and it would really focus on a transportation resource fair for older adults in the community to make them more aware of our transportation options, transportation safety, enroll them in discounted programs, that sort of thing, to ensure that our seniors were connected to safe transportation options as well.
Thank you very much. All right, that's all my questions for now. I will yield whatever little non-existent time.
Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I have questions for Chief Batista, Chief Halleck, Director Gupta, Director Chapiran, Director Valti, and Director Santiago. If he'll want to either queue up or get ready. Chief Batista, please. Welcome back.
If you sorry, I was just going to say sorry really quick. If you guys hear your question asked, not that you were going to do that, I'm just saying then we don't need to ask it again.
Of course. Chief.
Just a reminder. Sorry.
Chief, can you explain the process for the hiring or I guess creation or training of a drone operator?
So it's a selection process, right? It's got to be somebody that's got a willingness and aptitude, one that's willing to devote time and energy to go through the testing process, through the study, and then pass the exam in order to be qualified. We don't pick officers that are like freshly off probation. We want mature officers because they're the ones that have to make decisions when they start to see something unfold and be able to kind of keep their control, keep their nerves, be able to communicate, multitask, be running the plate to make sure that the plate's the right one. They've listened to the call on live 911. They're communicating with the officers on the ground and the spotter that we have on the roof, and just making sure that all those pieces are coming together so that the response from the officers going in an emergency call do it in a way that's controlled. And he is the director, right? Because he's seeing everything from the air.
We're pulling drone operators from our current police officers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And to date, we have not hired externally to be a drone operator, correct?
No, we haven't.
It's all been in-house. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And what is the required staffing to add additional capacity to the drone as a first responder program?
So I have to examine the totality of our staffing and then from there make decisions about, like in onesies and twosies essentially, where I'm going to be able to reallocate officer positions to those areas that need more help.
Okay, so if we wanted to add a shift or put a second drone in the air, what does that mean?
That means that I'd have to wait until I look at the pipeline of officers coming off of training, making sure that the most basic needs are met first, right? Patrol operations, detectives, and then from there, assess once we get to a point that I'm able to take a new person off of that staffing model, probably from patrol, and be able to move them from there onto a specialty unit. But I can't do that until I feel confident that the number of injured officers, the number of officers coming off training are stable.
Just pure numbers though. If we want 2 drones in the air at the same time, how many sworn officers does that take?
That would take, the expert to that question is in the room.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Sergeant Derek Leone with oversee the UAS drone operations.
So if currently, what is our capacity to put drones in the air? And if we were to add a drone, what does that mean for additional sworn officers on duty on a shift?
So right now, we provide service with the drone 7 days a week for 10 hours a day. If we would do that times 2, that's another, so 4 officers could cover 2 drones simultaneously. But we don't necessarily need 2 people to operate the 2 drones at the same time. If we had a separate launch site and we wanted 2 people concurrently to operate those drones, yes, you would need 2 people because the FAA doesn't currently allow you to operate 2 at the same time. But our current operations are looking for 1 drone launch site, 2 drone launch sites, and then 1 operator could potentially bounce between the 2. If we get to the time where, or position where we can need the coverage at both parts of the city at the same time, then we would employ both of those officers at the same time. But in order to maintain coverage for days off, for vacations. It takes more than just the 2 officers we currently have right now to cover that entire shift reliably.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chief. Chief Halleck. So forgive me, there's been a couple of 16 items that council has requested. So then my next couple of questions are about those because they weren't briefed in y'all's reports. So Chief, in January, council requested an after action review report from lessons learned on the Palisades fires. But you didn't share any status report. So I'm just curious, kind of what is the status of that to ensure we get a report out by January 28th?
That will be forthcoming.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Okay.
And Director Gupta, I have a similar question for you, and Director Shapiran up next. So in February, council directed Big Blue Bus participation in an AB 1904 program for yield signs on Big Blue Bus. Could we just get a status report on where that is?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. So we are assessing basically the procurement costs and also what the best options are, right? There are a few different options involving light up signs versus sticker decals. And then as we do that, we have 15 new electric buses coming in this summer and assessing just basically a rollout plan for that. But we are on track to deploy those in the coming year.
Okay, so we should expect the 15 new electric buses to probably participate.
So they would not have them kind of rolling off the lot, so to speak, but we will be implementing this program in the coming fiscal year.
Okay, thanks. And then similarly, in March, council requested CDD to work with landmarks to implement the additional recommendations from the Landmarks Commission report, A Place for Everyone in Santa Monica's History. I know we gave a really long runway there to implement that. I'm just curious have we started any work on it and just where we are?
I'm actually going to have Jing help me answer that.
Thanks, Jing.
Yes, we are currently working with the Landmarks Commission and the CRJ on implementing the things that don't require additional resources, which is the training, setting up a community meeting, really want to making sure that we're dialing with what they want to do. And then we'll be moving on into the additional recommendations that council had directed as well. But it seems we wanted to focus on those initial pieces and establishing the foundation and the groundwork for that. It's not that there's nothing being done because there's things like the consultant reports, like we've already initiated those initial meetings with the Conservancy, to make sure, again, that we're implementing those recommendations in accordance with the report.
Okay, thanks. I know we gave a significant runway on that one, but just as things develop, if you could keep us apprised, thank you. And Director Valti. So the staff report was a little light on the reasoning for increasing our community gardening fees. I was wondering, could you discuss the difference in cost recovery and what that means for the public works budget? Like, what is the delta, not just money-wise, but for your work plan? Like, what are we getting out of increasing these fees?
So it was basically one of the strategies that we had to come up with in order for us to meet our target. Public Works had to come up with about close to $1 million of budget cuts or new revenues. And we just reached out to every single division, 11 divisions throughout the department to figure out how do we get $1 million out of our budget. And this was basically one of the strategies in OSE to create additional revenue. It's currently the community gardens are subsidized at 80% level, so this would basically be a 40% subsidy from the city if we increase the fees to 300% of what it is today.
And do you know when the last time the fees were increased?
So we had a fee increase over the last 3 years. We did it in little increments, and we completed the fee increase just last year, actually.
Okay, so this is in addition
It's
to...
an additional increase to those fees.
And if we didn't raise these fees, where would you look to cut costs in your department budget? I'd assume we'd be looking at much tighter pay and benefits negotiations with our RRR staff, probably?
We couldn't take it out of RRR because RRR is an enterprise fund.
Enterprise fund, okay, got it.
So we'd have to look at, again, our general fund contracts, whether it's custodial contracts, public landscape contracts, consulting budgets for engineering, architecture. we'd have to figure out where we would get the $30,000 from.
Okay, and do we have any low-income programs that folks can apply for? And if so, what are the rough parameters?
Yes, there is a program in community gardens that folks can apply for.
Okay.
I don't know the details of it right now, but I can find out in a minute here.
That's fine, thank you. And last up, Director Santiago.
All right.
Measure GSH funds. If I read the staff recommendation right, beginning this year, we are paying those tax revenues directly to the Housing Trust Fund, is that correct?
We are.
I love to
We
hear it.
suspended it for 2 years, 23-24 and 24-25. That was the direction from the previous city manager. And what we plan on making the transfer starting in 25-26.
Great, love to hear it. But staff is not proposing any repayment of past borrowing from the Housing Trust Fund at this time?
Until we meet the conditions on the payment plan, we can't pay it. So it's really rebuilding our reserves, funding our capital program, to getting all these things done to put us in a really good place, and then we could start paying and repaying the other funds. Now, there is on the payment plan, a plan to start repaying the water fund because they are gonna use the money for some remediation work, but it's kind of like, I don't know, I think it was $1 million starting in 27, 28 or 28, 29. So there is a plan to repay them.
Okay, thanks. And hang on one. City Clerk, could you pull up that scary slide that has like our reserves and everything on it? Or Oscar, can you do that?
They're all scary, so I don't know which one.
It's a chart.
The big chart,
Yeah. Keep going.
the crater.
Yes. This one, yes. Can you please just remind us and speak a little bit about what the risks are that we are taking by dipping further into our reserves?
Well, right now, we have what we called assigned and unassigned reserves, and we call those non-restricted reserves. In the assigned reserves, we have our rainy day fund, which is actually our contingency. That's the money that we shouldn't touch because that's our emergency fund. Right now, that fund is at 13.5%, which is about $57 million, and that only pays about 2.5 months of salaries and benefits for our employees. So nothing related to expenditures of contracts or anything like that. After using these reserves, we would be left with about 12 million in reserves that are not earmarked for a specific purpose. Now, the reason I want to be careful there is that we know we have contingent liabilities, and so we don't know what that impact would be. And so the big risk is here is that if we deplete our reserves even further, our bond ratings will go down, as well as we'll probably have to get lease revenue bonds or something to be able to pay any litigation that may come up. So it's really important that we build the reserves rather than spend them the way we're doing. Now, again, this is a projection in time. Hopefully with all the economic work that we're doing, economic development work, we're not gonna have to use the reserves in the out years. All right, but that's kind of like, this is what we're projecting now based on where we are, but we're gonna continue to work towards, just increasing our revenue base.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is there's a bit of a roll of the dice here that
We are.
another pandemic's not gonna hit or another wildfire or more class action lawsuits, is that
Definitely
correct?
is, definitely
Okay.
is. In fact,
And-
sorry to interrupt, during the wildfires, I was, crossing my fingers that nothing would happen to the hotels because that's our TOT, right? So there's a lot of stuff that could happen, and so that's why it's critical that we maintain reserves.
And you mentioned bond for a second there. I understand that pursuant to our direction at the budget priority session, we're not proposing a bond at this time, so everyone
not.
calm down out in
we're
the
not.
world out there. But if one of these fiscal crises does hit us, we might have to at that point, is that right?
Again, after exhausting all our options, I mean, we have properties that we could look at. We also have our insurance reimbursements from the litigation that we're having. So we have to kind of exhaust all those avenues before we do a bond. Doing a bond just commits you to a long-term payment, annual payment, that we could be investing in city services. So that wouldn't be advisable, but if we need to get there, then we would have a discussion with council.
Yeah, and I would agree with that, because assuming we would do a bond, our bond rating would decrease further
Oh, yeah.
and it would put us in even a worse spot. Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Councilmember Snell.
Thank you, and thank you for all these answers before our questions. I just have two questions. They all deal with finance, Oscar. With our Measure K enhancement, it's affecting our three departments: Information Services, Police, and I think Public Works, if I'm not mistaken. Of these enhancements, how much are primarily affecting the labor in these departments? And if so, can you give me an understanding of how, what the financial impact of those particular things with respect to labor?
So right now, you're referring to the reductions that we made to be able to free up funds so that we can maintain our reserves and all that, right? Direct impacts to labor, I am not sure. I think the department heads would have to speak to that. Right now, one of them is we are proposing to reduce custodial services.
This is outside?
Yes, it is. Contracted services.
Reduce contract
Mariposa,
services.
correct? Yeah, it's contracted services. The police department, it would be their overtime, in the way they deploy overtime. They would have to manage that more closely and see if they can achieve some savings because we are gonna reduce it by 700,000. And then the other department that we're reducing, what, Jennifer, do you remember what other department was?
Public Works.
So Public Works was the one about the Mariposa contract.
Information Services.
Information Services. So Information Services was happening is, we were able, or Feroz was able to work with the company that has been able to kind of let us try out a solution to see if it's gonna work for us. And so we were able kind of to save a first-year cost on that technology, and then we're gonna roll out the technology in the second year, where we're gonna start incurring costs. So for that reason, he was able to kind of give up that funding, because we did need to use it for the first year.
Okay, that makes sense. And then my last question, and this has to do with the, let me see where it is. With the beach fund. The beach fund, I guess in the past has always not meeting its its funding, and it needs from the projections 3.4 to 4.5 advances loans, which you stated that there are no terms of repayment at this time. Has there been any discussion in finance as to any kind of revenue enhancements or any kind of processes to begin repayment of loans, but also taking a look at the beach fund and saying, okay, how do we make it neutral? How do we break even with respect to it? Has there any discussion with respect to that? Because it looks like it's been continually not making its.
Definitely. I think Jenny is working on activating the beach and the pier, right? That has a potential to generate a lot of revenue. We also are increasing programming again at the beach house, which would also generate a lot of that. There's also all the beach parking lots that generate a lot of revenue. So the more activity that we can generate, the better place that the beach fund is gonna be in. And maybe not to pay us back the funding that we've been loaning to them, but maybe just to recover and really, focus on, the needs that they have in the fund. I think what ended up happening is, over years, there was a project, a CIP project, that wasn't moving forward. So the fund was always kind of rolling over that available fund. This was related to the beach bike path. So when that project will move forward, a lot of their fund balance depleted because they started spending the money for the projects. But, so again, to answer your question, I think all the activation and things that we can do are gonna help with the beach fund.
And would the pier, with the repair or replacement of the piers, does that affect the beach fund in any way? Is that part of that?
I think one of the parking lots is gonna be used as a staging zone for the construction. And I think it's the 50/50 lot.
So that
portion of it.
will be affected.
That'll be affected, but it'll affect the revenues, the parking revenues in the beach fund. It's just a part of the.
It's not the whole lot, it's just a portion of the lot.
Portion of that. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosis.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question for Heather. So I know that you mentioned the 16 items, and of course, the rent registry is something that we've brought up several times. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the timeline for its rollout or implementation?
That's a great question. So, well, obviously, if we have come up with a strategy for what we think the program could look like, we'll come to you all before October, but at the latest October. But in terms of kind of When we'll be able to roll it out and launch it, that's unknown. We are coordinating or attempting to coordinate some meetings with some of the database agencies, specifically 3DI, because that seems to be the top in the field. But until we hear from them, how long that could take, I just don't have an answer on that yet.
And I assume that is the funding and staffing required to build and maintain the registry reflected in this budget?
Not in this budget. That will be a funding request that we'll be bringing forward to you all.
Got it. And I assume you're working at the rent control board?
We are working with rent control team, yes.
Great, and I think they're here.
Jonathan,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know,
Jonathan's
I know. Appreciate that interdisciplinary approach, really appreciate it. I think it's important to many of us. In terms of right to counsel, I saw that funding is in here for right to counsel and also for flexible cash assistance for tenants facing eviction. Do you anticipate that we can serve all of the households that need this within the current year?
That's our estimation. We brought this up when we brought it forward back in March, but I think we won't fully know until we launch the program, but for the flexible financial assistance, but for the right to counsel, based on the numbers that we've seen, based on the numbers that the consultant put together, we feel confident that we'll be able to meet the needs.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're setting aside $6 million for the flexible financial assistance. So if people just need one-time problem-solving dollars to prevent eviction, that will be available to them if they're at 80% of AMI or below.
That's correct.
Great. That's it for me. Thank you so much.
Don't go away since you're there. I'm just gonna, and then I've got questions for Rick, for Oscar, and both chiefs. On the Housing Trust Fund, I'll just go backwards in my questions. We often talk about, or usually it's all put aside for what was just discussed, but also new development. Do we also have some of those funds reserved for preserving rent-controlled buildings and deed-restricted buildings? Are any of those funds allocated towards that specifically?
Yeah, and I might ask Natalie to come and speak a little more in depth on that.
And more specifically, how much of the funds percentage-wise is put aside towards preserving older rent-controlled buildings to make sure people stay in their apartments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So for the Housing Trust Fund, we do have a Housing Trust Fund guidelines. Previous to 2020, we were accepting applications over the counter for those funds.
Sorry, how much of the funds?
It was, there wasn't a specific allocation, so we'd receive applications. If there was an application, staff would review it to see. So there were previous developments that were preservation developments that were part of it. Currently, we have just the one that is right now undergoing, which is Virginia Avenue. And that's the only existing one right now. And what we've had for the Housing Trust Funds is we've had a pause on that over-the-counter application as we have a large housing element commitment for the city-owned sites, and we're just not sure of how much Housing Trust Fund dollars will be needed to meet that commitment for those affordable residences.
Does the Housing Trust Fund work with the Rent Control Board to come up with, we know how many rent-controlled units are, and buildings, I should say, because the units are separate than the buildings, to come up with a funding formula to make sure that over time, assessing what buildings they see being potentially, like Virginia, for example, it gets to the point where the building is almost, it's almost impossible to repair and bring and rehab it, and then it becomes a part where we have to, displace families. Is the Housing Trust Fund working with Rent Control Board on coming up with a formula and saying, this is how many units we have, of these units, this is how many over-the-counter applications we have, but being more aggressive and making sure that before it gets to that point, that we're maintaining and preserving those deed-restricted units?
So at this point, no, because again, the over-the-counter applications have been paused since 2020. And then also previously, we did have a community development block grant program that was for residential rehabs, and there was a partnership with the Rent Control Board, but that program was also suspended in 2020 as well. And that was, a great preservation program, but that was paused in 2020 as well.
Okay, I hope we can continue to look at it from that perspective, because I think the preserve our diversity and making sure we program and making sure we have funds to give people so that they don't lose their places directly ties into oftentimes places becoming so dilapidated or stricken with mold that people are forced out of their units and then essentially forced out of the city. Thank you. Let's see. Community garden fees. Your questions were already asked. I just wanted to point out that have we looked at revenue generating resources like having folks join, having a farmer's market participation where the goods that are produced there are generating income and it goes back there, or restaurants doing local farm to restaurant, farm to table options, or even having an education opportunity where you have gardeners teaching at the garden and you're facilitating that for a fee in lieu of raising the fees. Because I do believe that with as many apartment dwellers that we have in the city, most people, including myself, don't have a front and backyard to be able to garden. And, looking at the fees, not putting aside the extreme 300% jump, it's already more expensive than most garden fees. And I feel like there's so many opportunities to maybe come up with revenue generating opportunities. And maybe that's not your department, but working with RAD or Armane's department to come up with some ideas.
So I know we do provide produce to the low-income properties here in the city, but not that it's a revenue generator. Right. But I can certainly talk to OC and see what opportunities exist out there for the gardeners to provide produce to the farmers market or out of the other ideas that you mentioned here. We can certainly look into that.
Yeah, I would love to work with you guys and connect you with the local schools that do gardening programs, and they work with restaurants and chefs to bring farm to table options. And there's definitely opportunity to generate some revenue and maybe even subsidize plots for people, as Councilmember Hall, I think, mentioned earlier, I forget who mentioned, was that you? Somebody mentioned whether or not there was like a subsidy for folks. I think there's opportunity there. And I was just curious if maybe you guys had already exhausted that, but maybe not yet.
We'll definitely take a look at it.
Okay, cool, thank you. All right. This is a general question for and I guess, I don't know if it would be the city manager. Has everybody looked at using AI technology to sort of augment, supplement the work that they're doing in all their departments? Specifically, I'll say like community development, and by no means am I suggesting that you shouldn't hire assistant planners, or building planners, whatever it was in there. But has every department looked at where we can use technology? I know community development is going to roll out something that where it can best support those that are burdened with twice as much work since COVID, make us more efficient, cut down on time. Has every department looked at that?
I think departments are looking at AI, and the example I think you're talking about is this new building plan check system, this e-check system that actually you turned us on to through the state.
I wasn't trying to plug myself, but thank you.
That's okay. You get your props for that. But we're getting that as an opportunity to implement, which applicants pay for, but it should expedite their plan check substantially and eliminate a lot of resubmittals. Departments are looking at AI in different ways, and our ISD department is helping to work with departments to investigate opportunities for that. I can't give you specifics right now, but I do know that they are looking at various things. I think the chief mentioned something that he was looking at as well. So yeah, we're looking at technology certainly to leverage and our opportunity to provide services more expeditiously, more efficiently, which will release staff to do other things that staff has to do.
And I would just point to these wonderful presentations are time consuming, and I'm sure people are using AI, I hope, to help you, but I would say that wherever we can use it to, lessen the workload to produce like reports, for example, we should be looking into that, because I think the cost that you spent, the cost of the program saves over time. All right, let's see. I've got lots of questions for Chief Halleck and Chief Batista, if you guys want to come on down. I wish we had some good music for you guys, but we don't. Before Chief Halleck, sorry to do this, but I'm just curious, why wasn't the advisory measure of KPSK broken out? Like, it's just Measure K. It doesn't really have it broken out for the advisory piece. Well, just the way that it was like written out.
Right, so there's, Measure K provides the funding.
No, I know how it works. I helped write
But
the
it's not two
language.
different funds.
No, I know that it's not, but I mean, it had two different components to it, splitting that revenue in half.
No,
It wasn't up to half, it was taking half of the revenue to put towards the advisory measure of PSK.
Right, it's advisory to it, so
I understand, but it was half of the amount to go towards that. And I say that because I helped write those arguments and get the support of the fire and the police department unions behind it. And then I just didn't see it reflected that way here. But anyways, I'm going to start with my questions for Chief Halleck. Okay, so going back to this discussion around, I know you're like, the CRU and the APU. Just to state that I fully understand the difference between having a nurse practitioner, which would be the APU, in a van gives the opportunity to expand wider regional access to care and obviously street medicine, amongst some other things, but those are the top priorities. That's going to take a bit to stand up, whereas the CRU, which we had, the critical response unit, that only was rolling out 40 hours per week, if I understand correctly, like Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 or something like that, wasn't as successful partly due to that. Can transfer a person who's 5150, meaning they might harm themselves or someone else, to Exodus. They can transport an individual, so when an engine goes out and they see that this is a person that is probably better served by the CRU, so that that engine with emergency response team can go to a critical stroke or heart attack or whatever, they can spend the time with that individual who might be service resistant to get them connected where they need to go. They can also hold up the wall, so to speak, in an emergency room so that we don't bog down our other emergency responders. Would that be a correct assessment of what the CRU does versus the APU?
Yes, only in that the difference being, and I have to look more closely, the CRU was a pilot program when it was initiated, and when we stopped participating in the pilot program, the state then made it a permanent program. And so now for us to reinstitute a pilot program would not be allowed by the state. So we'd have to look at some of the things that can or can't do to make sure that we're operating within the scope of what we were allowed to do or not allowed to do
Okay.
with that program.
So not to bore everybody with all those details, what we could do essentially is we could stand up immediately, like tomorrow, a pilot version of an APU minus the nurse practitioner that does the functions of what I just described, meaning you have a 24-hour unit being responsive to the folks. And just to be clear, someone calls 911, person down, they realize that that person is just potentially intoxicated and would be better served by a CRU unit, so that this engine and other emergency response unit can respond to a stroke or cardiac arrest, right? And so, yes, they will not be able to transfer to a variety of places outside in the region, but they would be able to do the simple things of essentially making sure that that other unit is being better served in the community is being better served by it, and that person is being better served because they can take the time, and it's oftentimes takes hours for someone to accept services, to assess them and get them to either an emergency room or to Exodus, for example. Could we do that until we get to the point where we stand up this APU version? Because that is what was initially discussed and presented to the community, and it is something that would reflect the increase in those taxes now. Is that something we could do where we started off as like a PAPU, I don't know, a pilot APU, and then it goes to the PAPU?
Oh, quite a term. Absolutely. I mean, again, they would be functioning as a paramedic ambulance or a rescue ambulance. So it would be two paramedics on an ambulance providing emergency care to the community. So yes.
And 24 hours would be, oh, I hear humming, moaning over there. No? Oh. Is 24 hours part of that plan?
To get it off the ground right away? It can be at your direction.
Okay,
to make
so
that
it could be. And then to add to that, because you have the AO in here, which I feel does not belong in Measure PSK because it is revenue generating. In the short term, it is going to cost something to stand up the administrative portion of it. but then shortly thereafter, it will be cost neutral, and then it will generate revenue. So within your budget year, you should be able to pay back the initial cost to stand it up, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so
The
then,
AO
at
program?
the AO program.
Well, the AO program can get off the ground in a limited time and begin generating revenue relatively quickly, given the nature of the calls they go on, the transport costs, the payer mix of who's paying what. And so we estimate roughly 1,200 transports would generate $750,000 in revenue. So,
And with that revenue, couldn't we then further support
sure,
more APU response type systems?
Absolutely.
But
So I just want to clarify that the money from the pilot, those revenues, are actually helping us to fund some of the stuff that we're proposing to you, right? So that revenue is not new money that's going to come in to do other stuff. And then for the full-on program, we need to have seed money to be able to stand up that program. So even then, they wouldn't generate the money right away. We would have to pull from somewhere else to be able to, get those seed monies budgeted so that they could continue with the program. I don't know if that makes sense.
I mean, sort of, but I guess in my mind, if within the 12-month cycle of your budget, you're upfronting the cost to stand it up, that's going to generate revenue. It shouldn't be in this like measure PSK.
And it's something like anytime that we have a revenue generating program, we are hoping for the best, right? Like this is what we're conservative with. Yes, it could generate revenue. Will it cover the cost in the first year? I don't know. I mean, we have to see how much revenue is collected. I mean, I think you had mentioned once that about the payer mix and how much is collected through the insurance and all that stuff. So those are kind of the hesitations that we have with this and the revenue opportunities of that. We wouldn't want to say, let's invest this and the seed money until we see that it's doing something, which is kind of what the pilot is doing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's definitely going to cover the $147,000 that it costs to stand it up.
That one, yeah, we factor that into the revenue that
Okay.
that we're generating there. Yeah.
Well, on the note of revenue, couldn't the CRU or PAPU, what does it mean, grandfather in what language? Apparently it means Greek, grandfather in Greek. If the PAPU could generate, grandpa could generate some funds as well.
What's Papa? Who's doing what? Who's on
Sorry.
first? So you're saying that
Could that CRU potentially be also a revenue generating resource
if they're transporting?
because of the payer mix?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
It could be more proactive.
It could be, if it's not, depending on how it's tiered in our dispatch, it can be set up to respond to certain type calls. Therefore, those that are more likely inclined for certain payer mix, so it's generating revenue. But yes.
Right, and obviously we would do that. For those that don't understand tiered calls, I do. We treat everybody exactly the same, whether you're a person who's in a $1 million or multi-million-dollar house with a cardiac arrest or an unhoused person. We don't tier them based on that. However, the calls would be tiered based on the level of care and need.
Correct.
And therefore could also be a revenue-generating opportunity. I think that's it for you, Chief Halleck. Thank you so much. Just to clarify, CRU, PAPU could be, a pilot could be stood up immediately leading up to an APU, 24-hour, that could be done. And these things could, before it becomes a full APU, it could generate, and the APU, the APU could generate revenue as well.
Well, it
It would be
necessarily
two different.
transport.
It wouldn't do the transport. Got it. Okay, thank you. And then,
Mayor, just to clarify, it can be stood up, but right now we don't have funding identified to do that.
well, that's where the measure,
In Measure K, that's not one of the projects that at least from our perspective, we've recommended. So that will have to be something.
okay, that's the part that makes me crazy, and that's literally what we talked about when we do this, is standing up that CRU that could lead to, I just don't understand why we would wait to do something when you could start to roll out something that's impactful that would tie into the bridge program, whatever, all the things that we're doing to take individuals off the street and give them, and also free up our firefighters and emergency response team from doing that work, why we would not start with something till we get to the APU. And I've been having this conversation behind closed doors for months, and it's really frustrating. Can someone just explain to me in one sentence why that's not possible? Am I missing something?
So Chief, when you say standing it up, that means you have you have people and you have apparatus to do it. But we don't have budget right now to fund it.
We would be utilizing overtime personnel, so that would be added to our overtime budget.
But all of these things that are proposed right now are under the idea that we're generating this money from the new tax from parking tax from Measure K.
True, but you're going to have to reallocate based on what we recommended. That's not to say we can't, but you'll have to move things around.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm just laying it out there to let everyone know we can move things around to do the work that we promised the community we were gonna do. Like literally on the brochure, it had a picture of, I don't know if it was you, but people who wear the same uniform, like on there doing that work, and that's kind of what we told the community that was gonna happen. So I just wanna make sure that it's clear that it is something we can do, and in fact, I realize we have to move things around. It could end up generating revenue that would not only make it cost neutral, but, okay, Chief Batista, thank you. Hello. Okay, I have a question. I see that from 2 million, you went down to $700,000 in cutting overtime. Can you explain where specifically in the community we're going to feel that $700,000 cut? Like, what does that mean in the community?
So translated into personnel time, that's nearly 6,800 hours of the officers' work. And the way that we use the overtime, it's essentially in the part of the mission of safety that we have. Now, it's unfortunate, and for many years prior to our positions here, the city did not increase the number of officers, and so they always used overtime. And the staff that they did increase was professional staff. So that's how we ended up with 30 traffic service officers and 20 public service officers, because they kept increasing that professional side of the uniform security blanket that we have in Santa Monica, but we got behind on the officer positions. So that led the city back then, for many years, right, to use overtime as a way to bridge those gaps. And so we're in that same stage today, kind of behind the curve, because we end up having to use overtime in order to meet the need of deployments on the beach, downtown, on Main Street, any number of events that occur where we don't have enough staffing goes to overtime. So a really good example is those 2 weeks of dealing with the fires, that cost us $1 million, right, in just 2 weeks. And so unexpected events, the number of protests that we have that come on the weekends, those are staffed with overtime. There's a lot of factors that come into play. Sometimes we pay for overtime for an outside event. That's a different charge, right, that goes towards the city, but not all of it for us.
Okay, and then, I mean, you sort of answered, but why have you been going over OT year after year? And it sounds like it's because you haven't been staffed appropriately, is what you're saying? And so you use the OT to staff like the DART team. So specifically, what is staffed where the community is going to feel it? When you cut this $700,000 in overtime, where is it coming from?
So it'll come from different places. Right now, we use it for the help team. We use it for the DART team. The special deployments that we do in downtown, on Main Street. I mentioned the beach overtime. There's a holiday deployment that happens once a year. There is a Memorial Day deployment that happened just this past weekend. So those types of things.
Okay. And then also I noticed that, maybe this isn't for you, but the janitorial services that were being cut is also, you guys are 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
And so there's going to be no janitorial services at the police department building?
I spoke with Public Works this evening, and it's not a complete dissolution of custodial services. We're going to have one shift versus two, and I think that we can
You guys have to
manage.
clean your own toilets.
We can
pretty
manage.
much. Okay. I had another question. Sorry. I think they already asked this. All right, I think that's it for, one of my questions was of the Measure PSK, you broke it down, so it's 2 traffic, 2 drone, which Councilmember Hall just talked about that already, 1 help team. When you add that 1 help team officer, does that mean that that sort of makes two separate units now?
So, yeah, that balances it out so that we have an even number of officers to sergeants ratio. 2 officers make a team, and right now we're a little bit off. We've got 9 after the last addition of an officer and a sergeant.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. And then I guess this last question is for you, Oscar. So we talk a lot about like the RAD department, Armory's department, there's so much activity going on that's going to generate revenue. We are very optimistic about all the things we're doing as a council to bring, between the entertainment zone and whatnot. Do we have like an electronic ongoing projection of the what ifs and the positive, just so we can kind of see? I mean, I realize it's hard to project these things, but between FIFA World Cup, between the opportunities that are being presented, once those contracts are signed for some of these things, let's just say for 2028 Olympics, how can we sort of play with the prospective uptick in income and hoping that, I realize we're in a deficit, but, or even the insurance money being reimbursed? Is there a way to sort of, or I guess that's maybe not something that you would do, you don't want to sort of lead people onto a fantasy, but if those things start to happen, how do you see it changing what's been presented tonight?
Yeah, so we're prudent with the way we forecast things, right? So we can say we're going to generate all this revenue, but unless we have an agreement in place or know for sure that we're going to generate something, we'll pick, well, how aggressive are we on this projection? We need to be prudent, right? What we do is every year we come back to you at year end. We're going to come back to you in October, November to close out the current fiscal year. And if we see that the new year has already started and our revenues are changing, whether up or down, we're going to tell you to revise them. If for some reason new expenditures come on board, we get our purse valuations and the numbers are bigger, we're going to have to add more money to that. So we're going to come back in the fall, and then we're going to come back again in the winter, January, February, with mid-year. Those are the opportunities where we tell you and update the forecast and tell you, we have new contracts for advertising, whatever it is, and we tell you those funds are either going to be, we'll give you a recommendation. We're generating new funds. The way that our reserves are, should we put that into the reserves? Does council want to do something else with that? So there's multiple opportunities throughout the year for us to come to you and give you an update on how we're doing, whether it's good or bad, right? So,
But some of those CIP projects are decay in, the community, whether it be potholes and roads or whatnot. I would assume that when that money becomes available, those things are prioritized and you probably, those departments just do that work?
no, not until we have budget. So we have to actually appropriate the money. So
Okay.
if we have, let's say $1 more, right? That dollar can go into our reserves or that money could be spent. Now, if we're going to spend the money, we have to come to you to tell us, here is what we want to spend at council. Does this align with your priorities? And are we good to put it in the budget? So you make the decision ultimately on how we spend it. We come to you with the update as soon as I have it. Again, I'm prudent with the expenditures because there's stuff that, we just see it now. We didn't know that the wildfires were going to be here and revenues went down, right? Because of that, at least for some time. So that's the stuff that we kind of need to think through when we do the projection for you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Zwick?
If it's okay with you, Mayor, are we in discussion now?
Sure.
Or
Oh,
unless you have questions?
we have a public hearing, sorry. No, it's not a public. Oh, sorry, study session. You're looking at 12A, he's looking at 12A.
Separate, okay, so we're good to go?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So, in reading through the budget closely over the last 2 weeks and hearing from all of you, I've seen repeated reference to a lot of our fiscal troubles as a city being described as a continued hangover from COVID. And while I think there is some truth to that description, to be honest, I see it a little differently. I see us dealing with really large structural deficit that extends beyond the effects of the pandemic. I see that we have new, very large liabilities hanging over our heads. And we have a new president whose xenophobia and voodoo economic theories threaten to spike the economy while we are amidst this uncertainty. I'm not confident that this picture is going to get better in the immediate future, despite the incredible heroic efforts by staff to double down on the city's economic development through public-private partnerships, events, process improvements, and fostering a culture of yes. I think it's pretty likely going to get worse before it gets better. And for these reasons, I personally don't believe that spending an additional $60 million of our extremely scarce reserves to balance our budget is at all prudent at this juncture. If we do this, it'll leave us with only terrible options to pay our debts if any one of these other shoes drops in the city, or if the greater economy during this period of massive uncertainty goes south. We could look at bonding at a moment when the cost of borrowing is incredibly high and would saddle us with debt payments that would affect the restoration of city services for decades. We could look at layoffs at a time when the city can't afford to go through that again. We could look at reneging on our commitment to our public schools, which is something that I personally never want to do. This is a really, really hard time to work in government. I really admire our staff for sticking with the city and working hard day in and day out to get us back to where we all know we should be as a city. It's a hard time to be an elected official too. All I want to do is fulfill every departmental and community need as we were able to in the past, but we can't. I believe we need to protect our fiscal health, and we can't get too far out over our skis. The city currently has 80.75 vacant full-time equivalent positions supported by the general fund, totaling approximately $13 million in annual expenditures. This includes 9 FTE sworn positions in the police department and 2 FTE sworn positions in fire. In talking with my colleagues, Councilmember Torosis and Hall, we've put together a proposal to put the city back on a path of greater fiscal sustainability that I'd love to share with my colleagues now. It's a little lengthy, and for that I apologize, but it's a complicated budget. I don't know if there's a way for that to be bigger. There's 3 major points related to the budget. The first, in an attempt to shore up our reserves, would be a freeze on currently vacant positions, hiring for currently vacant positions in the city in order to recoup savings. There would be a number of exemptions and means by which positions that were vital to the city could be authorized by the city manager and approved by the council either next month or on an ongoing basis. There's some additional efforts to ensure that we're being responsible with any overages in regards to overtime as we navigate this situation. And there's finally a proposal that I think is going to be brought in part next month, but which I'm proposing that we advance sooner to raise revenues through increasing the price of residential and visitor parking permits in the city. That's a little further down. I'm not sure if I should read this or just continue describing it broadly, but what I'll say is in addition to those 3 broad pillars, there are a number of specific adjustments that we're proposing to the Measure K expenditure. One is to remove the additional 5 sworn officer positions proposed and instead allocate that funding across say up a little, sorry, across public service officer positions, as well as half funding for the advanced provider unit to begin working in the city as soon as possible. And the hours that are capable at that level of funding, which I believe the chief indicated we could start up with at this point in time. Additionally, we're eager to get this second drone program going, but while we'd like Measure K to fund the equipment needs, to get that going, we'd like to try to use existing vacancies and staffing in order to get that program up to its expanded level of capabilities. We want to go forward with the ambulance operator program, the proactive streetlight repair program, the no red on red signage, and other proposals in the budget. But we're proposing to replace the Z-Gate capital improvement due to the issues mentioned by Director Gupta with funding for automated bike lane enforcement, which would increase public safety and raise additional revenues, unlike the capital expenditure. In addition to the proposed parking meters that are being proposed for Ocean Park Boulevard, we would propose using Measure K funds to also install parking meters on Nielsen Way as a way of increasing public safety and raising additional revenues. We would propose that because the license plate recognition system is a revenue positive program, that we could fund that with non-restricted reserve balances in lieu of Measure K. And we would propose, in addition to the $500,000 allocated annually to the police department for hiring additional public service officers, we would propose to increase the reimbursement of the police department from $1.3 to $1.5 million to preserve overtime for special deployments in the police department. That is the broad nature of the motion. I can talk through it in greater depth and answer any questions at this time. And just, yeah. And I would move the motion.
I'll second.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
So the list that we gave you of vacant positions, they're in different parts of the recruitment process. So they could be we're already recruiting for it, we're interviewing people. Just want to make you aware of that because we have to be careful with that if we made an offer. So the department heads will look at this list and then, we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, what I would say and what's outlined here is to say that the ask is that we start at zero and we make, each department can make proposals as to what is, depending on, as you said, the stage of recruitment or the core need of the city or top priorities of the city, to make a proposal to the city manager and finance director, which then could be for inclusion in the budget next month that the council can review, but that all of those positions would be starting at having to a zero-based budgeting approach that starts with the assumption that every position needs to make a case that it's essential to the core mission.
Councilmember Raskin.
First of all, thank you for coming forward with this proposal.
Can you guys?
To be honest, I haven't really been able to digest all of it yet.
I mean, I guess just so we can see most of it because it wasn't handed out. Oh.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh, wait, there's good.
One, to what extent have you coordinated with staff in vetting this? And I'm curious if Oscar and others have immediate thoughts as to the viability of these trade-offs. I mean,
I can say that on the costing side, I've gotten costing, but I won't speak for the director.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, my impression of the budget was that we are, like Councilmember Zwick said, in a really difficult position. And no matter what trade-offs we make, it's going to be painful. And we don't really have much flexibility at all. And, at some point, we're going to have to make policy decisions about where we land with those trade-offs. I need a little bit of time, I think, to digest everything that's up here. But Oscar, I'm curious if you have immediate impressions as to the impacts of this.
I mean, I have to talk to the department heads. A couple of the proposals that are included in the budget document, they indicate the impact that it's going to have on operations. For example, in CDD, I think 3 of the positions that they had vacant really are going to have an impact on economic development and just inspections and a bunch of other stuff. So we have to go through that with departments and then give that information to you. And then, again, you make the choice of what things we're going to stop doing. And that's the trade-off there. Now, one thing that I do want to, and I don't know, Nikki, can I show the slide? Okay.
But you could still put that back up after, right? Yeah.
Is it appropriate to email it to council?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it would have been helpful for us to see
Have a
this in
printout.
advance so that we could react to it. It's hard to do this on the fly, so we'll do our best to react and determine how to make
We
this
like
work.
to keep
with
it
the-
exciting, Elaine. I mean, you know.
Sorry?
We like to keep it exciting. It's been
No,
getting
it keeps us on our
boring.
toes for sure, yeah.
Like, boom, surprise.
This slide that we're showing here, it seems really complicated, but let me try to explain it. There's a difference between freezing a position and eliminating a position. The difference is that the chart on the drawing on the left is, we have one position that's $50,000, and we want to freeze it for 2 years. That's going to generate $100,000, and we're going to buy an AC unit, right? That's a one-time expense. In the next biannual in 27-28, that position is going to come back because we only froze it to make money available for the one-time cost. The other example is you're taking a position that's $50,000, adding 2 positions that are $25,000 each, and those are now ongoing costs, right? At year 3, you don't have money to restore that position again. You've actually swapped now. So you're no longer going to provide that service. In this case, the office assistant is no longer going to be available because you invested in 2 typist clerks at $25,000 each. So that's the difference. Is if you're telling us to eliminate a position, it's not going to come back until we find more money to do that. If you're telling us free up some money for one-time purposes, then that means that we're going to restore the position back in the next biannual to free up the money. So that's where we need clarification. Are you telling us use this money and invest it in ongoing expenditures? Because if so, then we're using the example there. And for us to bring these positions back, we're doing a zero-based budgeting. We're not bringing them back because we don't have money, right? So I'm not sure if I confused it more, but we want to clarify whether freezing or eliminating positions.
Are you comparing it to the police position specifically or public safety?
Just to any position that you tell us. If you're saying all these vacant positions here, we're going to
freeze
and we're going to use the money for ongoing costs, then I won't have money to restore these positions.
The idea is not to replace them with other expenditures, but to not expend as much reserves in balancing the budget over these 2 years.
Right, but if we're investing in ongoing expenses, right?
In what?
Like if you're saying fund a certain program that's ongoing, then that money is being allocated to that. So it's being swapped.
Where am I saying that?
No, that's what I'm asking. If that's...
The only expenditures almost entirely are proposed through Measure K.
Are they one-time expenditures or?
No, the Measure K expenditures are ongoing.
Okay, so then we are eliminating some positions then.
I don't understand.
Okay.
So Oscar, he's saying that the money that we would save from this would just go to reserve. Right.
Yes.
We would start paying back the reserve.
Separated the two, okay, yeah. We'll have to go through, yeah.
The idea is that the Measure K funds would be expended from Measure K revenues, and the savings would go to reserves.
Okay. We'll have to look at your list and go through it, yeah.
Yeah, and just to clarify, there was, for all the swaps within Measure K, there was costing done to make sure that it still balances. So I'm pretty confident that we're not going to, but obviously I would appreciate your double checking all of that.
Did you email it yet? Did you email it to us?
I said Nikki's.
Oh, great.
Okay, but you can email it as well, right? Okay, yeah.
I have questions.
So there was
about what's going
discussion,
on.
so yes.
So can we put it back up there? I'll just say that I appreciate, first of all, that this is really difficult to do and all of that, that we've already said here. I mean, we're dipping way into reserves. We generated this, we're generating money through this tax measure that Jesse rolled out and then we worked together on because the original rollout didn't have the PSK portion. And so to me, I originally voted against just the Measure K the way it was originally. And then we worked together to kind of split it so that half of that funding would go to these public safety efforts. And they were very clear. It was specific to, I don't know what you want to call the CRU, but apparently it makes everybody freak out or twinge. But it was the CRU version that would lead up to an APU. And it was the new officers. And while I totally appreciate what you're trying to do, the unions that I went to that signed on to it, that supported it, which helped get it passed so that we have the money, police and fire supported it because they thought it was going to go to those things, and people voted for it because they thought it was going to go to those things. The fear was that it wouldn't go to those things and it would fill potholes in the budget, and that's exactly what's happening now. And I'm just saying that I made that promise that I would make sure that it would go to those things. Having said that, I respect and appreciate, I'm not blind as to what's happening here in the horse trading that we have to do with these Washington monuments, if you will. We have to make trades. The issue I have is public safety officers, although I understand that you're trying to put a good substantial amount of folks, and obviously that's less expensive than a sworn officer. My issue is I don't know that it fully addresses the quality of life issues that the business community and others feel like they have. That's a sworn officer position that you need, for one. And then the other issue I have is just that it says APU specifically, and I think that that's, again, not saying that we can stand up that other version of it until we get to an APU.
So if you don't mind,
Yeah.
I can just respond quickly. Very mindful of public safety, trying very hard to ensure that we don't have any drawback in what we're currently providing the community. So some of the provisions that we thought about in order to ensure that in this proposal were, one, all sworn police and fire vacancies were exempted, meaning that we're maintaining 232 sworn police officers, which is, I believe, is an all-time high authorized level of police officers in the city. Number two, the allocation to fire includes the ambulance provider pilot and adds an additional $650,000 annually to stand up this program that was listed as an unfunded program that the fire department has indicated it was one of its top priorities.
Wait, sorry, you said, so you're saying the AO?
The AO and the advanced provider unit,
Right,
which
but
currently was not funded in this, so it adds money to fire.
I get that, but
Okay.
just to be clear, the AO doesn't address that homeless, the AO is,
Separate.
it's just instead of working with McCormick?
Yes, so that was already provided, and what we added was $650,000 to stand up the APU, which is listed as a top priority of fire. And that's what we're adding to this. That was not in the staff recommendation. So fire is getting an additional $650,000 annually to start to stand up that program. As far as police, the $500,000 allocated to for additional public service officers, we all know that these positions, if not filled, can also cover overtime. And between the $500,000 annually allocated annually to those positions and the restoration of $1.5 million within Measure K of the overtime, where $2 million from Measure K is being offered to restore the cuts that police department were asked to make by staff in order to have all departments make cuts to meet our budget needs. So the police department is receiving $2 million out of the Measure K allocation. Fire department in this proposal is receiving an additional $650,000.
For total?
Plus the AO, which would put them at $700,000. And then the streetlight program, I do believe deeply, is also a public safety program, similar to the license plate reading program, which will augment police as well in their work. So I believe we are both fulfilling, we are meeting the needs of public safety by not reducing the capacity of our police department as to what it is currently. And I believe we are honoring Measure PSK through spending over half of the allocation on direct and traditional public safety needs.
Councilmember Hall, were you still? Oh, I was just going to say that the comment about this is the most we've ever had in police. I do want to notate that we're comparing to, we have more development and more people in the community, and we do have to recognize that as well. I'm just pointing
But
that
our
out.
actual annual visitors are way down from pre-2020.
Visitors, but we have more people.
Right, our daytime population is much lower.
We do have the problems we have. I'm just pointing that out. So, and why the public safety officers versus the sworn?
Mainly just the amount of bodies you can get for the price. You could have, we all talk about wanting more foot patrols in our downtown business district, and for the same price, you could get double the amount of bodies potentially doing that kind of work, and being a force multiplier who can then call in sworn officers if needed, but be a presence.
But do you think that it's actually getting the quality of life work done because they cannot arrest in the same manner that our police officers that are sworn can?
I do believe that the physical presence of additional uniformed officers in our community, on foot, in front of businesses, engaging in the way that they do, being eyes and ears, being a presence and an authority figure, I do believe makes a difference, and I do believe that they can be that sort of lead and potentially also in calling in. I mean, this is a model that we employ already. It's just one that I think that, frankly, for the price, it's one that I think we could use to get greater coverage in our downtown business district, which needs more people walking the streets, interacting with our businesses and our people on the street, and creating a sense of safety and being advanced eyes and ears for our sworn officers.
Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I think I would just echo that this is something we're doing already, and these are the exact arguments that we heard when we approved DTSM to do private security. A initiative that I was deeply skeptical of at first, and I'm on the promenade 5, 6, 7 days out of the week, and I do see the impact that they are having on the promenade. And obviously, it's not a perfect system, but they are force multipliers for our sworn officers and additional eyes and ears. And if we can get more bodies out in our parks and in our downtown, that to me seems like a reasonable trade-off where we are still increasing public safety as much as possible.
So you guys recommending then not having the police department cut their $700,000 in overtime? But in exchange, they're not going to get 5 new sworn officers. Instead, they'll get public safety. Are you guys amenable instead to having sworn officers less than?
So I guess one of the proposals is that the vacant positions and the overtime budget be one line item. So if the chief were to, in his discretion, choose to hire beyond 232, he could do that.
I have a question for Oscar.
Yeah.
Sorry, Oscar, I know in other municipal jurisdictions, they use ordinance-only positions. Is that something that this organization has done?
Can you repeat that?
Do we use ordinance-only positions? So you have the authority for additional positions, but they only are filled once you get the revenue in to fill the position.
We've overfilled. Now, I know that HR is not for that, but we have overfilled above our budgeted positions.
Right, but I'm saying, let's say we give you the ordinance authority for 2, just for the sake of argument, additional sworn officers, but they're not funded currently, given constraints, additional money comes in to fund those 2 positions. Would you then, let's keep them vacant until we're able to find the money for it, and then would you allow the department to hire them?
We would allow them to overhire, and so what would happen is, if they hire those positions, then the payments for their salaries would just eat up into our fund balance in the general fund.
Got it.
So we don't need to put the money into the police budget necessarily. We just have to overspend, knowing
Got
that
it.
that was authorized.
Okay, thanks.
And given that they've gone over by every single year for I don't know how long on overtime, has their department been rebudgeted to reflect that?
No, we haven't increased the overtime budget significantly. Other than COLAs, we haven't increased it. So anytime there's COLAs, there's overtime that's impacted by that, we'll give them that increase, but above that, we haven't. And I can't think of when we did that last.
Anyone else have any?
2016?
City manager?
We did it in 2016.
So Oscar, there is an overtime budget for the police department,
There is.
correct? But what happens is because, as the chief described, there are all these special deployments, they generally exceed their overtime budget.
That's right.
The general fund then backfills to make the department whole. Is
So
that
the way
correct?
that it works is, and I'll give you, this is an example. In last year, I think the budget is about 9 million for police. They spent about 13 million in overtime, right? So what happens is the first line of defense, I would call it, is that within their budget, they need to absorb that overage, whether it's contractual services or vacancies, whatever it is. Sometimes it happens, there's other times when it doesn't. When it doesn't happen, then they're over bottom line by 1 million. Where does that money come from? It comes from other savings in other departments, which are also in the general fund, to absorb that overage. So yes, it should ideally be covered with by the department's budget, but it doesn't always happen. And that occurs a lot in fire and police, the most overtime where we spend.
And just to be clear, we just want to, that's a process that would continue. The only difference is that we want increased transparency in this time of fiscal uncertainty, where if the department needs to go beyond the 9 and change $1 million in overtime, in addition to the 9 vacant sworn positions, which is probably another $2.5 million, that they would come to council to seek approval for additional reimbursement from the general fund.
And again, we come back to you, and we're gonna come back to you in the fall, and we're gonna come back to you in January, so that's doable. We can definitely report back then.
Does anybody else have any questions or thoughts? Does everyone have a copy?
I just want to, while people are looking at it, I did some calculations. It appears that 3.65 million of the anticipated 6.7 million annually would be going directly to public safety in the proposal before you, which is more than half.
Sorry, we're all sort of, no one's in the queue, so I'm just looking at this for the first time, so it's hard. I mean, look, I agree that the parking permits could probably stand to be increased. I just want to say though, like, as someone who lives in an apartment, like, that's predominantly who uses those, people who don't have a garage or a carport or whatever. And so that's almost doubling it here. And so I'm not so sure where you guys got those numbers. I'm sure there's some math to it, but that's something that I don't know how I feel about that.
I forgot to speak a little to that.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, you know, for the cost of storing your car on the public right-of-way for an entire year, it's $23. The city of Philadelphia, for instance, starts at $75 for a vehicle.
Yeah.
And, you know, currently the program yields $1.4 million. The estimate is that these increases would yield an additional $1.4 million in savings annually, or in revenues annually. That's additional revenue that it would be just savings for the city.
I understand that. I just don't want it to come off like we're penalizing people who own cars, especially families and mothers who have to have cars and park them. Yes.
To me, it only really penalizes people who own 4 cars.
Well, no, now that we're building units that have no parking and also money rent controlled units, for whatever reason, after a certain time, they often take away all the parking and then rent them out. So a lot of people don't have parking even though there's parking there because it's being rented out or used for other, I don't know what they do with it. They rent out the garages separately, or there's just not enough parking for folks that are living in the, you know, in these units that are split. Councilmember Hall?
Yeah, I think I just like to take a bit of an issue of what you said there. By removing parking minimums, we are allowing the market to set parking. No developer, to my knowledge, in this city has developed any projects without parking available for people who need it in their building. And like Councilmember Zwick said, you know, we're currently subsidizing a public good for private use. And what this requested increase, at least for the first residential permit, amounts to an increase of less than 5 cents per day. So just if we can all keep that in mind.
Yeah, I know it's minimal, but I'm just pointing out the fact that it's probably going to mostly
And to be
impact.
clear, there are hardship waivers for low-income families for our parking program.
So would it not apply to them? It would just, the hardship would be adjusted based on the new increase,
Yeah,
correct?
the standard hardship waiver would apply.
The proposal would be that if one has a hardship waiver, they would not be subject to the increase.
And I have another question for either of the three of you on the allocation to the Early Childhood Task Force. That money goes to the task force, or does it actually go to scholarships to be used for parents who can't afford? Because the Growing Place and those other spaces are over $1,200 a month. And I know there may be subsidies, but there's long lists, I know from personal experience. And so my question is like, I was kind of a little confused as to what that goes to. I'm all for it if it's a scholarship for working parents.
My understanding is that, you know, a number of organizations, the Growing Place, Connections for Children, other groups in the city currently receive the funding through the Human Services Grants Program, and they collectively participate in the Early Childhood Task Force in addition to a staff liaison position traditionally to coordinate care services and advocate on behalf of the population that they serve collectively.
Advocate how, like, for policy or? Yeah, I mean, I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
someone's here
I
from-
would love, actually, I mean, I could, if someone could speak to it better than I could, I would welcome that, but,
I ask that just because if we're putting money towards helping folks who can't afford, if that's what this goes towards, to help folks who can't afford childcare, I think that's great. I just wasn't clear on what it was for. Like, is it going towards advocacy efforts? Not that that's not important, but.
Don't know exactly. I can't speak on behalf of the task force. It's not a city entity.
Right.
In human services, we do have a senior analyst whose focus is early childhood. She attends the task force meetings. I think as you heard before from former Mayor Davis, that the task force does a lot of advocacy, the lab school, Marine Park at Growing Place when it changed hands, those kind of things. I believe the position or the funding goes to an admin person to help the task force.
With all due respect, and I'm all for advocating and all the work, people should get paid to do this work. I'm definitely an early childhood task force supporter, SEPs, all the things. I would just feel bad that we're cutting people's salaries and we're freezing hiring, and then we're saying we're gonna pay an administrative person to advocate for early childhood. There's many volunteers who do that work. I would like to see that money go, that's what I thought it was, to go towards helping fund folks who can't afford preschool so that they can go to work. I thought that's what it was for. And I'm not diminishing that role, I'm just saying.
Well, my understanding is that that's through the Human Services Grant Program, that the Early Childhood Education Task Force helps coordinate with the agencies that do provide those grants.
Right, so it's paying for an administrator to do that work.
right, there's groups like Connections for Children, which does
Yeah, I
provide
know
that work.
I work with them.
Right, and as you said, Growing Place and others that provide those scholarships indirectly through the city funding, but the
But
task
we
force
have
itself.
somebody here in the city.
Our senior analyst, who has a portfolio of early childhood grants such as Connections, Marine Park, Growing Place, et cetera, helps bring those, as we do our entire grants program, helps bring those agencies together to coordinate. The task force is great in terms of helping with that, but we have staff that, again, full-time position that focuses pretty exclusively on early childhood up through elementary school.
It does that coordinating that we were just talking about?
Yes, not at the task force
But does it
specifically,
through the city?
but in that network of care of early
So
childhood.
if I'm a working parent and I need help finding a preschool that's subsidized, can I come to the city of Santa Monica and have somebody in that?
Yeah, we refer you to Connections for Children, which is one of our
Right.
grantee agencies, yes.
Okay.
But yes, she fields a lot of questions, this analyst, for example, if people come wanting information on early child care, our Building Blocks for Kindergarten campaign, anything like that. She can help direct them to resources.
Does that make sense what I'm saying? I'm just, I was just.
I
wanting to
understand
be
what you're
clear.
saying.
Yeah.
It's not a direct subsidy for childcare
Yeah.
in that way. I do understand.
Okay, anybody else? Oh, Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, what would be helpful for me to know is, as I'm thinking through this, is to what extent the hiring freeze would impact operational capacity for departments where essentially we're freezing staff at its existing levels, right? No?
I mean, I think it's pretty common for municipal agencies to freeze new hiring. I don't think that we're saying that you would freeze people at their current step, absolutely not. What we're saying is that, and that it also doesn't mean you can't hire new people. There's just an additional step that the hire needs to be tied to a direct need, health or safety issue, state of emergency, et cetera. So I think that, that would be up to Oscar's team to evaluate it's just an additional step before you can hire someone. So we're justifying the hires.
The idea, I guess, at this
For the
point in time
vacancies,
during a
yeah,
study
they could
session
be-
is to provide the direction to enable them to do the work to bring back a proposal next month.
Yeah, I think I'd want to know more about what those criteria are for bringing on new folks. I mean, if it's really a high bar that it's like a health or safety or
Emergency
issue. Yeah, I mean, what does that mean then in terms of like maintenance staff for Big Blue Bus? What does that mean in terms of library staff? can we bring on more library staff if we needed to,
So, I mean, ultimately, we can try to further define it right now or later, but it will ultimately come down to, in this proposal, the discretion of the city manager to bring it forward and the discretion of this council to determine whether it is a core need or not.
okay. I'm gonna have to do some meditating on this.
I have one more question for you, Oscar. There's an attachment, I think it's attachment D in the agenda. I should have printed it out. No, it's in our agenda about the compaction and like how oftentimes without coming to council, people either get a new title, which gives them a raise, and then that raise creates compaction, so then their supervisor gets a raise and so on and so forth. You guys don't have to come to council every time people get these incremental raises, right? I see our city manager.
We have to, so anytime there's an increase to a salary, we have to get the salary resolution approved by council. So we do come to you at that point. When there is a position that's receiving a equity adjustment because of that compaction, then we bring that to you with the resolution and we put it in the staff report.
But there's been equity adjustments because of compaction and just people getting different titles that don't come to council every time,
We bring them to council.
once they're already done.
Once we ask you to approve the resolution.
Yeah, right,
So
but
if
we're-
we've already gone through the, right. it's
That's
already
what I
gone through
mean, like the
process.
person's already gotten the raise, we're not actually, no?
No, they won't get the raise until the actual resolution is approved by council.
So are you guys freezing that too? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Everybody's coming.
Oh, you want, yes.
Okay. Good evening, council members. So what has been approved by council ahead of time is the language that puts us in the position to have to make the increase. So before the increase is actually made, though, any increase to a salary setting has to be approved by this council through resolution. So nobody gets paid until the resolution comes to council.
Were you gonna make a comment, city manager?
Not on this. I want to just speak for, first of all, thank you for this. Appreciate the work that's gone into this, and it'll take us some time to go through it because we're just seeing it for the first time, obviously. We have done hiring freezes before in the city, so this is not new. And you've given us enough direction here that I think we can figure out how to implement it in a way that makes sense. We would not come back to you, I don't believe, with every position, but the city manager, the new city manager, will then be able to assess position on a case-by-case basis, working with the departments. What we will do now is take this, should you approve this and give us direction to move forward, we need to take this, sit down as a group, take a look at it, make sure it comports with the cuts that we already have, because I know you've done your costing, but we also need to do our costing to make sure it works out. You've come up with new revenue generating ideas.
The revenues, by the way, are not costed into it. Those are additional.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, great. So that's great, thank you. What we will then do is incorporate this into a final budget to bring to you to adoption. That's what we have to do on the 24th. So it's we only have one more shot to bring it back to you for adoption. We don't have another meeting to do that necessarily. So we want to make sure that we take this, incorporate it, and then come to you on the 24th. You'll bless it, and we've got our budget adopted. So, and we will work, I mean, it's going to take us a little bit, but we appreciate the effort that went into this. It actually, it helps us now moving forward with this specific direction.
If council's done having this discussion, it sounds like there's a motion on the floor for this that was presented by Councilmember Zwick, if I
Mayor, can I
recall.
just
And yes,
say one thing? So right now, the way that we plan our work is we do propose budget, we bring the study session to you, you make your decisions, you give us direction, we come back to you for budget adoption. Between that time, we're developing the budget document, the adopted budget document, and the line item detail that some of you have asked for. That's gonna put us back. Just want to say that, we need that time to be able to do that.
What did you say that?
'Cause,
again? Sorry, you said that's going to put it what?
The line
It just-
item
it
is
just puts us back
going
in
to delay the
develop-
line item, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's gonna be delayed, our budget document and our line item, but, that's understandable, right? We just want to point
That makes sense. I mean, what I'll say, and I think we're all operating in a dynamic environment here is that, I think we pointed to concerns about the reserves, in the earlier study session, and I think that we're just responding to what we were given a week ago, and we understand it will take time again for you to respond.
Yeah, no, and I think it's responsible budgeting. We're looking at reserves and all that stuff, so we'll do our best. We'll take this direction and work through what we need to do.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just had a couple of questions because I want to make sure I'm understanding this, because I also am only seeing this for the first time and trying to do.
I hate the Brown Act.
I know the joys of the Brown Act, but this is luckily why I'm good at Excel formulas. So the proposed adjustments to Measure K, the removal of proposed 5 additional sworn SMPD, and that's the 1 homeless liaison program officer, 2 drone as first responder officers, and 2 traffic enforcement officers. According to my calculations, that would save over that would reduce the Measure K specific expenditures over this biannual budget by $2,437,446. So of those, approximately 2.4 million, the proposal is to allocate 500,000 of that for public services officers to augment safety,
Annually.
and that's specifically for downtown.
Annually, so that'd be $1 million over the biennial if you're calculating it that way.
Okay, and do we know if this is actually how much this would cost?
I believe that's roughly the equivalent, give or take.
So that would actually, since it's annually, that would be $1 million. And then allocate 650,000 annually for the advanced provider unit, and that would be 1.3 million, so that's leaves about 137,000.
That's a savings, correct?
Yeah, the savings for basically, I assume it's swapping what this is paying for, and it says fund equipment and subscription costs for proactive security monitoring solutions for library, Miles Playhouse, and Cambria Obscura, as well as additional equipment funds necessary to expand drone as a first responder program.
That's $50,000
That's 50 for the
for the additional.
for the additional. Is that annual or is that one time?
I believe that's one time.
Okay. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure I'm. Thank you so much for humoring me. This is lots of questions. We currently have 9 vacant sworn positions for SMPD. I thought it was fewer than that.
That's
but
the latest number that was provided to me by Finance on Friday.
Okay, so I'm probably looking at out of date data. So then 7 of them would continue to just be general sworn officers as needed?
They would all be essentially, this is essentially a suggestion at the chief's discretion.
Hypothetically, yeah. The AO program, so the fund the city operated ambulance operator program, proactive streetlight repair, no right on red, Safe Neighborhood Streets Program, and Transportation Impact Fee Revenue Replacement. So that's all would stay. It wouldn't change from what's in the staff report. And then, so replacing, okay, so the Z-Gate Capital Improvement Project, that's 200,000 proposed a one-time funding. So automated bike lane enforcement program, would that be the AI cameras that we're gonna already have on the buses starting in July?
So we have AI cameras starting on the buses in July. The same provider, we've demonstrated that we can put them on the smaller traffic enforcement vehicles and monitor the bike lanes and issue citations that way. It would similarly be reviewed by the police department and citations would be issued. That would not start in July based on the fact that it's not at that place, but we've demonstrated that it would be highly effective and generate a lot of revenue.
And that would be one-time, that would be needed just one-time funding to invest in the technology? Is that the
I could ask Anuj, sorry, Director Gupta or Director Santiago to speak more to it. What I was told is that while it's budgeted slightly higher in the larger list of Measure K expenditures, that I think there's a possibility that they could be roughly equivalent in terms of the two expenditures. Plus, there would be revenues associated.
So it's 200,000 to start the program and 186 annually to continue it.
But there would be revenues, I assume, associated with that.
There will be revenue associated with it.
The tickets.
That's correct. I mean, as the finance director alluded to earlier, I mean, it's a projection, right? So we don't know precisely. So I don't think either Oscar or I would want to represent that it's fully offsetting, but there's the startup costs, and then there are ongoing program costs.
So the startup costs are equivalent to the Z-gates in that regard.
What we had proposed, what we had costed initially was a bit higher. I think, we think we could potentially make it work, identify some efficiencies, given that it's this likely that, I mean, we may have to do a procurement, but it could be the same vendor involved.
There's some wiggle room in K here now in this version.
So that's, yeah.
So would this have to go on the smaller traffic enforcement vehicles, or could this also be from the cameras that we're going to have on the buses?
That's a good question, Councilmember. So there is a pretty significant distinction between the two in terms of course, if we were only using the cameras that we're already installing on the buses for bus lane enforcement, then it would naturally be limited to bike lanes on corridors that are Big Blue bus routes, which there's not really there is some overlap, but not necessarily sufficient. So what Councilmember Zwick alluded to is we did do a pilot of the bike lane enforcement program, installing these cameras on a limited number of SMPD traffic enforcement scooters. And those cameras demonstrated violations on kind of hotspots. We had a heat map that we produced in a public information item, but those hotspots for bike lane obstructions were, many of them were not on Big Blue bus routes.
Got it. And the startup costs that you identified and the ongoing costs, is that if we were to implement it as a permanent program, or is that for the pilot?
No, the pilot has already concluded, so this would be for permanent implementation. Following, so as I alluded to earlier, we are on track to begin automated bus lane enforcement, so the AI cameras on the buses on July 1st. State law requires a 60-day warning period, so that will kick off July 1st. We should be able to be on track to begin issuing actual citations in early September. Once we do that, we would be in a position to initiate a permanent bike lane enforcement program if we had the resources, but we'll have a much better sense of what the volume of citations are, what the time for our police department traffic services officer colleague to review each of those citation packages to determine whether or not to issue the citation. We will really have a much more informed place to actually stand up that bike lane enforcement program.
Would either or both of these programs also include enforcement of daylighting zones?
So not directly, that's not the way that the programs are set up. I mean, to the extent that in some cases, daylighting zones and bus stops, for example, there's a significant overlap. And so bus stops are included in our automated bus lane enforcement program. And, near side or bus stops often are daylighting zones as well, and they're red curbed as bus stops. So there would be some benefit there, but not, it wouldn't be a daylighting zone enforcement program.
Okay, so, and would that be something that we could potentially look at in the future?
I mean, I'm sure that this technology is advancing, and it's a similar concept. So I think it wouldn't be within either of the two programs that we're discussing tonight. But
currently, it could potentially be a pilot for something in the future if we wanted to look at that. Okay. So, and understanding that, as you noted, sorry, I know you keep, understanding that you had noted that we're very unlikely to get the approval for the Z-gate changes. Would you be comfortable with this replacement of the allocation of funds?
From our staff's point of view, this particular swap, the removing the Z-gates proposal and bringing back the automated bike lane enforcement proposal is something that we would certainly support.
Okay. right, thank you. And the parking meters on Nielsen Way, where would those be?
So thank you for raising that, Councilmember. So this is an idea that was very recently raised with us. It will be a substantial work effort. I do want to underline that. So what was in the budget is the addition of parking meters on the commercial stretch of Ocean Park Boulevard that we are, in a position to implement in time for the new fiscal year. It would address a number of safety, loading concerns. I live in that neighborhood, and there's a lot of newly popular businesses there that create, frankly, a lot of havoc. So it would enable us to manage demand, improve safety, improve loading, as well as, of course, bringing in the additional revenue. Those are existing parking areas. They're just not metered parking. So the kind of work to actually implement that is significantly less, and we have the inventory of meter poles and meters to do that and roll that out in the next few weeks. Nielsen Way would be converting traffic lanes to parking that are not currently parking at all, free or metered. So it would require, design and planning work. It would require, if we went with meters, meters that we don't necessarily currently have, right? The actual inventory. And something that's different about Nielsen Way compared to Ocean Park Boulevard, the sidewalks are very inconsistent block by block, and many of them are very, very narrow already before we even consider installing a meter, which takes up more space on the sidewalk. Those sidewalks already present some ADA challenges and just access challenges. So it would have to be a block by block analysis as to where we could actually accommodate additional parking. It would not be the entire corridor, and it would be, if we were to pursue this, like an off-peak thing. So it would be a traffic lane during peak hours, and then potentially parking on certain blocks during off-peak.
Would we potentially be required to increase the size of the sidewalks if we were to pursue this in the areas that we may need? I'm just not sure what we're legally required to do.
I don't think we can answer that necessarily standing here today, but I think that's exactly the type of point that will take significant work with traffic engineering, ADA analysis. This is a substantial.
Just to jump in for 1 second, I appreciate. I think the intention is to begin that process, not to install them tomorrow. I'm going off the fact that based on dialogue with Director Gupta and the city traffic engineer, that there is feasibility to further exploring this, and the idea is that it would both be another source of revenues and a traffic calming device on a majorly dangerous corridor.
So how much would it cost us then to do that feasibility analysis? I'm assuming then that that's what this is asking for, the feasibility analysis, or is it feasibility analysis and some implementation if possible?
The preliminary determination, as I understand it, is that it is feasible. It's just that it will be a block by block effort to determine exactly what is needed and what can go in at each place.
Sorry, yeah, like the feasibility of the specific analysis. Sorry, that's what I'm asking. My apologies if.
Thank you. So yes, I think what Councilmember Zook, what you said is correct, that based on our analysis, when this was raised recently, that it is a feasible option, sort of in concept. I think the point I was trying to raise is that the effort to actually, if we were to receive the direction, the effort to actually implement this would be a substantial work effort in terms of the ADA analysis, the planning and the design, and we don't currently have the resources as well, potentially, for whether we went with parking meters, a multi-space meter option, or some other payment option, right? And I think from our staff's point of view, I mean, this is our parking division, as well as our mobility and traffic engineering team would need to be involved in this. It is a substantial work effort, so I just want to be very clear that,
yeah, I know.
This would be a new item to the work plan where we would need to identify a trade-off or something that we would have to deprioritize.
Okay.
I just wanted to underline the distinction between this and the Ocean Park Boulevard meters effort.
Understood. Yeah, that's that gives me a little bit of pause. I would absolutely love to improve the public safety on that corridor because we have gotten so many constituent complaints and questions and feedback from folks who are really worried about Nielsen Way. But I understand if we have to figure out what the trade-offs are, maybe we could ask to identify.
Maybe I can propose it differently. The idea is that there is some substantial cost involved in getting this program going, which ultimately will be a revenue generating program. And the idea of Measure K is that it could help with those startup costs to ultimately enable that. There's substantial savings that have been generated here, especially through moving the LPR system to another balance line item that would help realize some of those initial costs. But we could ask perhaps for them staff to return with an initial line item within Measure K to do that initial feasibility work.
And we can do that. It's also a capacity issue, and I think that's what Anuj is pointing out, that it's an additional work effort. It's going to take a while. There may be funding for Measure K, but we still have to have staff.
But presumably some amount of funding this year could help begin that process.
I think, the funding would help, but I think, as the city manager pointed out, I think staff capacity is a very real concern, and this is a substantial, bridging parking, mobility, and mobility's traffic engineering unit specifically. It's a substantial work effort. But
there is a new traffic engineer position in this Measure K allocation as well.
So if I'm hearing correctly, this particular bullet point may not come to fruition in this budget cycle, but they could at least potentially begin the work if this is the direction that we choose to give to staff. Is that an accurate statement?
I would be comfortable amending it to say that we explore this option and allocate a certain amount of budget to exploring the feasibility of moving forward with this.
Would staff be comfortable with that?
We may come back and ask for you to prioritize other items in the work plan, because not everything is first, second, third. Something has to fall off when you keep adding things to the work plan, so.
Yeah, to me personally, Nielsen has been there was just a hit and run there last week. It's been a long time priority of staff to do calming on that, and there's an infeasibility of doing many of the other traffic calming measures that we've proposed, so that's why this idea came forward.
I just want to make sure, because I've got people in the queue who are just.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, it's okay. Are you still asking?
Just want to make sure that I'm still lots of questions. Where would that one, okay, so thank you so much, Director Gupta. Where would this 1.5 million to preserve overtime for special deployments in the police department come from? Because I understand that's above the 200,000 above the proposed 1.3.
Right, so Measure K currently contemplates funding $1.3 million to the preservation of overtime. This would be adding an additional $200,000 to that allocation.
Where is that coming from, though?
It's
Councilmember, I'll clarify that. The overtime, basically, we wanted to show you is that the police department proposed $2 million in overtime. We only took $700,000 as a reduction. So really, the amount that we took is $700,000.
Sorry, they
Right, but
proposed
isn't
cutting 2 million in overtime.
They proposed $2 million reduction in overtime.
Reduction.
We only said we're taking a reduction of $700,000.
right, but that has to do with the fact that we're not spending the entirety of Measure K. That's how we're able to do that.
Right,
So
right,
essentially, that's a Measure K expenditure.
right. And so I guess we're not going to give them 1.5 million in overtime.
Right.
We're just going to make them whole.
We're going to make them whole,
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay, yep.
So they're not going to have them cut the 700,000
Okay.
and that other funding goes towards it.
Okay, I think my brain is just not clicking for that. All right, I'll reserve other questions until I
Councilmember Hall?
write this more. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to state a couple of things. One, thank you to the department heads, chiefs who helped inform some of these recommendations. Second, I just want to call out specifically, and I'm not an expert on the repayment plan for the Housing Trust Fund, so Director Santiago, please correct me if this is not possible, but I do want to make sure in our direction to staff that with the increase in revenues from the residential and visitor parking permits, we do want to use at least 25%, or as written, use 25% of new revenues generated from this increase to reimburse the Housing Trust Fund for the next 4 years. That's a key priority for the three of us who wrote this motion. And assuming there's no legal reason why we can't do that, that would be strongly our priority.
Yeah, no, we'll come back to you at budget adoption, basically amending our fiscal policy, where you indicate that we'll incorporate that into our fiscal policy, that you want us to do this payment plan is different from what we already was adopted in the budget.
Okay,
So,
great.
yeah,
Thank
we can revise it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Raskin?
All right, so we've been here at this for a long time.
Yeah.
We've got a motion on the table. I think we're moving towards consensus. I'm ready to support this motion. I just want to ask for just three very, very quick, hopefully friendly amendments as we move forward. One, hopefully we can support getting information back as we move forward about the operational trade-offs that would occur through hiring freezes or really all this whole package, and get a little bit more feedback from staff as you digest this. Two other real quick things. I would, if it's friendly to the maker and seconder of the motion, like to have the option, if it's feasible, to come back moving forward with the CRU option.
We don't have to call it CRU, chief, and call it whatever you want.
That model. I mean, to me, the
Lead up to the APU.
yeah, the revenue generating potential is intriguing to me, and I'd like to understand if that's feasible to move forward on.
Wait, I just want to clarify, because I see your face being confused. No, I know. I think the AO it's two different things. The AO is not, no, you're on the right track. I get what you're saying. He's not talking about the AO. He's talking about this APU takes time to ramp up to get this nurse on there, and we would like to see it roll out without that when it used to be a CRU until it becomes an APU. So that it's going out in the community. The end goal is to have this nurse practitioner, chief, just to clarify, you said that we could start out and roll out a pilot version of that does that care, with the end goal being having the nurse practitioner on it once that gets.
Correct. It's just minus the scope of what a nurse practitioner can do.
Right, but it's still doing the work of getting folks transported to where they want to do, reserving needed resources to go otherwhere, right?
Correct.
So the idea being that we could potentially get started with this program before we have hired our nurse practitioners.
Right.
Not that it would necessarily generate revenues, but that it would get our presence out in the community faster.
Well, to Councilmember Raskin's point, I made the comment that also the CRU, I know, whatever we want to call it, could potentially be a revenue generator in the event that we wanted to function that way.
If it transports to a hospital, then it's a revenue generator.
Right.
Got it. Well, I'm all for the idea that we deploy these resources as quickly as we can. Obviously, we need to reserve funds to pay a nurse practitioner when that person is hired, but to the extent feasible, I'm calling it the APU because that's what was listed as an unfunded proposal from the fire department. But if there's a way to roll it out faster, I would not be opposed as the maker.
Sorry, just to clarify, Chief, doesn't the APU in the long term raise more revenues?
Well, the AO would.
The AO
Ambulance
does.
Operator Program. The APU would be a firefighter paramedic with a nurse practitioner treating in the field, not necessarily transporting. The AO program, or Ambulance Operator Program, would be the revenue generator.
And the CRU could be, because it could be transporting as well.
Sorry,
It reduces, like, what was it, wall time, right?
Correct.
Which would
It
be,
has a potential, to reduce wall time for resources that get them back in the field to run more emergent calls.
great, thank you.
Mayor, may I ask the chief a clarifying question? Because it sounds like we're all getting confused between CRU and APU. And CRU, at this point, the state is not allowing us to do a CRU. Is that correct?
That's not true.
The way it used to function prior to its sunset is no longer allowed by the state.
Okay.
But you're forgetting the but. It's not that we can't do what we just described. It's just the way it was before we're not doing. I don't know what the secret, like,
Because it does, the scope, they're two different scopes. So it can only do what it can do within, you have two paramedics, they're governed by, so they can't do everything that the APU can do. But it can transport, it can be a unit that responds to non-emergent calls in a forward-facing manner. It just doesn't have the scope or the ability to do, a half a dozen or
street
more
medicine
things.
and.
Correct.
To be clear, in its current form today, the state would allow it to do this. Show up to a call in replace of having a fire engine and an emergency service person who could be showing up to someone suffering a stroke or a heart attack. And it could transfer that person to Exodus, that is allowed, if they're 5150. if that person says they have a medical issue, then they could take them to the hospital, right?
It's a transport,
The
it's two paramedics,
transport-
like in any other city that has two
And
paramedics
it frees
on
up
an
the
ambulance.
fire department and to respond to
How
other
about this?
uses.
Look, I'm just trying to get us out of here. Can we just agree to come back with some options on the 24th? Understand what,
Within the
we'll have
scope
have some
of the
flexibility
budget.
about this? We all
Yeah,
okay with that?
yeah,
Okay.
because I also had questions for the chief about this stuff too, because I do want to, we just got this, and I do appreciate the work, but I do feel like the public safety officers, we've had those questions. I would want to ask the chief, if he's still here, what would he prefer in terms of public safety officers versus sworn? Also looking at code enforcement, I would like to look at, historically, if we've been aggressive enough. I see a lot of warnings and warnings. Are we generating enough revenue to supplement this other code enforcement personnel?
Yeah.
Like, are we using our full potential to generate revenue from citing folks in code? Sorry,
No,
Councilmember.
well, look, I think we all just want to have some flexibility and some options moving forward. If we're all on the same page, I'd like to call the question. I don't think we need to discuss this further. I think we've beat this horse to death.
Well, I think the question is, though, if we are moving this tonight, are we saying that we're just giving some general direction to look into this? No. Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, we have to.
We're moving as it as written.
You're giving us direction, we're taking this and incorporating into the budget.
And we
We're
still have
bringing
to
you a
approve the budget.
We're bringing you a budget, this is the budget, and it's going to be before you to adopt on the 24th. We don't have.
All right, let's call the question. Sorry, I have a 6 a.m. flight. Yeah.
Apologies. Okay, so this allocate 1.5 million to preserve overtime for special deployments in the police department. So the proposal in the staff report and in the budget is to reduce the costs. So it's a minus, the proposal in the budget, not on this, is minus 1.4 million over the 2 years. So I'm very confused as to where this 1.5 million would be coming
So
from.
Measure K is supposed to generate upwards of $6.7 million annually. You'll notice in the allocation that we're only allocating a little bit north of $4 million to that effort, in part because we are using other reserves to enable certain departments, including the police department, to not do the reductions that they propose as part of the cost reduction exercise. Currently, we're spending 1.3 million of Measure K to reduce down the reduction of $2 million worth of overtime that they were proposing to $1.3 million, sorry, to $700,000. I'm proposing that we allocate an additional $200,000 that would have been spent from Measure K to reduce it further to $500,000 as a total reduction.
I'm not following. I'm so sorry. Like, am I the only one who's lost?
So fire, police department is still going to take a overtime reduction, but it's only going to be 500,000 instead of 700,000.
Got it. Okay, that makes, okay, thank you.
That makes it even more confusing for
I'm
me.
highlighting the fact that we are using Measure K funds to allow them to do that.
But instead of Measure K funds proposing the new things that we told the community it was going to provide, we're just plugging holes of like, I get that we're saying everyone had to do a cut in the budget, and then we had this new money to do things.
Right, we're not using Measure K to cut, to make the other departments
And so
whole.
now what we're doing is saying, you're not going to get these new things, but now you don't have to make your cuts. So I don't know. What's that saying about 6 eggs, half a dozen? I don't know.
So, hold on, but I want to just clarify what the motion is, because I asked first for amendments to come back with some trade-offs, essentially, or some flexibility as to how this is implemented, understanding operational impacts for the freezes, understanding whether we can potentially trade off, for example, public safety officers for sworn officers through this. I understand, we might have to go back to the departments and do a little bit more investigation before we can get those answers.
But
So,
that's not, but he's asking if, voting yes on this, as it is, the motion is on the floor, is not coming back. It's saying that we're moving forward with this.
It's asking to make a proposal based on this direction.
Right.
Right, and if it is more efficient to have one sworn officer rather than use public safety officers.
But that's not what it says here. The direction is
That's what
here.
Ellis is amending.
Well,
That's what I hear.
Well, but we're not giving specifics.
Can we give the city manager the flexibility to go back to the department heads, figure out the operational impacts, figure out if we can make those trade-offs, and then on the 24th, come back with your best advice or your staff's best advice as to how to implement this?
But on the 24th, we won't be able to amend that, right?
It's the budget.
It's the budget.
There can be
Today's the
amendments
day to do
made
it.
on the 24th. Obviously, we don't want to rewrite it, but there can be amendments made, including the idea of swapping out 4 public service officers for 2 sworn, if that's what you so choose to do.
We have to do it on.
Yes.
Yes, we can bring that, yes, and that can be part of the budget adoption, correct.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to give
Yes.
you and the team some opportunities
appreciate
to
that.
look at this.
So then, is it friendly to the maker that the amendment I hear is, this is not direction to move forward with this, but rather to explore? It sounds like this is more exploratory. I want to be specific.
No.
Okay, so then, as you understand it as the maker, with the amendments, can you just list out what's amended here? We have the written document. What is he offering, and how do you understand what Councilmember Raskin is offering to amend this? Because he's saying he'd like to hear back.
Yeah, when it comes to the freeze, I do believe it's entirely within the discretion of the city manager's office to make a proposal based on these parameters to council as to what positions can be freezed and what positions in their determination cannot. So that will come before us, and that will be at their discretion based on these parameters that we are outlined in the motion. When it comes to the Measure K allocations, every department needs to take these numbers, refine them. The city manager and the finance director needs to make sure that they add up. I believe they do. Nonetheless, they need to take those to direction and put together a budget and bring it back to us for our consideration. As to whether you can make a change at that point, yes. I mean, again, the goal on June 24th traditionally is not to start again with the budget, but you can make changes on the 24th.
But this is the night where we would ask the questions. I just have so many questions now. Like, for example, I know that the AI bike lane thing is under Department of Transportation, but who's managing those citations? The police department. So then that means that's efforts, right? Put in
so
there.
they're currently-
Hold on, I just want to say, and then also revenue generating. Like, I don't know that the police department has the ability to generate as much revenue because they're applying the law fairly. So like, there's just questions around how the PSOs, I would want to ask the chief, I don't know that we're going to dictate. We have 60% sworn and 40% civilian, which is more than most in terms of civilian versus sworn. I would just want to have that discussion more to understand what's the best allocation, and I feel pressured here to do it now without looking at it. So that's why,
I don't think we're going to solve those questions now.
right.
Yeah.
You can ask the questions, or we can have those discussions between now and the 24th.
Yeah, exactly, sorry. Let's just call the vote.
All right.
Sounds like everyone's ready. Any more? There's people in the queue. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
There was a question in the staff report about staff seeking direction from the council regarding the intended use of the rental registry. Would it be appropriate to give that direction to staff now or after the vote?
You can give that direction now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because yeah.
There's a number of items to give direction on. Should we just vote and then go to direction?
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
All right, so the motion was made by Councilmember Zwick, seconded by Councilmember Hall?
State the motion again. I got it.
And,
Well,
sorry.
You want me to read it?
I mean, I know it's this, but that's.
Exhibit
but
A.
I'm sorry.
I know
what-
it's this.
The motion is to enact the following adjustments to the overall budget, freezing all currently vacant positions in the city. I'm not going to read this whole document.
No.
Enact the following adjustments to Measure K. I mean, it's all here. It's what was
Okay,
placed.
all right.
That's what's,
With
But-
the
but-
additional discretion that Alice amended.
Exactly.
and I'm not really clear on what that discretion was, except for
More
to,
flexibility to the city manager.
Okay, I understand.
to give some operational flexibility to the city manager's office.
Would it be friendly to the maker and seconder to also include direction to seek to preserve the community garden fees at their current level?
No.
No.
Wait, to do what? To keep them at their current level? That's not included in this? It's the 300% markup? No cucumbers for you, Mr. Hall.
I'm sorry, but.
He doesn't like vegetables.
That is why I asked the questions of our public works
Yeah.
director.
When
if-
Director
if
Volte
we-
says we'd go to custodial or tree maintenance or other things, I don't see how
Right,
we
we
could do
have
that.
hardship waivers for it.
Right.
Okay. All right, motions are on the floor. Friendly amendments have been accepted.
Witt,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Janetskaya. Councilmember-
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, was that a yes? Yes. Okay. Mayor Negrete.
No.
Okay, where's the, oh, here it is, direction.
On the screen.
That's not the side of the direction.
I could explain my no vote, but I feel like it's pretty obvious.
Great, so we need direction on the items as presented on the screen.
I don't think so.
So our recommended actions are, you're gonna receive the update to the 5-year forecast, which I presented to you. You're gonna give us direction on the proposed biannual budget, which you gave us already. You're gonna provide direction on the proposed changes to fees and fines. The staff report indicated some fees and fines that are changing. So if you want us to go in a different direction, you tell us about that. Provide direction on council travel funds. We need for you to tell us what option you wanna go with. And then you set the budget hearing for adoption on the 24th. There's also one thing that you pointed out, Councilmembers Janetskaya. We are seeking direction on the rent registry based on the information in the staff report. Heather, I don't know if you want to kind of see what direction you need for that, because I'm not clear.
I think we just wanted council to have the opportunity, if anything that I stated earlier in the presentation or anything that you saw outlined in the staff report is not reflective, if there's something missing, now would be the opportunity to tell us that.
As the folks in the queue, because Councilmember Hall's in there, is this about that? Councilmember Zernitskaya?
So on direction about the rental registry, so in the staff report, it says that the objectives are to enforce violations of state rental caps, enforce violations of short-term rental ordinances, track length of vacancies of units that are listed for rent, but it would not include homes which are empty but not being listed for rent, and to establish a vacancy tax. So in my mind, the intended use of the registry is some of that, but not all of that exactly. It's to adequately track length and accurate number of rentable vacant homes, enforce violations of municipal code related to habitability standards, and I think that if possible, the registration should include basic information about the units, including number of bedrooms, bathrooms, approximate usable square footage, age of building, monthly rental, et cetera, monthly rental amount. And I'm sorry if this is all like implied, I just wanted to make sure. Identify landlords who may own multiple buildings and property managers who may manage multiple properties to help identify patterns of bad actors who may be serial violators of municipal code. And I think rather than an intent of being, at least for me, establishing a vacancy tax, I think to consider but not necessarily establish a vacancy tax or fee for residential rental properties. So that's my direction on that piece. On 3, direction to propose changes to fines and fees. If the Community Garden Advisory Committee can figure out a way to make up that 30,000 or part of it. I thought, are we not doing all
No,
of those?
because I think Councilmember Hall has something about that. We were just, yeah.
Okay.
Just on the rent registry, we're just
Got
there
it.
right now. Sorry, don't go away. Councilmember Hall.
And I know I told you this in private, but just for the public's sake, to the extent legally possible, make sure we're working with the Rent Control Board and their rental registry, if there's API hooks that we can do so that the information could potentially be cross-shared, that would be really important, that we have a singular source of truth, again, to the extent legally possible.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yeah, I don't know if Mr. Holub is still here, but my understanding is that the information can be shared one way with you. That shouldn't be an issue. I don't know that Natalia, I couldn't recall if Natalia mentioned habitability, but yeah, I think a big reason why other jurisdictions do this, and to Mayor Negrete's point earlier around ensuring that we have preserved, habitable, safe rental housing for everyone. We do know that folks leave their buildings in disrepair, and that's why we need to do proactive inspections. Thanks.
My only direction is that we just really look at creating a percentage and we figure out what that number of the housing trust fund that's available that we actually are going to spend on preserving if it's not already set, as opposed to just sort of taking rent applications over the counter that we kind of identify so we can sort of plan and assess the buildings that are out there. Because the Virginia project is just one that we know of that became an issue, but there's many like that.
Yeah, so I think I also just want to clarify because there is, rent control is completely separate from the
Right,
city.
I know. I'm
And
talking
so,
about the money that is used. I'm not talking about rent subsidies or applying to make sure that you can raise your rent for an appropriate profit amount. I'm talking about like the funding of making sure that buildings are repaired. And usually a lot of these buildings, they're so far in despair and needing repair that they can't afford it. And you're saying people apply for that, right? Like what happened with Virginia. I know that's a nonprofit organization that applied, and that's a little different.
Virginia didn't apply though.
No, I know, the Community Corp is working with you guys.
But Community Corp purchased that, so that property was put up for sale is what happened.
Right.
And Community Corp purchased it to preserve it. So.
And then you
to
guys were giving
to preserve it as
funding.
low income in the community, low income housing in the community.
So there is no funding that actually goes towards helping.
This is not agenda.
Okay, this is not in here, okay.
I would just say that, like, this is a very specific, like, we have very specific guidelines for how the Housing Trust Fund is used. So if
I
you
know,
want to reopen
yeah.
that discussion, I would recommend we bring a 16 item to have that discussion.
That's what-
Because
yeah.
right now, like, providing direction to Director Averick is not the way we can change the Housing Trust Fund guidelines.
That's fine, that's what I'm referring to.
And there will be an info item coming your way very soon about the Housing Trust Fund in general. So I think that will also help guide some future conversations. I also just want to highlight one more thing as we talk about and consider the rent registry for non-rent controlled units, is that rent control has the data that they collect, and that may end up looking different than the data that we collect for the non-rent controlled units.
Right.
And so in the future, as we look to compile data to support some of these things that we're discussing, it may just not, it may not match each other. So I just want to make that known.
And it's hard to get everybody to agree to supply their information, I'm sure, too. Councilmember Zwick.
It's my understanding that the data can't be easily combined. Is that what we've discovered?
Correct.
And despite the fact that most of the habitability issues and other things are in the rent-controlled units, we still want to prioritize it for the non-rent controlled units as a council.
Yeah, but I think that, again, this would be a charter amendment, but a habitability, a proactive, systematic code enforcement program similar to what the city of LA has in other jurisdictions would be a entirely new program altogether. This would have to be a precursor to any sort of proactive, systematic code enforcement program, which we could talk about at a later time. But I think I think the rent control administrator left already. Oh, he's here. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm so sorry, Jonathan. I didn't.
Do you want to hear from me real briefly on what you just talked about? Because you answered it.
I think,
Okay, great. Well, we would need a charter amendment
I
at
think
some
we're
point.
all going
Yeah,
off
great.
a little bit. And so does anybody have anything for Heather? Okay, so we're going to move on to direction on the next. Looks like we're doing fees. Fees and fines. I think Councilmember Zernitzka was starting to. Councilmember Raskin?
I was just going to make some quick motions to get us through these.
Go ahead.
Do it.
Okay. I move that we direct staff to move forward with the proposed revisions in the staff report.
I'm option 1 to the council travel funds.
I'm option 2 because option 2 gives anybody who is appointed to a board. So option 2 for the travel funds, I think, is everybody in agreement to that? And then, sorry, to go back for the garden fees, I personally am opposed to raising it. I'm just giving that commentary.
They were just raised.
Yeah.
Sorry, because they were raised last year. I understand we have the hardship waivers, and I understand it's not that much money within the general, amount of the budget. But if there's a way for
spread it out.
staff to, to work with the Community Garden Advisory Committee to figure out where that money could come from, if not from raising the fees, because $30,000 within the context of a budget of this size is not a lot of money, although I do understand that there are trade-offs. So if there is I would just like to direct staff to see what we can do to explore potential alternatives.
Councilmember Raskin?
Well, I made a motion, it wasn't seconded. Okay, I'm not inclined to go against staff's recommendation with respect to the garden piece.
Okay, let's call the vote. Oh,
Sorry, my understanding was that the staff recommendation was subject to the advisory committee's buy-in, input, and the advisory committee is opposed to it. Am I incorrect on that? Because that was, I think, one of my prior.
Where does that leave us?
it leaves us with the suggestion. You still have it in there to raise the fees, right? Even though you don't have the buy-in, that's still,
Correct. The advisory committee issued a letter to the city council that they were
Yeah.
against the fee increases.
but as it's presented, it's in there, I guess is my point. So if we were voting yes on it, it would be to increase the fees.
Correct.
Okay, so does that make sense? Yep. That's what's in there. You can vote yes, no, or whatever. Let's call the, sorry. Can we call the vote?
Councilmember Zwick?
This is just to essentially
just
say
direction.
number 2 and otherwise say great. Okay, yes.
I mean,
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Janetskaya?
Yes.
And Mayor Negrete?
no, and the only reason I said no was because I don't agree on raising the garden fees.
So I think the last thing we need to do is just direct staff to set the hearing on June 24th. I move to set the hearing on June 24th.
Councilmember Janetskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Mayor Negrete?
Yes.
I want to clarify on the council travel fund policy, you chose option 2.
2.
Yeah.
Item 12A, public hearing on the status of staff vacancies in the city of Santa Monica as required by Government Code Section 3502.3.
Can we get a truncated report back on this?
There is one speaker for this item.
Okay.
Also, thank you, staff.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
thank
much.
you.
Great work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Like half the city's here. It's like half the city. I know. Hey, it's
Yeah, I'm just asking.
it's
if we can-
before midnight, guys. It's
So that
before
this is
midnight.
Required by state law now. Yeah, I know.
Wait, don't we have to do public comment first? Yeah, so, but he's up here. I don't think she's here. She said, I think she's going home. Clerk? Oh. Clerk, are we doing public comment or did that person leave?
I don't know if they left, but it's a public hearing, so we have to open it
Okay.
regardless.
Judith Sterling.
I think she left, yeah.
Is she?
She said she wasn't gonna make it.
She said not past 9.
Need the readers. Are we ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Michael Arnaldus, Human Resources Manager. I'm here before you tonight to present on the city's vacancy rates and recruitment and retention efforts for calendar year 2024 in compliance with Assembly Bill AB 2561. So a little bit about AB 2561. On September 22nd, 2024, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill AB 2561 into law to amend the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, which creates a new obligation for agencies to publicly report on the status of their vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. This legislation requires...
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
Having PTSD.
There we go. This legislation requires a few things. Number one, it requires that at least once per fiscal year, the city must hold a public hearing before city council. At the hearing, the city shall present information regarding the status of vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts, and identify any necessary changes to policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. Number two, we're also required to allow the recognized employee associations, regardless of the vacancy rate, to make a presentation during the public hearing concerning vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. The employee associations were informed of the hearing this evening, and it is my understanding that potentially up to 4 bargaining units will be presenting. Only one? Okay. All right. And finally, if vacancies within a single bargaining unit meet or exceed 20% of the authorized full-time positions, upon request of the recognized employee association, the city must provide additional information during the public hearing, including the following: the number of vacancies, the number of applicants, the average time to fill positions, and opportunities to improve compensation and working conditions for employees in the bargaining unit. I'm happy to report that we did not hit the 20% threshold for any of our employee groups.
Great.
On the screen here is the vacancy rate information by bargaining unit or by employee group. We have 2 unrepresented groups on here: CUE, confidential unrepresented employees, and EPP. The rest of these are represented. Our highest vacancy rate is 10% for confidential unrepresented employees. This is effective. Overall, our overall vacancy rate for the city is 6.1% as of December 31st, 2024, which is close to the national average of 4.6% for public sector, not including educational agencies. This slide presents information regarding where vacancies originate from. Approximately 41% of the vacancies are a result of employees moving within the organization, which we consider to be positive, as these employees are choosing to stay with the organization and promote within. Overall, we did not find any numbers that gave us concern, and it'll be interesting to see how these numbers trend over time. This is the first year that we're doing this, so I don't have historical data to look back on as far as to analyze how things are trending. Of the 294 vacancies filled in 2024, 70 were filled following the administration of promotional recruitments open to city employees only. The remainder were filled following the administration of open competitive recruitments, which was 223. Slide number 6, it presents challenges and strategies with regard to recruitment and hiring. We saw that the labor market changed significantly during the pandemic and continues to evolve as prospective employees evaluate their employment options and contemplate the benefits of working in the public sector. In recognition of this, we employ a variety of strategies with regard to the administration of recruitment and hiring activities to ensure we are meeting the needs of our customers and improve our chances of attracting qualified candidates. This includes understanding the needs of departments and working with them to strategically prioritize hiring activities, continuing to evaluate our positioning in the market with regard to salaries and adjusting when appropriate and to the extent feasible, identifying and removing inappropriate barriers to employment, such as overly restrictive minimum qualification requirements, and also utilizing targeted outreach when possible to solicit interest from potential candidates who are not currently seeking employment or actively seeking employment. And this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you have before I turn it over to our single bargaining unit representative for a presentation.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cody Green. I think I know most of you. I appreciate you having me tonight. Do I just do it here, or you'll flip it through me? Okay, for me. Thank you. So vacancies within the Police Officers Association in 24 years, nearly 24 years, the police department has been fully staffed with officers one time for a period of a few months. This is due to an unrealistic funding model, which has, through, I think, no intentional fault by anybody, but it just forced management to always hold back to ensure that there's enough funds when unintended events or arise so that they can try to stay within budget. This is some information from neighborhoodscout.com. It's talking about the crime rate, stating that Santa Monica is definitely a crime active area. In fact, we have a higher crime rate, both violent and overall crime, than Inglewood, California. The police department is funded currently, we're 232 officers. The POA currently has 214 officers. 7 of those members are in some type of training process and not independently able to operate. We have 9 people currently hired that are not POA members, but they are occupying those funding spots. So there's always going to be a discrepancy in the number of POA members, the people that go out there and actually do the police work versus those that are reflected in your staff report. It takes approximately 12 to 24 months to get an officer hired, send them to training, get them through the field training program, and then get them off probation operating independently. A cost to that is conservatively $150,000 to get them to that point. So hiring with police officers is a different animal than hiring other employees because of the extensive vetting and training process. These are all the pending retirement eligible members within the POA. There's currently little over 30, and a year from now, 2 years from now, there'll be 50. 2027, they'll be in the 55 range that are retirement eligible. It's approximately 25%, 26% of all POA members could walk out the door right before the Olympics. Another 118 or 55% are rank of police officer or police officer with 9 years or left, or 9 years of service or less. Essentially, these are the crop of officers that are could get recruited away by other departments. And we know that because that's the pool that we look at when we try to get laterals from other places. Due to changes in retirement system and potential changes to pay and other benefits, the reality of people moving to a different department is real. We had 2 people within the last 6 months lateral to other police agencies, and we have 2 more that are processing. So it's only 4 people, but when you're talking about $150,000 per employee, that's a significant investment that we made in those people. Next month, June 2025, there's over 300 uniform overtime shifts available. That's not including investigative shifts. Those have to get filled with the existing employees that we have. Based on the staffing model, we are understaffed, so any shortage is felt significantly throughout the department when we don't meet full staffing. Currently, the police department is approximately 4% vacant. We normally run at a higher rate, usually around 7%, but that's not including the POA, which usually runs between like 7 and 9%, based on significantly on that funding model. This is some research by PORAC, which shows that California police agencies are at a 30-year low in staffing. Departments are struggling to recruit qualified staff. It's putting strain on existing workforce, and staff shortages are increasing response times for a number of reasons within California. So kind of the crux of it is that the recruiting and retaining police officers is vital to what we do, and because of that extended lag time in hiring, training, and retaining them, it needs to be looked at in a slightly different way than other types of employees in the city because it's such a long and extensive process. So, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any questions?
I do.
Oh,
Do you have an ask for council, or is this just like a situational awareness?
Well, based on the law that allows me to come up and present to you guys, there's no requirement for any questions if you guys don't have them. I'm happy to answer the questions if you have something.
Oh, I'm just wondering if.
She's saying, do you have an ask?
Do you have an ask? Because you're stating that it's taking a long time to recruit people. People are leaving.
Yeah, well, my ask, and I've said publicly that we currently are not funded for the level of work that we have in the city, the number of police officers that we have. We're not funded for that. So of course, my ask is to meet, that request, right? And I've publicly said 300 officers. That is based on my experience, right? And the workload that's out there. Now, if there's some scientific study or deeper study that shows it's, 278 or 275 or 290, I'm not going to debate that. But what I do know in my heart of hearts is that it's not 232 and that it needs to be significantly increased. There's a million other factors to that. And I know there was a lot of talk about the overtime and the overtime budget, but the overtime budget is much more complex than just overtime because there's other things that get paid out of the overtime budget, including guaranteed compensation to the officers. And so it's much more complex discussion than we can have in this short setting, but it's not completely accurate to just think those overtime dollars are only paying for additional officers to go out in the field. And at the city here, our model has always been to hold short a little bit because we need people in the summer. We need officers out there on the weekends, on the pier, on the beach. But you don't always necessarily need those, people on the beach in the winter. So the model has always been hold a little short and then pay overtime in the summer. And we used to have like 2 seasons, right? You had a busy season, your summer season, and you had an off season. But we've come to see that it's busy all the time now. So we're applying an old staffing model to a situation that's not always as accurate as it used to be.
And what percentage of the current sworn officers are on desk duty versus out in the field?
I don't have that exact number in front of me, but I think it would probably be about 30%, maybe if you're not counting administration, have some type of assignment that's primarily indoors, or not field-based. And that's just from, kind of shooting from the hip.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Snell.
Officer Green, tonight we heard from the chief that over the last 2 years or 3 years that we've had an increase in hiring with the police officers. Is that correct?
That's what the chief has said. So,
do you agree with that?
We have seen a significant increase in hiring, but you also have to count the number of people going out the door. So I don't think we've seen this huge increase in number of staffing because we have people leaving, we have people retiring.
So you're saying, okay, so what you're
what's
saying.
The ask would be what's the net, right?
Right.
And I think the net is minimal.
Okay, so can you bring back your slide with respect to the retirements over the next 3 years? Are those numbers based on net?
So these numbers here are retirement eligible employees.
So they're not bet on. It's not based on what's going to be hired during that period of time.
Correct,
also.
Correct. This is showing the number.
So that's just showing what's going to be retired. So then the net would be something different, right?
The net would be something different, yeah, because this is showing people, if you look at the first one where there's 30 people in yellow, that's 30 people that are currently eligible to retire if they made that decision.
So
that doesn't actually mean they have to leave this year.
And it also doesn't mean that it doesn't include what we're going to continue to hire in that period of time.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Do we need a motion to receive and file?
Yeah, exactly. So, I think she's left, yeah.
Move to receive and file?
Do we have to do a roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none? Move on to 16A.
Item 16A, recommendation to rescind the May 13, 2025 appointment of Frederick Foy Jr. to the Transit Security Advisory Committee and consider new appointment to the vacancy on the committee with a term ending June 30, 2029.
Council.
Fortunately, Mr. Foy was appointed to the seat earmarked for a law enforcement officer. Unfortunately, there was an error, and he is actually not qualified to fill that seat. So council needs to rescind his designation or his appointment to that seat. However, there is an empty or vacant seat for a non-designated member, so if you so choose, you could appoint him to this.
So I'd move that we rescind our appointment of Frederick Foy Jr. to the law enforcement seat and appoint him to the non-law enforcement seat.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem.
Hold on, is the appointment agendized tonight?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
and consider new appointment.
Okay, okay.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, we re-welcome you back, Frederick. All right. And with that, we have an adjournment. And then, I was thinking we could do it now so that, do we have to come back to adjourn or can you just?
We can adjourn directly from closed session.
Okay, so we're going to do the adjournment and then we're going to go to closed session. And then we're going to adjourn the meeting directly from closed session. So I'll tell everybody to stay sassy, Santa Monica now, so they don't miss that. And Councilmember Snell is going to read two adjournments. Thank you.
Tonight, we adjourn our meeting in memory of Sarah Milgram and Yaron Lisinski, two young diplomats whose lives were tragically cut short on May 21st, 2025 in Washington, D.C. Sarah, 26, was a proud Midwesterner from Prairie Village, Kansas. She earned her degree from the University of Kansas and a master's in international affairs in American University. Her life was marked by a deep and enduring commitment to peace and diplomacy. Sarah worked tirelessly to promote mutual understanding, including through her work with Tech to Peace, an organization focused on bringing Israel's and Palestinians together through dialogue and innovation. Yaron, 30, was born in Germany and later became an Israeli citizen who served in the Israeli military and built a promising career in international diplomacy, most recently focusing on East Asian affairs. Yaron's colleagues remembered him as a brilliant and kind-hearted professional, deeply devoted to fostering positive global relations. He and Sarah shared a bright future ahead. One included plans for engagement and travel together. Both Sarah and Yaron are part of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., and were leaving a diplomatic event when their lives were tragically taken. Their passing is a devastating loss not only to their families, friends, and colleagues, but also to the global community. They serve with passion and hope. This senseless act of anti-Semitism reminds us that hatred continues to poison our communities across the nation. As we witness these tragedies repeat themselves, from the racist murder of George Floyd 5 years ago to the shooting of Yaron and Sarah Lynn this week, we are confronted with harsh realities that our work towards justice and equality is far from finished. Tonight, we stand unified in our commitment to speak with one voice against all forms of hatred, whether anti-Semitic, racist, homophobic, or any other manifestation of prejudice that seeks to divide us. We will not allow fear to silence our pursuit or more just and compassionate society. Our hearts and prayers are extended to the families and loved ones of Yaron and Sarah Lynn, and to all those who have faced discrimination and violence because of who they are, what they believe, or where they come from. Their memories call us to be better, to choose understanding over ignorance, love over hate, and unity over division. May their lives inspire us to continue building the inclusive, safe, and welcoming community that Santa Monica strives to be for all of us.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will be back June 10th for our regular Tuesday council meeting, and we are adjourning from closed session. Thank you.